boom, boom, boom. La 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 la, la la la. Song name. Courtney Gears, actually. Playlist is already inside of Music and Playlist inside the server. It comes from the Greatest Hits music compilation. As for the actual track itself, Zygon System Courtney Gears. From Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal. Ow. Come on, Grok. Make me a picture. Generate an image of a man climbing a mountain top and finding a copy of the Dustborn waiting at the summit, being handed to him by a heavy-set white woman. Come on, Grok. You have one job. That's not a heavy-set woman! That's also not it. Okay. Copy of a video game. With exposed skin. You're being too rustic. Give me something I can work with. Okay. For the people playing the home game, I'm going to put the image it just generated inside the server. And you can tell me whether or not you think that is accurate. Because that is definitely not what should be predicted from that prompt. Oh my god. Fucking Jesus Christ. The image that I tell it to produce from the prompt that it gave is not okay. That's not okay. That's a memory. That's not okay. That's not okay at all. In fact, that's so fucked up, I'm gonna put it on Twitter. Okay, that's good enough. It's not. Now, see. Now we gotta ask ourselves a serious question. What is a woman? Is a woman the face of... I don't even know what celebrity actress I should say that is. It's probably 2 voice actors that could be. But is it the face of a man with a beard, with long hair, out of retirement, with a beer belly, and giant double D cup moves? I don't know if that is a woman. That seems like a hate crime. That seems like a hate crime. Hate crime. Hate crime. Hate crime. Hate crime. Hate crime. Criming of the hate. Hate of the crime. Criming of the hate. Okay. For the beginning of the stream, the first hour-ish, first like hour and 30 minutes, we're going to finish the series of videos, which is to say a video, that we had left over for reaction from the other... Fuck. I did not want to click that. From the other day. Yes, Foster, it is supposed to be a woman. A full-figured woman.
That's not reality. Reality is a lot.
Okay. So, for the people who are coming in at home, the first hour and 30 minutes is going to be a reaction before we get into Dustborn, because still got like a fewish hours between 4 to 6, and usually I start these at 6. I'm in to fill for time and also allow people to come in. If you feel that it is unfair, I understand. I'm not gonna hold you to it. However, stick around. You're gonna like what you're finna see. The video itself comes from Think Before You Sleep, his newest video from 3 days ago. Because anybody who knows that I do a large amount of research and study and effort when it comes to digging into things in the red pill. And I frequently shit on the red pill. So this is no different than what I usually do. I've been seeing a bunch of videos and getting a bunch of videos from content mill channels that basically take and steal content from TikTok to shit on women. And as a palate cleanser for everything we've covered throughout the week, from the video game news to the IRL world news, we're going to cap off this Saturday with the completion of Dustborn, because there's 3 chapters total left, which is chapter 8, chapter 9, and chapter 10. So I'm completing this shit today, so that I can have a full schedule ahead of me for next month, and I can catch up my projects. More than likely, to catch up on that, I'll have to reduce the amount of daily streams that I do from 4 main news streams to probably about 3 or 2. One on Monday, one on probably Wednesday, and maybe one on Thursday. Or one on Monday, one on Thursday, and then another on Saturday. Something like that. Some order, depending on what the news cycle is. Because I have a lot of videos and a lot of work that I need to catch up on. And I've discussed it before, but just for those who are completely uninitiated and never been here before, and or have never stayed around to hear the early part and come in the middle of the stream, catching up on that work is going to take a significant amount of time. The Once Human review took a significant amount of time simply because of the emotional damage it was actively doing to me as I was editing it. Now that it is done, I have more than enough time in my schedule to catch up on shit. So, to give myself the room in which to work with, I need to make sure that I can get the things out that I need to get out on the week, as well as be able to take in the advice and the takes, as well as the suggestions from the stream from inside of the Discord. If you're not a part of the Discord, please join the Discord. It is the most active place where you're going to find me telling people what I'm doing. Otherwise, the only time you're going to hear about it after the decision's been made is when it then gets decided upon and then posted onto streams or onto Twitter or into my community posts on YouTube. That being said, just this video and then Dustborn. Alright, let's get it.
What's your age?
22.
Are you single?
No.
How long you had a man?
5 years.
And how long have you had a baby?
He's almost 2.
So how much does he have to make to take care of you and your daughter?
At least $1,000 a month.
$1,000 a month?
That's a significantly low amount of money. Compared to the usual questions that men on the street ask women, that's a significantly low amount of money.
Food, groceries, car insurance, diapers, wipes.
Cell phone, internet, electric bill, gas for the car, medical checkups for the kid. There's no way you're supporting 3 people on $1,000 a month. Unless you live with your parents, or we all misunderstood the question, and it was implied that she'd be working too. But that's beside the point. I'm getting too ADHD about this. We're supposed to be talking about women who don't have insane standards.
Now, how much would you say a man has to make annually to take care of a family of 3?
Annually, overall, at least 30 grand.
That is a significantly low amount of money. And I'm not saying that to shame her. I'm saying that because $30,000 is a significantly low amount of money for a person to live off of for themselves, let alone for a family. That's very much lower middle class. If you save it up over time and spend it and invest it well, you can probably get middle class. But that's an extremely low amount. That's an extremely low amount.
A year.
On just a baby? Or
Every expense you would need for a stay-at-home mom and a child.
Jeez, where do these people live? Am I that bad with money? I cannot figure out the math on this. Now she's saying she doesn't work, so I feel like you would need at least $50,000 a year to support a family of 3.
but if he's spending $30K a year on both you and your daughter, how much more would he need to make to live comfortably?
Oh, we are comfortable. That's comfortable.
So a family of 3 could survive off of just $40K a year?
Yeah. It's just not going to be a lavish lifestyle.
Sounds great. She does.
I mean, that's relatively fair. That also seems extremely small and near to nothing, but Jesus fucking Christ. Is that it? Is that the standard? Is that what we've been missing, men?
She doesn't need frivolous luxury items to be happy. The point is here that for every woman out there who's asking for a guy's bank statement on a first date, there are also the majority of women who are way more down to earth, who don't do things like that, and are fine with making things work without an endless supply of expensive material possessions. However, the problem is that there are many creators on the internet these days who show very unbalanced content where, without any nuance, women are always the villain, and there's never anything like, hey, I know there's this insane grifter named Tess Holliday who said she's anorexic, despite being big enough to be on My 600-Pound Life, but there's also women like Jeanette McCurdy who aren't massive liars, who try to help people with their eating disorders. The problem with the no-nuance narratives in the modern day where people don't go outside is that there are many men whose only experience with women is this type of content, so of course if all you see is women doing bad things and you have little to no experience with women in real life, even as co-workers or in friend groups, then you're going to think that women are mostly evil gold diggers, which demoralizes people and makes them think that there is no point in pursuing a relationship. The issue is that's not reality. Reality is a lot more like this.
So how much would you want him to spend on a ring?
Over like $300.
The ring that I got Star, she technically already owned. However, if I were to buy her a new one, that number would be probably between $100 to $200. And I would only be able to afford $100 to $200. If I had a sensible amount of money, I would then give her an $1,000 budget to buy something that she feels like she wants to suit that need. Because then the first ring is the one that we commit ourselves to. The other ring is the one that she could wear for vanity. But knowing her, she probably would reject that money and say, "Boy, are you stupid?" But $300 is actually extremely cheap compared to what women demand men do, which is what? 3 to 6 months salary? 3 to 6 months paycheck? Assuming your paycheck is anywhere between $300 to $600, expecting you to drop nearly $900, or anything upwards to a limit of $2,000, $3,100, $3,500. Relatively the chunk of a mortgage and or car payments, as well as putting bills on the auto pay for 5 months.
But no less than.
I wouldn't care.
I think her heart's in the right place, but $300 is very cheap for an engagement ring. But more importantly, not every woman cares about having a $40,000 ring.
How much do you expect him to spend on a wedding ring?
I don't want him to spend too much. I think he should spend like less than 2K.
I think what you see on TikTok doesn't describe the majority of women. The majority of women value good connection over what you can buy them. I mean, statistically, it must pan out that way because most married men don't have the price of a new car to spend on a ring. Now, expensive items are great provided that you have the means and a good relationship is already in place, but if they are valued and demanded over connection, like, say, someone with the facial expression of a sociopath like the Wizard Liz or a Manifestel would recommend, then that is a massive red flag. Couples shouldn't be preying on each other's prospects. They should be lifting each other up more like this.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you have a car?
Yes, I do.
Would you date a man who didn't have one?
Absolutely. Who gives a fuck about any of that shit, genuinely? Who gives a fuck?
Okay, clearly she's drunk. It's a format. A lot of these channels interview women in areas where they know there are going to be lots of people who are under the influence. That's how Haktua became a meme.
Hold on. So if you met a man out here and then he told you, "Yo, I don't have a whip," you'd still want to take it
I
further?
say you need a ride to the airport? I got you.
You pick him up for the first.
Honestly, though, is that not based? Is not what we asking for? If she's under the influence and she's not necessarily thinking out the question, she's saying what she actually feels. Alcohol is a D inhibitor. It does not change who you are. It makes you more of who you already are in question. Give or take a couple of mental delusions and delusions of grandeur. But this woman out here on the streets looking like this says, "Oh no, baby, you ain't got the money, you ain't got the car, you ain't got the whip. Boy, I got you. No problem." Now, how much of that might come with or without shame? Who knows? The point still remains. That's that. Honestly, imagine if every woman had that standard on the earth. One of the solutions to the dating market would just be solved.
Date two.
Of course.
I mean, the guy should have a car, but yes, there are plenty of women out there who are willing to make a relationship work despite limiting circumstances. These are generally the women that you want and not the ones who act like perpetual children, expecting the guy to do absolutely everything in the relationship, such as your average female Instagram influencer does. The benefit of being in a relationship where both parties behave like adults is stuff like you preventing her from doing stupid stuff that's bad for her, and she prevents you from acting out around the police. I don't know if they're in a relationship, but that's the kind of person that you want around you. She might have just saved that guy from getting arrested that night. But moving back to the depressed and demoralized person who watches YouTube, it's not just with women. There's actually a whole market for content that appeals directly to these people in kind of a pathological way. It's a very weird form of content that friends of mine call loser reveals. Basically, a loser reveal is when people farm how bad their life is going for content. Like, I'm 38 and still living with my parents. You also have, I'm 35 years old and never had a girlfriend before. Now, initially, I was sympathetic towards this kind of content until I learned it's like a proven format for views. Probably the most egregious producer of loser reveal slop content is this guy called Ask Japan, who started out as a Japanese teacher, but after he made this video and it did well, basically most of his videos have the energy of titles like this. I'm 50 years old Japanese man. I am lonely on Saturday night. I play Sailor Moon on Super Famicom. Or you have,
I am a lonely Japanese man. I play pretty sure a ceremony for 25 days. I have not had a shower in a week. I go to the Love Hotel and sit alone in the bar, drinking sake and whiskey, and go home smelling of defeat as I go back to my slave wage job. I try to jump into the suicide netto, but I cannot. The Yakuza boss has tried to set me up with a stripper as a wife. I am deeply lonely. Where did that come from? That's okay, struggler. We all have our priorities. It's okay. At the very least, you have a buffer between now and 6 p.m. And if you can't catch us live, you can always catch the VOD.
I'm 50 years old Japanese man struggling with midlife crisis. My life is miserable. He's done so many videos.
I eat flaming hot chip Doritos and Doritos Locos taco shells directly out of the bag and drink $1.05 worth of whiskey and wine from the Drunken Mom Hotel podcast scene. I am deeply lonely. My life is an urine. My digital life, Hatsune Miku, makes fun of me every night and every day.
Videos that are like this, that I would say he's milking this for content more than Pegasus milked the Mr. Beast drama. Look at those views. That is a masterclass in slop content. Bravo. I'm not kidding with how popular of a format this is, though. It pulls in so many views that channels like this one are clickbaiting depressed people with loser reveal content as a way of tricking them into watching a self-help video. Not as successful, but the loser reveal meta gets so many views that it spawned the anti-loser reveal meta. Though what's always been fascinating to me is how much information can completely change the trajectory of someone's life. Good information and a willingness to change can exponentially make someone's life better in a matter of like 2 years. But on the other side of that, bad information can destroy people's lives, and there is no shortage on the internet of poorly researched material that is demoralizing people and causing them to burn years of their young lives doing nothing. I've talked about this a lot in terms of the woke stuff, and more recently, I've been talking about how the manosphere demoralizes people with bad or flat-out wrong information.
Not only just disinforming them with bad and flat-out wrong information, but giving them a horrible viewpoint of the world that is not accurate to anything close to reality. Which is the reason why I talk about the shit I do, and I always talk about shit from the point of realism. One of the things that I've learned as I've been forced to become an adult slowly is that it's very easy to get lost in the reeds when it comes to mentally having fortitude and resilience towards the level of shit that most of us deal with. It is really, really hard to be sure if you have things mentally worked out in the right order. A lot of people lose perspective, period. They just lose perspective. They get stuck up in, I'm so lonely and single, I haven't found a person, therefore I'm going to be alone forever, so I have to take the lies and the grifting and the bullshit from people like Just Pearly Things and Fresh and Fit, and the bullying from BreadTube and from FD Signifier if you're specifically black, and from whomever's decided as the struggle session champion that week. Because, man, I can't find a person. Therefore, all of my value is non-existent. I might as well slit my own wrists. That is bad. But all of the content that you'll see on TikTok or otherwise, especially if they're reposting it into the compilations that they do, whether it be a 25-minute compilation to a 2-hour compilation of delusional takes. Because there's a balance of people who give good takes, and then there's a balance of people who's just nothing but a bad take machine. It destroys your mind. It's very easy to get lost in it. And it's not even an algorithm problem, because algorithmically, TikTok wants you to see nothing but the same content that's going to keep you engaged. If you don't have the ability to sort through the information properly, then you're just going to keep seeing the same feed of shit that's going to either aggravate you or make you desperate for authentic connection, while still having none of the skills to be able to get it. Meanwhile, Fresh and Fit can't even live up to their own standard, let alone many of these men. Donovan Sharp is a fucking liar. Fresh and Fit collectively. I'd say Myron is more of a pathetic than Fresh Prince. But even if Fresh wasn't the kind of guy that he was, he has a better standard for himself and what he's willing to own up to than Myron does. For that, look into the interview that he gave to Zuby. Off the top of my head, who else? Pickup artistry is dead. The Red Pill is demonetized almost nearly completely. Pearl has to change her entire grift pattern in order to be able to make money if she's still not demonetized wholly and is only able to subsidize it over the fact that she comes from a failed daughter family that's willing to give her money for her business ventures. The Red Pill, as far as it is on YouTube and places like Kick and Rumble, is pretty much dead because the majority of the content that they choose to make, they like to go into the levels of edginess that try to run around the same circles as Nick Fuentes, and we all know how that works out. The Black Pill of the Red Pill, when it comes to the leftist pill of BreadTube and CornbreadTube, is pretty much all for naught, because the black femmes and the black males cannot be able to meet with each other because both of them want to have power over the other. And of that group of nebula content creators that constantly try to shill for that platform while still making videos on YouTube, they aren't actually able to convince people of their viewpoints because the majority of them, if they're not already people who are old as fuck and shouldn't be making YouTube videos, if not just living with their families, like Signifier, are too busy talking shit about people that they know nothing about and trying to control the conversation when it comes to dating scenes, that they don't have the ability to actually speak to the heart of the young men, and the young men themselves aren't listening because they're not even looking at the same type of women that they're being suggested to be with. Some real delusional type shit.
One of the prime ways they demoralize viewers is by being awful at interpreting studies or understanding data, or they're hiding crucial information.
Or, they're Lolo Tomazi and they can get fucking ganked around by Brittany Pettibone. I don't know what her last name is now. I know she married the guy that she got engaged to and had a baby with. But Brittany Pettibone, Brittany Venti, or Lauren Southern. Wearing a bandana trying to make himself look like The Undertaker in his Hollywood era. Or in retirement. This man is the rational male that's gonna teach you about women, guys. A man who's pushing 50, who's constantly trying to pick up girls from the bar. He's the guy that you've been warned about. The man who drugs you when you go to the biker bar.
That doesn't fit their narrative because it will get them less views. Or they don't actually read the studies and they will cite data that they don't know the source of. That happens a lot. And I mean a lot. For example, these spaces love to quote a statistic that stems from this really old OkCupid study that mentions nothing about population size and say, look, women rated most men as unattractive, but forget to mention that women will still talk to these guys anyway. Do you know who is more exclusionary based on appearance? Men. 2/3 of men are messaging the best looking third of women. So, no shit they don't get picked as often. Also, here's a guy who mentions that they don't really discuss how the attractiveness ratings were obtained. That matters because, for example, this totally decent-looking guy with the guitar here might have rated lower because he's a musician and that makes him look broke. Would he have rated higher if he took a picture next to a yacht in a suit or a lab coat in a hospital? How much of their physical appearance was related to markers of wealth or this guy's lack of emotion and really terrible hairstyle? Though to be perfectly honest, this study was removed from the OkCupid website like a decade ago, and the archive is difficult to find, so I think that almost none of these people who are talking about it have actually read the entire thing, yet they'll still quote it constantly, which is very irresponsible. You'll also see stuff like this Pew study where they'll say, look at all these single guys, it must be because women suck. Well, did the study say that? Or is it possible that they are single because they never go outside, and women in those age groups are less likely to be single because women typically date older men who have better jobs and are more willing to commit? I mean, do these people even look at their own charts? It says on the right that there was an 11% drop in men looking for relationships between 2019 and 2022 versus a 3% drop in women. So, no shit there's a big change from 2019 to 2022 in the number of single men. They aren't looking for relationships as often as they were before. Not to mention that this data was obtained during COVID when it was illegal to go outside, which forces everyone to use dating apps that heavily favor women. Do you want a better chance of success? Stop using apps and go outside. Seriously, some
Truthfully go outside. Truthfully just go outside. Everybody wants you to go outside. You must do it.
of these arguments from these groups are so far from reality that you can tell these people haven't interacted with anyone outside of a Discord or a Twitter argument in multiple years. I'm also getting really tired of every loser on the internet using some crazy chick on TikTok to justify why their life isn't going well, followed by statements like this.
But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had
That's unfortunate, Tim Pool.
2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is, though? It's definitely not me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's everybody else.
Yeah.
That was funny. So is this whole tenant media thing. Speaking of bad research and bad arguments, let's talk about the black pill. There's a channel out there called Rehab Room who has reacted to some of my content, and he seems to really not like me, so let's look at some of the arguments. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the black pill, its most essential argument is that your ability to get women is solely based on genetics. So if you were born as an unlucky, oofy-doofy, sub 5 out of 10 male, then you have no chance and your life is over. Here's some commentary that Rehab Room did on a Redditor.
He made a public post on Reddit saying he can't get any matches no matter what he does. I mean, it is really no surprise. He's easily sub 5 in these pictures. Not that he's doing anything wrong, but rather he's looking wrong. That is the problem.
There's actually a lot this guy is doing wrong, and there's a lot of things he can do to improve his odds. For one, he can go outside instead of using dating apps. He can get a decent job, he can lose weight, and he can gain muscle and grow a beard. If he ends up having bad bone structure after the weight loss, the beard will compensate for that. Welcome to fashion. Enhance your good features, hide your flaws. Now, does that mean he's going to get a 10 out of 10 woman after he does that? No, but it will increase his odds of finding someone, and traditionally, unattractive people used to just date other unattractive people. Aren't you guys saying that women should lower their standards? How about you pay it forward? So that's the basic tenets of black pill ideology from what I've researched. Appearance is all that matters in relationships, and if you were born with the wrong features, then just give up. Rehab Room goes on to emphasize this point in sort of a passive-aggressive video reaction to me. Like, he doesn't specifically say that he's responding to me, but he is responding to arguments that came directly from this video that I made a few days prior, so I'm going to assume that this video, Get Better Hobbies, is a response to what I said in the video about Walter, the Starbucks guy. Let's hear Rehab's arguments.
Oh, I remember Walter.
There are very few things.
I was trying to act when the blob was already down. Henry Cavill says he's gaming on my own is much more fun than going out. Well, here's the first thing. Henry Cavill is Henry Cavill. I'm Carl. Why the fuck would I care what Henry Cavill's doing? I don't say that to dismiss Henry Cavill. Why would I compare myself to a celebrity actor? Why would anybody compare themselves to a celebrity actor? There's more to be in common with just thinking about the fact that he is there and exists than anything like that. But why would you do that to yourself? That'd make you want to hurt yourself.
Things on this earth that repulse people and make them cringe more than a sub 5 man with confidence. Today I am bringing you a prime example of this. Notice the difference in treatment these two dudes get, not only by people they approach but also people on social media. Like, same hobbies, same openers, the only difference here is their looks.
Okay, so setting the stage here, black pillars have a lot of their own terminology, which means I'll have to translate some things, but Rehab Room is about to compare 2 photography channels and the types of responses that they get from female strangers. We have 1.6 million subscriber channel Danny Damien versus Z, who has 1.6 thousand followers. Danny literally has 1,000 times his following, so I'm sure there won't be any sort of skill gap between these two creators. Every response they get is going to be due to the fact that Danny is a Chad Light and because Z is a sub 5 male. Sub 5 is incel terminology that means he's less than a 5 out of 10 in attractiveness, and Chad Light is a guy who's like a 7 to 8 out of 10. Not quite a Chad, but almost.
Stacy is any woman that an incel wants but cannot get.
Oh god. They're quoting the episode. No! No! We can never escape it!
Because the guys they call Chads?
Exactly.
Anyway, let's continue, starting with Z.
Hello guys, sorry to bother you. I'm Z. I'm a street photographer. Oh god.
Brutal, bro.
Oh god. Hello, my name is Habibi. I like Bobs and Vegana. You look attractive, very sexy. Sexy, disco, disco.
Bro, just brutal stuff, man. I mean, these females ain't even hot. Not even remotely. He seems polite, positive, smiling, asking people what makes them happy, and people still looking at him like they are in a hostage footage.
Okay, so we didn't have that much time with Z here, and I don't think that this was the greatest clip to choose to introduce him to an audience. A big problem with Rehab's content is that he constantly assumes that everybody knows what he's talking about, which often comes off as confusing, so I'll have to slow things down here a bit. Now, you might have missed it, but I'll remind you that earlier, Rehab Room, in a backhanded way, called Z confident.
There are very few things on this earth that repulse people and make them cringe, more than a sub-5 man with confidence.
I'm not sure if Rehab has poor social skills or if he's experiencing a moment of confirmation bias, but Z doesn't sound confident in this clip. He sounds anxious. Let's hear it again.
Hello guys, sorry to bother you. I'm Z. I'm a street photographer. Oh god.
This doesn't sound confident. The minute they show the slightest disapproval, he rushes his speech and gives up. A confident man would handle the rejection more calmly, so not the greatest example of Rehab's argument that Z was rejected for his looks, and not because most people say no when they're being solicited. Next up is Danny.
And now, let's remember what happens when you try the exact same line as a white shed light. Let's remember this.
Specifically as a white Chad light? I mean, if we remove the factors of people's personal appeal and people's personal takes, this is what it looks like when you are a Subzac beta male. This is what it looks like when you are Chad super ultralight. You can do anything you want to these women. They will let you bang right there on the pole in the street, right there in that turn cone. First I'll take the one wearing orange, then I'll take the one in the white, and then I'll take the one on the blue fall wall. I will have her like this. Oh, disco, disco, oh, disco, disco.
Fortunately it wasn't on, but...
Guys, pay attention to the caption here, okay? The girl's skirt blew up, and they thought he filmed it. If this had happened with the first guy, Z, they would have called in the National Guard, the Special Forces. They will say, oh my god, such a creep. Are you surprised people treat you this way?
Again, these are terrible introductions to these creators. Not only was there a continuity error where Rehab said that Danny and Z said the exact same things to the women, when they in fact said completely different things, but we literally had less than 4 seconds before Rehab hits the pause button on Danny in comments, which means we barely get any time to get to know him or perceive his social skills, or even get to see what he looks like outside of a small picture for our first impression. A quick clip like that should be in the middle of the video, after the audience already knows who you're talking about. Anyway, off camera, the girl's skirt blows up like that famous Marilyn Monroe picture, and Rehab Room says that the only reason that these girls didn't immediately call the cops is because Danny is attractive. By the way, don't forget to show that you're different from the racist woke people by mentioning that Danny is successful because he has white privilege. Did you catch that, guys? There's a lot of that kind of rhetoric in Rehab Room's videos. These black pillars love using the same arguments that radical leftists use. They just say them differently. Kind of like how the manosphere promotes sexual promiscuity just like modern feminism does. But is it possible that the reason that Danny got a positive response here is because of how he handled the situation? Why don't we watch it again?
Fortunately it wasn't on, but...
It's very quick, but did you notice that they did accuse Danny of being a creeper? And instead of flipping out or acting like a deer in headlights, he maintains his composure and calmly says, fortunately, it wasn't on. The reason women are calling the guys creeps that Rehab is accusing of being sub-5s is not because they're unattractive, it's because when women say stuff like what they said to Danny, those guys get anxious and speed up their speech, or they freeze, or worse, they get mad and say stuff like, no, I wasn't doing that, how dare you accuse me of being a creep? Women aren't going to feel safe around men who act like that, which is why they get called creeps. I've seen plenty of men who are less attractive than Z do well in these situations. By the way, I don't think Z is too ugly for women to like him like Rehab does.
That's exactly what I thought he looks like. So no, I was not off with my opinion, with my fucking Zohan impression.
Looks fine based on his profile picture. I swear, after watching a bunch of his videos, Rehab acts like women bring out their rulers and measure a guy's facial proportions before they decide how to treat him. It wouldn't shock me.
Kind of, visually speaking. It's not that deep to the point where they whip out a fucking ruler or they hit you with the fucking green line test line. Like stand up against the wall. Let me see how you lean into me. But like, a little bit of judgment. A little bit of judgment.
If he's never been in a relationship before, because his portrayal of women is very much like he only experiences them through internet videos. So like I said, I've seen many guys who are less attractive than Z's profile picture handle situations like this well. Now, this doesn't mean that the girl will go out with those guys, but no one is asking anyone out here, and despite what I've heard black pillars say numerous times, you can navigate these situations without women thinking that you're weird or dangerous, even if you aren't a 10 out of 10 Chad.
When it is a dude women find hot, they are gonna let him get away with anything. Meanwhile, people will micro-criticize every little thing you do. Oh dude, bro, there wasn't enough distance, not enough space. Distance should have been bigger. That is why you got rejected. You said sorry bro, that is why she didn't vibe with you. Cop after cop after cop.
No. If some guy they didn't know started taking creeper shots, even if he was a Chad, they would not be okay with that. Well, unless they were drunk or crazy. This is where you can kind of see that maybe this rehab guy doesn't go out that much and talk to people, because for most women, unless they're in a relationship or at least dating, they have pretty strong boundaries about those kinds of photos, especially if they're non-consensual. Let's see more from Z.
Hi, sorry to bother you guys. I'm Z. I'm a street photographer and I take pictures of people. And I believe you both are looking amazing for the photo shoot. Can I take a few pictures of yours?
Okay. No, we're okay, thanks, Jay.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
The face of pure cringe. She's cringing out of her mind, man.
Why wasn't this clip first? This is a much better clip as a viewer who has seen this for the first time, because you get more time to experience Z, which will be more memorable, and Z sounds more confident in this, which enhances an earlier point that you made. Also, from an entertainment perspective, the idea would be that you start with more attractive female rejections and bridge to less attractive women rejecting him, which is a more interesting progression because it's not a shock for him to get rejected by more attractive women if you already showed him getting rejected by less attractive women. The way you formatted this makes future moments in your video less surprising to an audience. You know, if you actually outlined your content before recording or scripting, you wouldn't make these mistakes. Anyway, I bring skill up because this is also a skill issue on Z's part. These women are in sweatpants and ponytails. On the other hand, this girl that Danny took a photo of is made up and ready to have pictures taken of her. So, no shit she said yes. I'm not going to show it because it's kind of mean, but Z picks a lot of women who look like they just got out of bed or have zero fashion sense, which means they probably don't want photos taken of them or don't like taking photos. This is in contrast to Danny, who almost always approaches attractive women who clearly know how to present themselves.
That's more like target fishing than anything else.
Obviously knows how to get 1.6 million subscribers.
Danny Damien photo kind of just seems like a thirst trap, if I'm being honest.
At least it's tasteful thirst trapping. Danny is also a much better photographer than Z, and that's relevant because Danny commonly opens by showing women his work before they say yes.
My name's Danny. I do free portraits for people. I make little videos. I was wondering if I could do a free portrait for you?
What would I need to do?
Here, I'll show you an example.
Those are nice.
My name's Danny. I'm a street photographer.
Now, there's a little bit of an issue here. Danny has the advantage of success. This happens at any time, in any place, anywhere where this is relevant. It is easier to get people to go along with something or do something if you have prepared work already ready. You get the benefit of already having success. You don't have to try hard. You don't have to do enough. You don't have to do more. You don't have to work as hard. Versus any other problem you'd have to work with and any other problem you have to deal with. It's a lot harder. It's a lot easier. Is it bad? No. Doesn't mean I don't believe it? Not necessarily. Can't argue with results. That's the first problem. But in the dating market, you're dealing with confirmation bias. If you're already successful, you're not going to struggle. The question I'd ask here is, how did he start? And then this is what the other guy has to emulate. He has to emulate the attitude and the approach and the achieval. Then he has to the confidence and the success that it comes from. Just because you do it and I do it doesn't mean you're going to get the same results as me. especially if you don't know what it is you're looking for. So how do we extrapolate this into the dating market? If you try to emulate the tactics of a 10, you're not going to pull 10 results, especially if you're a 4.5. So, being realistic, the same thing off of what was said earlier in the chat room by Jack, you have to lower your standards. So, if you want to do what he does, first, you have to approach people. Approach in a way that, one, doesn't undo your goal, but two, probably have to do it professionally as well. You probably couldn't just do it as a gimmick. You know, walking anywhere and everywhere with a camera, unless what you're willing to do is you're doing it for something that's showing off, which is then kind of undermining the problem. Because then you'll have people saying, well, you're only doing this because you're doing it for a result rather than doing it out of passion. More than likely, Danny makes money off his YouTube channel as an actual professional photographer, as well as taking photos and talking to and rizzing up and talking to men and women in a professional capacity. So doing it as a passion project, where you take candid photos of people out in public with minimal posing, versus setting somebody up for a boudoir set. Very different perspective, very different outcome, especially depending on how you look. But that could be a cultural standard based on your country, you know. American men could probably succeed everywhere, but German men would probably only best succeed amongst women who like German features, which probably would be in places like Germany versus places like here, unless they look like, well, a drop-dead gorgeous model. Be it as it may, the point still remains. If he has nothing, and he came up from nothing, and he tried doing this, I don't think the tactic would work as well in each consistent situation if he already has pictures to look from. Unless, of course, the first person he takes pictures of is himself. And if he's not considered conventionally attractive, that goes out the fucking window. So he has to get a leg up. The fact that he has a leg up here is kind of like the first concern. Like, about right.
I was wondering if maybe I could do a portrait for you. For free?
When Z takes photos, he just sort of randomly takes them without time to consider lighting or framing or what the person's doing. Because of that, you get these kind of family photos where people are uncomfortably standing next to each other, so of course tons of women are going to say no. On the other hand, Danny takes his time, he makes sure to set everything up, and he gives people direction when they don't know what to do.
I don't know how to pose.
Which is usually better, because the idea here is attractive male comes up to you. It's like a dating sim scenario. Attractive male protagonist / attractive male romantic interest approaches you. Hey, hey beautiful, can I take your picture? Oh my god, I have no idea what to do. It's okay. Let me show you how. It's not very helpful, especially when the cherry-picked opinions are really not helping. Specifically from how the channels are showing themselves, and how people are taking information from those channels, and then showing how they are unsuccessful because you're a loser, you're a loser! But it's literally just a change of approach and you could be getting results. The goal there is getting results. You weren't promised successful results. You were promised results.
I'm not very good at it.
I will do all the work.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just look up at me. Yeah, fix your hair one more time.
Wait, was that Earthbound music in the background of that video? Did I mention that Danny's a huge nerd? I could have sworn in one of the videos I heard Sonic the Hedgehog music. But of course they're going to say yes when he can take pictures like this. Good pictures are like a status symbol to women because good photographers are hard to find, professional photography is expensive, and Danny tells them that he will give them the pictures for free. And I will say that there's some very important information that Rehab Room did not show his audience, which was a compilation of Danny getting rejected. It's not that hard to find. It's one of only a handful of videos that he's done that aren't shorts.
Excuse me. Could I do a couple's photo for you too? It's free. I'll give it to you.
I would rather not.
Sure, no problem. I'm a photographer. I do free portraits for people. Could I?
Thank you.
No? No thanks? All right, okay, never mind. Excuse me. This might be a little strange, but I was wondering if you'd like some pictures. It's free.
No, we're good. Thank you.
No problem.
Look at their body language. Look at how disgusted those women were. So, doesn't that paint a much different picture? That Chad Light gets rejected too. He isn't just an instantly successful guy who women would let get away with anything. Remember that rehab room said that, by the way. Bro, even Chad gets rejected at the club a bunch before a woman says yes. Sure, it's a lot easier to get compliance from people when you're attractive, but it doesn't mean that you get to skip all the skill building, nor does it mean that skill building is worthless for less attractive people. I doubt that Danny's success rate is still low these days because he can just say, look, I'm famous, but I bet when he got started, he got rejected all the time. Rejection is sales 101. Everyone who does sales has to get used to it. Even when he approaches and gets rejected in that video, he is still super calm the whole way through, which means he probably has had tons of practice of people saying no to him. On the opposite side of that, in most of the videos that I've seen of Z, who is a beginner, he sounds anxious and uncomfortable. Now, what if I told you that contrary to what Rehab said, there are women who not only consent to having their photo taken by Z, but are happy about it as well.
Sorry to bother you guys. I'm Z. I'm a street photographer and I take pictures of people. And I believe you all are looking amazing.
Thank you.
Can I take few pictures of yours?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. My name is Z and I'm a street photographer and I take pictures of people.
Okay.
And I believe you both are looking amazing.
I'm not commenting on the body and figure of these women. I'm doing that on purpose. Not because my opinion would be negative. Because the other side of this problem, I don't think people talk about this enough. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And as you can clearly see, thin friend, heavy-set friend. Heavy-set woman on the left, heavy-set woman on the right. Probably heavy-set woman in the back holding the pride flag bag. Versus relatively attractive women, middle figure size standing, about average build. Average white woman, we'll call this. Average white women. Boyfriend, average white woman. Complete with mom, I don't even know what the fuck to call that. Mom, like, string, tweed, long overcoat. I don't know what the fuck that comfort, thing is. But I'm pretty sure somebody out here knows what the name of that is. I should be better at this. This is literally my P. But attractive white woman, relatively attractive women, relatively attractive women, relatively attractive women. What I'm about to say is going to sound extremely evil to people who have no idea where I'm coming from. But I'm a certified card-carrying member of the Light Skin Brigade. The women that you choose to approach are going to be based on either your type or the type that you're going after. If you are trying to talk to women, I'm staring at you in the camera chat, if you're trying to talk to women who you know have a high self-esteem of themselves, it's not the same as talking to women who have a low self-esteem of themselves. Or women that have a moderately fair level of self-esteem, but they are very, very unconfident. This is the social divide between the genders. We as men are expected to be the ones to approach. Women are the ones that allow people to enter their barriers. Very rarely do men get approached by women, and rarely do the two sexes agree in the middle and both do the approaching as well as doing the talking. So, when this happens, men are usually called vain. Because, oh, he only wants the attractive women. He only wants the Stacys and the Samanthas. He won't go after me, a Jamuncula. He only wants Tia and Tamara. He don't want the third unknown Tamara sister. There is a serious problem in this. Because when an attractive man goes after what would usually be seen as an unconventionally unattractive woman, people gas up that woman, and they also gas up that man. So, rather than relationships where the woman starts thin and then gets big, because she has his kids and puts weight on over time. We're instead looking at the example of a man who gets with a heavyset woman while already himself being attractive, and then that woman slimming down into becoming his trophy wife. The level of perception bias people have and confirmation bias people have with this appearance is what fuels 50% of the delusion in the dating market. Maybe a high number for some, but I'm saying 50. Because this perception is what ruins the confidence of other people. Because men that look like me try to do this on women that don't look like these women here. They're not approaching the people that are on their level. The 5 out of 10 is not approaching the 5.5. And maybe trying to like pass up towards being able to pull a 7. It's the 5.5 trying to pull a 11 out of 10. And assuming the 11 out of 10 is not a heartless person, he takes the polite rejection. But he also doesn't know when to let dogs lie. For whatever reason. Now, you could say both of these men could find success in what they're doing if he stuck to this as the people he wanted to take pictures of, and the other guy stuck to the other people he wanted to take pictures of. Because realistically, if you look at his rejections and you look at his rejections, he's going after the same type of women. We all see that, right? He's going after the chunky. He's going after the big ones. He likes them with a little bit of weight on them. Is that because he's the kind of man that absolutely is appealed by that? Or is that the cultural standard where he lives? Or is that what's around him? So he's simply just going over what's around him. Again, this is where people are going to see, like, Carl, what are you talking about? His hunting grounds are filled with a certain type of prey. Is he choosing them? Or is those just the options? We're not even talking about dating right now. We're just talking about men trying to get women to give them the opportunity for a photo op. Is that what's in their environment? Or are they choosing this? Party size is heinous. Party sized is heinous. But you know what? They are party sized. Because you know what? Big girls like to party too. Big girls like to party too. They usually come with their own snacks. So, I don't bring that up to make off-the-wall jokes, but I do bring that up to explain that sometimes what you see might be a person's fetish, or it might be a choice, business-wise or preference-wise. I don't see a reason why he couldn't be able to find success with his content if all he does is he looks for the diamonds in the rough. Absolutely zero disrespect to these women, by the way. Because my opinion would be the same. It would be the other way around, no matter what. Realism matters in everything, not just in business.
You all are looking amazing.
Thank you.
Can I take few pictures of yours?
Because he approaches them. He says, "Hello, mom. I see how you look. You look very beautiful. May I take a picture?" And they are giggling harder than that one character in Hot Fuzz. Oh, he think I'm beautiful. He wanna take my picture. Not very hard. It's not very hard.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. My name is Z and I'm a street photographer and I take pictures of people.
Okay.
And I believe you both are looking amazing. Can I take your pictures, please?
If you want.
Yeah.
Z shows a lot of rejections, but that's not every interaction. There's actually a number of them where he does very well. In fact, these girls seem quite happy to talk and have their photo taken. Oh look, their hair is done, they aren't in sweatpants, and they're wearing makeup. What a coincidence that these girls would be receptive to having their photo taken. I don't know what he said in this video here because there's no audio to it, but it looks like he's nailing this conversation. Is Z a Chad Light now? Last, these girls were not only receptive, but they even liked the photos.
Oh, look. Can you see the picture, please?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a good photographer.
I'm not going to show the photos because I don't think they were good. Z still needs to practice, and I don't know who that other guy was, but who am I to contradict customers who looked happy? Now, if you're going to make sweeping generalizations about people, then don't you think for transparency's sake, it looks kind of bad when you only show Z's failures while also only showing Danny's successes? Danny has failed a lot, he just doesn't show it as often. Here's a comment from an older viewer saying that Danny is very awkward when he approaches people from somewhere around a year and a half ago. It looks like Danny ended up leaning into that, which gives him an awkward confidence that is socially desirable.
I'm like the most awkward person ever. Like, I can't pose at all.
Well, you met the second most awkward person.
All right, let's go.
I think you're a nervous person like me, huh?
Oh yeah, I have like really bad anxiety.
The other problem with this whole situation is I don't entirely think that Danny is someone who Rehab Room would describe as a Chad Light. Rehab is one of those people who thinks that your life is basically over and a woman will never love you if you're under 6 foot tall, and Danny is 5'8", which is shorter than average.
What's our heights?
5'8".
No, he's not dating that girl in the video. It's a long rabbit hole. Here's her real boyfriend. Don't waste your time. You're welcome. But I'm old enough to remember that time that Rehab Room said that you're a manlet if you're 5'8" or below.
You're a manlet, only 5'8".
This is what I mean with the whole red pill, manosphere, MGTOW, black pill stuff. It's all poorly researched, which is why they frequently come to bad or the wrong conclusions. Their analyses are also often based on a single variable or factor. It's usually things suck because women are bad, and they very seldom listen to the other side's reasoning for why they behave like they do. It's a major reason why I distanced myself from those communities. In the Black Pill's case, this is particularly offensive because their entire moral argument is telling people to give up because they weren't born with the right genetics.
Exactly, and that's fucking retarded.
They straight up tell people that nothing matters except for how you were born, and they have mantras like, never get up, which tells people to not try to change what they can. Don't go to the gym, don't work on your appearance, don't try to get a good job, don't work on your social skills. I mean, you're taking a bunch of depressed people, telling them that everything is doomed, and following that with don't try to improve your life. This is legitimately suicide fuel, and it's why I decided to make this video. Because oftentimes I see guys like this 35-year-old virgin who's a little down on his luck, but I've seen enough of his content to know that he looks fine, and if he just lost weight, socialized more, and stopped being a pushover, he would have no problem getting a girlfriend.
The darkest thing that, in my opinion...
And ironically, fucking, that's Ben's build, 100%. That's just Charza.
The black pill has done, okay? The worst thing that it's done, that like incel culture has done, is convince average men that it's over. It's such a dark thing. Because like average to ugly men have like run the world for the past like 3,000 years. The rulers of countries, of civilizations, the greatest artists, thinkers, thought leaders in the world have been like 5'8", kind of quote-unquote fugly guys. It's never really mattered. But there are people that would have you think that if you're under 6 foot, you're totally and can never breed, that no woman will ever be capable of loving you. Like I don't it's like insane.
As for King Nobody, outside of the weight, it seems like most of his problem is that he's socially awkward, but you can fix that. I've also watched enough of his content to know that he was a former alcoholic. Imagine where he would be if he had gotten into the black pill. He'd still be drunk every day or worse. And who knows, maybe he was black-pilled and finally woke up in his 30s. But how many years of his life did that waste? So there are plenty of guys out there who are perfectly fine like King Nobody, or there are guys that are on their glow-up arc who angry black pillars are trying to poison into giving up. What's this commenter's problem? This guy is going to do just fine finding a relationship, and during the video, he talks about going on dates with women who like him. Sure, he's really awkward in front of the camera, but he can fix 90% of that problem by just sitting down, or by learning how to properly frame a shot. Now, of course, there are people who are further back than others, or way further back, but telling them to give up instead of figuring out how to make do with what they have will only make them more miserable, which will make their lives worse and push them towards ending it. You may have not been born under the best circumstances, but you can always work with those circumstances to create a life that you're happy with. Going back to the video clips of Danny, it's not just him saying that he's short. You can see that he's the same height as Destiny as he stands next to other people.
Could I ask you something?
Yeah.
Which of these two photographers do you think is better?
One guy, tall, handsome, obviously very fit. This other guy, other than like, I guess a good jawline, he looks kind of nerdy, kind of shrimpy.
With that in mind, let's watch this next clip that Rehab responded to.
Thanks. Lighting equipment.
Yeah, you are super cute.
Oh, thank you.
We're gonna kidnap you for drinks.
Yeah.
They are gonna kidnap him for drinks, guys. When did it ever happen to you? Or to even average guy, not even you, but for the Oofy Doofy as well. Like, Oofy Doofies are going to Japan to pay 500, 600 just to have a chance to have a drink with them. That is the difference. And these two chicks here are so DTF. So DTF. Both of them. He could have hit them both at the same time.
So this is missing some context from yet another thing that would be easy to research. If you see any of Danny's videos on camera, which I imagine Rehab Room would have looked up because he's rating Danny's appearance, then it is very apparent that he is very feminine. I was actually shocked to hear that he wasn't gay because I instantly thought that the second I saw him, and I had to watch hours of content to find out that he wasn't. So when you see these women saying, "You're so cute, we're gonna steal you away for some drinks," as they hug a stranger despite living in what looks like a city, it is likely that they're doing that and are open to him not because they're attracted to him, but because they think he's gay and not a threat.
Yeah. Because they think he's gay and not a threat, which happens to be one of the problems with being a pretty boy. When you look slubby, women can only assume that you're only interested in them must be because you want to fuck them. When you look extremely handsome and attractive to the point that you could be a brother to John Barrowman, they assume you're gay. Which is kind of, I don't know. I don't know if many people around here have the same perspective. Down here in the South, we don't like people calling people gay just because you are attractive, period. The problem is that I know that there's enough men that if you were to say it to them frequently enough, would probably be annoyed that you think they are gay. Just 'cause. While unfair, it is one of those things that just pisses you off no end. In all honesty.
And also, he just gave that girl a bunch of free professional quality photos, which can be expensive. I'm not saying that this is the reason, but it's frustrating to watch video after video from Rehab Room where there's only one answer to every question. Everything is about appearance. Women don't like you? Well, it's because you're a sub-5 male. You suck at PlayStation?
Yep.
That's because adults didn't give you enough positive reinforcement as a kid because you were too ugly. Rehab Room is very much a one-trick pony, and this is very lazy analysis of a problem. But despite Danny's shortcomings, despite being awkward, despite being below average in height, he still makes it work, and as far as I can see, it works very well. This guy has no difficulty getting some very attractive women to pay attention to him. But just in case you still don't think that social skills are important, here's a guy impressing women that I'm sure that Rehab Room would say is not attractive, nor is he tall, as he's almost the same height as Emiru, who is 5'3".
Can I have both of your hands for this trick?
Yes.
A little bit closer, like right here.
Oh my, yes.
As you can see, it's a Sharpie.
Uh-huh.
So, like I said, this is a Sharpie, and Sharpies don't tend to erase that well when you draw something on your hand.
Yeah.
But regardless, I'm gonna draw a little heart mark, just like this.
Cute.
Now, like I said, although Sharpies don't erase well, they can actually transfer. So I can just get rid of it just like that. And now it's actually inside my hand. But if I flick it right inside yours, you can slowly feel the heart being drawn. And if you
What?
flip it over.
What?
Fun trick, or rather fun fact. Women are very impressed by magic tricks. If you want to feel good about making somebody be surprised, learn a magic trick. It's a very easy icebreaker. Realistically, this will work on streamers because most of us streamers are fucking retarded and have absolutely no social skills, except people like me. But even if it's just because you want to like shoot your shot on camera, you learn a party trick and then do that shit at any opportunity where you think it would probably be suitable. If what you want to do is to impress somebody or leave a lasting impression of yourself on somebody. It goes in miles, bro. It goes in miles.
What? What? Wait, that was so cool. What? That was really amazing.
Wow, how did he do that? How is he able to impress them despite not being an 8 out of 10? After watching Rehab's videos, I would have thought that Emiru would have called the police on him just for being in the same room because he's not a Chad. I'll wait for one of the 5 counter-arguments that black pillars seem to exclusively use.
Giving DBDR solid, good, genuine advice is as effective as trying to teach your dog to speak English. It'll usually just result with him thinking you're either A, a gaslighting normie, B, coping, C, someone who hasn't watched enough of his videos and wouldn't understand, D, a boomer who doesn't understand current times, or E, Chad Stacy that could never understand.
This guy did his research. This is basically every black pillar that I've seen respond to criticism. They love to dismiss alternative opinions with non-arguments. They love to say things like, "You're too old to understand the dating market, things have changed." This is despite the pure irony of them trying to explain complex relationship issues without ever having been in a relationship. So I'll wait as they cry anecdote on the magician guy despite the fact that the vast majority of evidence they use for their points is anecdotes, while at the same time the non-anecdotal research they use tends to be very bad proof of their points. Moving on, I find it so ironic that Rehab Room considers himself well-researched when he constantly uses a univariate analysis to describe every problem in life. It's actually annoying to watch as a viewer, while he basically makes the exact same video over and over again with the same conclusion every single time. And he also uses the same 5 clips of David Goggins or cringe PUAs in every video. There is straight up no variation in his content. I had to have watched around 30 videos that were all the same. Here's a person in my story. Is he attractive? No? Well, then his life sucks and nothing will ever get better. Here's a different person who is attractive. His life is on easy mode, I'm jealous, and I want him to suffer.
The other day I was at a sneaker store, and the kid working there, you know, the sales associate guy, was some 8 out of 10 pretty boy. Like a legit good blend of neo-tennis features and masculine features. Compact mid-face, youthful bit.
More masculine than the target guy. That's like every standard white guy in the South.
Baby face, but also a good jawline, good hair, you know, good eye area and stuff. And just from the way he was smiling when he was talking to me, just from his manners, I could tell that he was genuinely happy about his life. It wasn't a fake expression that he puts on for customers. He probably got some action that morning, only a few hours ago. You know, I can't tell. I couldn't help but feel an immense sense of jealousy right there and then. I wanted to be like, dude, wipe that smile off your face. You are annoying, but of course, you can't say that. Manners don't allow that. Bro, I don't like people that are too happy and positive.
That's sad on his part and also kind of sociopathic. But going back to standards of proof for their arguments, Rehab Room's content is full of research blunders, including using the same study multiple times to come to the wrong conclusion.
It is a statistical fact that most women consider 80 to 90% of men to be below average in looks. So there is a little difference if you are a 5 or a 6. Expandable.
I told you these people always have to use that OkCupid study, but really? Statistical fact? He's going to make a strong claim like that from a study that was missing basic crucial information like how many people were in it? I don't know where this claim on the right comes from or this middle graph because he doesn't cite the sources for them as far as I can tell, but let's pretend the numbers are real despite not being able to verify them. Do you notice anything? Women don't really give much of a response to anyone. Even the top guys only got about as much attention as the bottom 20 to 30% of women. To explain that, for one, you have to rule out all the coomers that message women on these apps asking for nudes, which is not an insignificant number. Obviously,
really
women
not.
aren't going to respond to those. Second, men are the pursuers of the relationship, so of course they're going to show more interest in women. That's men's job. Women aren't supposed to approach men, they are supposed to be approached, so they're only going to do that for guys if they are above their level. Third, how were these numbers obtained? What were the population sizes of the male and female groups in the study? Did they check how many profiles the men swipe through versus how many profiles the women swipe through? Did they rule out female bots or profiles that are used to promote OnlyFans? Did they account for the fact that way more men use these apps than women, so of course they're going to get less attention and less likes? So I don't think this chart is evidence that a 3 out of 10 guy would not get attention from a 3 out of 10 girl if he asked her out in person, which, by the way, is an area where he's not competing with 2 other guys, if not more, because a lot of the female accounts are bots. Have you ever tried going outside before and asking a woman out in person like a man? Grow a pair. So, welcome to research. You can't just look at the numbers. You have to critically think about how those numbers were obtained and what might be the reasoning for them. But as I've shown in this video, this is not an isolated incident. Rehab Room pretty frequently makes wild claims based on studies he clearly hasn't criticized or tried to break. I've already gone over a couple of them in this video, so I'll just give one more example here, because this one led to the most ridiculous conclusion that I saw him make. And not to say that I've gone through every study that Rehab has posted, but the ones I have were just garbage proof of what point he was trying to make, and he makes a ton of assumptions. I mentioned before that black pillars believe that everything is genetic and luck-based, and here's Rehab flat out saying that everything is luck.
Luck is everything. That's why I like Harvey Dent character. He has that famous line, "This life is cruel. In a cruel world like this, the only morality is luck." It really is. The only morality of this world we live in is luck. Pure, sheer, blind luck. What matters in life, what truly matters, you cannot change. And what you can change doesn't matter all that much. Your entire life was determined. The moment
That's doomer talk. That's nothing but pure doomer talk.
you were born.
Like I said, these are the same things that woke people believe. You can't ever succeed because you were born black in the wrong part of town. Same shit, different day. How demoralizing. Why would anyone ever fix themselves after hearing this? Anyway, Rehab believes so much that everything is luck that he makes this argument.
Even hard work is genetic. That is what a lot of people are missing.
Holy shit, I cannot believe he just said that. What isn't genetic to these people? Are they going to say that accents are genetic now? Because I know they love to complain about how they can't get a girl because they talk like a foreigner. So if you're going to say that hard work is genetic, then you better have some very strong proof, because this sounds like obese people blaming their genetics because they don't understand how calories in versus calories out works. I can't work hard. I have the wrong genes.
In the past, laziness has already been linked to some genetic factors, but there is actually a more comprehensive study made about this in 2021, using and comparing 2,000 Japanese twin subjects.
Now, I have watched a lot of videos from Rehab Room, but I've yet to see him mention what he does for a living or what his field of study was in school. But I will say that you better have a background in genetics and psychology if you're going to accurately fact-check this study to the extent that you can make the strong claim that you made. Though considering how bad he's been with all the other research, I seriously doubt it. But whether he does or not, surely he wouldn't quote directly from the abstract multiple times.
Without boring you guys with the details, I will just share the important lines from that study. I quote, "Univariate genetic analysis revealed that individual differences in conscientiousness measures were moderately attributable to additive genetic factors, to an extent from 62 to 64%. We obtained no evidence that shared environmental influences were observed. Multivariate genetic analysis showed that for the 4 measures used to assess conscientiousness, genetic correlations were stronger than the corresponding non-shared environmental correlation."
But what does that mean? You're just reading directly from the text. Make it make sense.
Great, so we have Noah Samson levels of research here. The abstract is just a summary of the important findings. It's not the study. Anyone who says, "I read a study," and quotes directly off the abstract should be laughed at. So many YouTubers do this to pretend they know how to read research, when in reality, the study is in the methodology and the results sections, not the abstract. Now surely the remaining material that he uses isn't just him parroting exact quotes that come directly from the discussion section, is it? Oh wait, he does do that. Seriously, I'm not even a scientist and I have to go around teaching everyone research methodology, which means all these YouTubers are failing at this at a beginner level. Rehab, you're supposed to be the expert here, which means your discussion of the study to your audience should include your thoughts on how the terms were defined, their methodology, and the results they got. The discussion section is their interpretation of the results, which should be read, but if you have not received adequate training in that field to give your interpretation of how they collected that data, then you should not be using this study as proof of your argument. Researchers make mistakes constantly, and their methods and results should not be trusted blindly. Not to mention, the biggest eye roll here is that after Rehab Room reads out direct quotes from the study without translating any of it into common language, he calls his audience stupid. Is there any self-awareness here? You essentially spend the remainder of that video after the study saying that many of your viewers are too stupid to reap the benefits of hard work, and yet you think they know what a genetic intercorrelation is, or a polygenetic factor, or even what the word conscientious means, I really think the reason that he didn't elaborate more on this study is because he didn't actually understand it either. But what a shock, an internet researcher doing bad research. Okay, now full disclosure, I am not a trained geneticist, so I'm not going to be able to fact check absolutely everything in this study. However, I do know a bit about psychology and biology, so I have a few comments. First and foremost, this study was an online survey, like it was just a questionnaire of mothers of identical and fraternal twins, followed by a personality test. When I watched this video from rehab, I thought they were full on taking DNA samples of genes that they had already linked to the ability to work hard, and seeing if they could predictively link them to test subjects who were hard workers. That's a way that you might be able to obtain strong evidence here. But in reality, all they did was say, hey, are you a mother of twins? Yes? Okay, we'll take this online survey and we'll give you some shopping money. This was all self-reported data, obtained in the financially cheapest way possible. The ironic part of this is that Rehab Room almost constantly tells his audience to not trust self-reported data, particularly from women.
You see women do it all the time. They say, oh, I just like how funny he is. He just happens to be 6'4". Women say that it is the kindness they find most attractive in men. Like, you be the judge whether it is the truth.
Hey, I recognize that study. It's the one with the huge population size from the Noah Samson video.
Yep.
Though this looks like yet another study that Rehab Room didn't actually take the time to read, because he definitely would have used data from it that shows women saying they prefer an attractive face over an attractive body, because that fits his confirmation bias. So you're welcome for that. More interesting, let's look at the section about height. It says that about 10% of women said they didn't care about height, 80% said the guy only had to be taller than them, and only 10% of women said he had to be much taller. So it's not over for every guy who's not 6'10". All you have to do is be taller, so go find a woman who is shorter than you. It should be easy because women are like 4 inches shorter than men on average. But find that woman in real life. Back to the hard work study. Like I said, it was just an online survey where they ran a couple of questionnaires and did some predictive math as far as I can understand. Which begs the question of, how in the hell were they able to gauge the importance of environmental factors? The best they can do is measure common experiences like, do you play sports? But it's not like they're going to little Timmy's soccer practice. Wait, they're Japanese. It's not like they're going to little Daisuke's soccer practice and seeing how the coach interacts with the players or what the team dynamic is. So their ability to truly measure environmental factors here is almost non-existent. Even with that in mind, they still didn't say it was a guarantee that it was genetic and you're screwed if you don't have the right genes. Now, I don't know how to calculate these numbers, so I'm going to give Rehab Room heavy amounts of charitability and assume they're all correct. Even if they are right, it's still not a guarantee, which I point out because Rehab Room not only put up a graphic saying it's genetic, he also said it several times during the video.
This is a brutal BP, guys. Even hard work is genetic. Guys, the more we learn about human anatomy and genetics, the more understanding we have. It turns out that hard work is also genetic. If you are not hardworking, that is fine. Don't blame yourself. Because guess what? Even hard work is genetic.
I will caveat and say that he does spend about half a second at the beginning saying that this is not a guarantee, and later he says it's only one study, but he insists that hard work is genetic so many times that nobody in the audience is going to remember that he initially introduced doubts. I didn't until I had watched the video multiple times. It doesn't matter if you give the disclaimer of, there's doubt in this, if you just end up saying there's no doubt in it a bunch of times later in the video. Last but not least, I do happen to know that psychological traits that are measured by the Big 5 aspects test like conscientiousness can change with age. By the way, just for familiarity, the Big 5 aspects test is that survey that Jordan Peterson promotes all the time. Maybe this will help some people stay on the same page here, but more importantly, the researchers note that conscientiousness, as in the trait that Rehab Room was relating to hard work, can change with age. It's right there in the study, Rehab. Seriously, how does this happen every time? We have Ludwig, Noah Samson, Ethan is online, Illymation, and now Rehab Room, making mistakes that are easy to not make if they just read the shit they were citing.
That's because they don't read. Rarely any even read. If they read, they wouldn't have these problems. But also, reading wouldn't allow them to lie to their audiences. That's half the problem. That's why we keep hearing and saying the same argument. They decide, oh, this is all I gotta do. I ain't gotta go any further than this. And they don't fucking compact it in their head to figure it out. Either because they don't give a shit, or they don't want to give a shit. Either answer, it's annoying shit.
You don't even have to think or have a background in the field, they just tell you. They also tell you multiple times in the study that these things are just related and they're not a guarantee. And when you say over and over again that hard work is genetic, when the study doesn't say that, it makes you look stupid. That's why you should have a more reserved opinion when you cover this stuff, so you don't unintentionally mislead your audience. So we have a study that says there are strong genetic correlations to conscientiousness, or what Rehab Room defines as hard work, but the study barely does anything to determine if environmental factors were what was actually affecting levels of conscientiousness, probably because doing so would be prohibitively expensive or impossible to study. And for the most part, this is why I hate these kinds of studies in the biological sciences. They are dog shit, and yet people keep doing them. They keep taking complex factors that we have nowhere near the technology to investigate and try to break them down into something that's cheap and easy to study, but has a very large possibility of being inaccurate.
Or to giving people very, 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 very bad advice that leads to them having even worse outcomes, and then being embarrassed that they took advice from people who would lead them astray the way that they did. Both of them are fucking horrible.
I know this is how drugs are made, but drugs fail or don't do what they're supposed to all the time. And more importantly, drugs go through clinical trials before there's any policy recommendation, whereas plenty of influencers will say the most wild shit based on a random study that says something like, material A increases material B, therefore material A makes you live longer, ignoring the fact that there are like 20 other materials or factors that affect material B, as well as affect longevity. Nutrition scientists do this shit constantly, and it is very frustrating. It's so frustrating that I'm going to show a coffee enthusiast explaining why this kind of science is mostly dumb.
So someone made a video saying, skip coffee because it will cause you to spike your cortisol and therefore put on body fat. And he makes the point that first part is true, coffee spikes cortisol, but if you actually look at the randomized control trials, that isn't what you see.
If we take people and we have them take caffeine or drink coffee and all other things are equal, do they gain body fat? No, they do not. In fact, sometimes the opposite happens.
And his argument is, what you've got here is a single mechanism.
You find a mechanism, a specific hormone, and you say, ooh, this raises that hormone. That means you're going to get this downstream effect. Outcomes are not just a single mechanism. Usually, whole body outcomes are the accumulation of hundreds, if not thousands of mechanisms all occurring at the same time. That actually...
Well, true, that also comes down to the Mike. I finally learned what that guy's name was and remembered it. Mike Menzer. Mike Menzer Fitness Training. Sidebar. One of the things that you're taught when you are going into the gym, you are asked your goals. One of the things that we actually asked Alabaster, we asked Wheezy, myself and Sar, we asked her for advice for when Justar and I were looking at gyms, was for the particular outcome that we wanted. And at the time, I couldn't remember his name, but I brought up to her the opinion that I wanted about my own routine and the Mike Menzer methodology, which is, you're not going to the gym to lift to show off how many sets you can do and how many reps you can do, or how heavy the weight you can lift is to set PRs. You go into the gym as an intelligent weightlifter, you do the amount of reps necessary to failure, and then you rest to create the biological response for growth. If you apply this to the dating methodology would be the exact same. You're not going out to the bar to go hit on skeezers to get sex with them. You're not going out to the bar to try and get women to give you sex and trick them into bed with you. You're not going out to a social function to try and snatch somebody's mama. You are going out to build the skills of talking to people. You're going to talk to people. You're going to learn how to talk to people. And you are building the necessary skills to achieve that outcome without any of the problems that usually befall most people that refuse to do the alternative. Because the alternative choice is to say that there's no way for you to make an outcome for yourself, there's no way for you to lead to better outcomes for yourself and other people, and there's no way to have a perspective about yourself, the situations you put yourself in, because how could you even achieve it? The easy answer is it's easy to achieve. But you have to have the right mentality. This is advice that I'm actively forcing myself to take in the worst ways possible when it comes to me and how I communicate from certain games and in certain games. Because I don't like being angry when I play video games, and I also don't like complaining and kvetching about nothing in video games. But half the time, most of the players I have on my team are dog shit. And I shouldn't allow things like that to control my emotional outcome. And so, applying the same logic and the same advice that I would give to other people to myself, as any coach would, as any person who does anything educational would, clearly, if there are other people who can get a better result, there must be something that I am metaphysically doing on the research and intelligence level. So intelligently, if the outcome that I want is I want to date to marry, I need to go out in the world and build the social skills necessary to facilitate that outcome. So what he's saying isn't incorrect. The problem is that if you take this advice in itself, isolated in perpetuity of any of the other advice you could give yourself, you will end up with the perspective that the reason you're getting an outcome is because of something else rather than the multiple levels of interconnection that exists in the marketplace. So, this would be the levels test. Bring up the levels test real quick. Levels version 3. Levels v3 home math. Yes, it's levels tests, and then the realization level. Open image. Open image, this one's a big one. And open image. So, when we're talking about the matter of perspective and how you apply this to conversational skills, these are the things that we're talking about. This is zones, this isn't the levels, this isn't the comparison tests. But if what you want is you want to go into relationships to think about how you're going to communicate to people, you need to think about, this is actually 4.5 of zones, you need to think about how you do these things and how you communicate as a man and how you communicate as a woman for what your outcomes are. And the same thing about your developmental levels, this is a lot more, also needs to build up, because you have to understand the developmental level that you're trying to get to, the spiral dynamics level, and how these things apply. If you operate on level 1 through 4, I do what I want. I do what I want because I try to avoid danger, and I seek my own investment and my own pleasure. I do things because I want my outcomes, and fuck everybody else. And I do things to dictate things, but I do things because I want to keep up with the Jones. I don't want to achieve getting to level 5, into level 6, and then into the split of level 7, where you go from being a diplomat to being self-conscious, to being an achiever, to being an individualist, and then eventually reaching the autonomous level of a strategist, which relatively the amount of people who get there is 5%, next to the asymptote of nearly 1%. You're going to try to be at levels 1 through 4 your entire life. And regardless of your mental state and your mental capacity, you will never get the outcome you want. Because if you're dating to meet people, and you're telling yourself you're not like your friends get better success than you, this is where you will go, this is where you go wrong. And then you take that advice that you get that is dumbed down from people who don't know how to look at the research and don't know how to look at the graph and don't know how to visualize it on the graph, which is why I'm using home math. Not because I can't visualize it myself, but because these are the tools you need to be able to have to get shit achieved. You have to have these levels of, what's the word I want to use in this situation? It's not social cohesion. That's for the other charts. You need to have this level of autodoctation? I'm going to use autodoctation. Those who have no idea what autodoct is, I'm going to put that on the screen for you. Autodactic is actually a word. Autodidact. self-taught. You have to be willing to do the steps to achieve this level of thought, to then apply this to your life, to change yourself. Knowing the information, remembering it, understanding it, and applying it is not the only things you need. Most people think that this is what makes you smart, and this is what also they think makes you successful. You also have to do steps 4 through 6. You need to analyze it, understand the reason why that is. You need to then be able to synthesize new information from the information and details that you're learning from. And then you have to be able to evaluate yourself to then return back to level 1. Because you can't just decide, oh, that's a mechanic I already learned about society. I learned it. Women give babies. That means they exist to give me dick. Come here, woman. Come here, women. I know what you need. That's not how the world works. Granted, he's talking about one thing. I'm talking about another. And both I and Think Before You Sleep are trying to get you to not be single. If you go in with the mentality of women are easy, they are whores, you're going to fail. If you go in with the mentality of women are complicated, but they all want one thing, you are going to fail. If you go in with the philosophy that women are complicated and that they are unique creatures, but men are all the same, including myself, there's only one thing that I want, when you know for a fact that's not what you want, and that's if you're being honest with yourself. If you only want one thing from women, congratulations, you are a self-actualized individual. You're a selfish individual, but you're a self-actualized individual who's not lying to yourself anymore. But if you say that to yourself and you know you're not doing everything possible to achieve your best outcomes, you are going to have faulties. You're not going to be successful. Understanding the information is secondary to comprehending the information and then being able to explain the information to somebody else. Let me see if I can find that whole math chart. I'm looking for a certain chart. Is it the hierarchy game? It's probably hierarchy. Hierarchy. I seem to not be able to find it. Oh, wait, found it. Who is a 10? I labeled it as something other than what it actually is. Kappa. This one is sideways, so I have to scroll through this. However, I should be allowed to rotate this. Can I rotate this, please? Clockwise? Nope, I want it counterclockwise. There we go. This one is a little bit more complex. Okay, I have to do it like that. Okay. The chart itself is called Who is a 10? To read this chart, it requires you to follow this from its whole part. But the basis, because I encourage that you look at this yourself if you've never seen these charts before. Homath is probably one of the few people who's able to visualize and rationalize in a visual quantitative model what helps you be able to understand things. This chart works very simple ways. The simplicity of this chart is that there are lines. There are lines that help you to understand what is happening. The lines that apply to men aren't the same to women. I have to read this sideways, so bear with me, chat. Up here, men do direct competitions and open public contests. Women like playing nice and are self-protective, not because women are nice and are protective of society and other people and their emotions, but because they do social games in private. They want things to be equal, they want things to be fair. But a person who is at the top doesn't need to do social hierarchical games towards the bottom. And this, of course, is representative of the people who exist all the way in what they would consider to be on the bottom. So this would be a 1, the male on the bottom in red, and this would be a 1, the female on the bottom with the 2 kids next to her. From the high to low status, from a 7 speaking to a 3 to 5. This would be high to low comparisons. The idea there is that when you say, as a woman, to another woman, you're a 10, you don't have to do any effort. You don't have to put in work. What the woman who is above you, who does put in enough work to be considered above you, is telling you, continue being stupid. He wrote here, stay acting stupid. The low to high comparison of a woman who would say to a woman who clearly is more attractive than her is that you are a 10, meaning I am almost a 10. I can be like you if all I do is keep telling myself that I can be more attractive. While the woman tells the woman who's underneath her the same advice is, bitch, you will never be me, you can never be me, I will ensure that you will never be me, and as long as you continue to pretend that you need to play this social game instead of being more persnicketous about your outcomes and about your desires, I will always win and you will always lose. Comparatively, across the line from each other, you can have people of equal level. This right here, the 2 red lines going across, this represents the 5s talking to the other 5s. If people have bad perspectives and bad outcomes and bad mentalities, granted I would say 5 out of 5s would not be this, but this is Homath's chart. In his comparison, everybody else that is above average is statistically over here and situationally up here. The 6 to 8s. And then you have your 9s and 10s. These 2 people have bad perspectives and bad outcomes for each other. So one person says, I'm a nice woman, I'm a nice guy, but towards the other gender, they say, bro, this is an incel. Bro, this is a skank. This is where your femcells and your incels come in. And we already know what my opinion about those people are. On the other end of the spectrum, up into the yellow zone, you've got people that can be capable of collectively agreeing, damn, all of these people are collectively attractive. She is a 10. She is a 10. She is a 10. Both the men here, here, and here can understand, I'm a 1, she is a 10, she is attractive. Compared to, I'm gonna marry a baseball player, and that's just some outfielder, neither. But 2 kids. And not conventionally attractive. Puts in no effort, puts in no work. There's a color chart at the bottom that tells you what the outcome of these things are. So for example, the high to low 10 example is colored in cyan teal to represent sabotage. Because women absolutely sabotage women. Absolutely. Beauty standards, patriarchal beauty standards, is a good example of this. Who the fuck cares about what patriarchy tells you to do to yourself if you know you do it because you like it? You don't need to ever consider and think about that. Because who is comparing you? Is it men or is it women? Men never told women that you have to put cake makeup on your face. We like an all-natural look. All-natural look doesn't mean no makeup. It means minimal. Enhance the beauty that's already there. Meanwhile, the ones that are over there are self-sabotaging themselves with a little bit of self-inflation, going off his color chart, a little bit of accusation, and a lot of sabotage. And sometimes, occasionally, a lot of tearing down. Because if you tear down a person, you can get ahead of them. If you pull a woman down by her ankles who's considered a 10, and you wreck her life and make her an 8, you can socially pass her if you take that from her and make yourself a 10. This is what people do with these studies. This is what people do with this information. They try to conflate themselves of being higher than they actually are without maintaining realism. Realistically, if you want to change somebody's perspective, the best way and the best kind of content creator that goes about doing this is Homath. Because he's capable of reminding you about what the actual details look like. But he doesn't just say what these things are. The system itself works through itself, not because he says so, but because he is an actual life coach. He understands the numbers. It's why often, when there's something that I don't understand, I accidentally brushed my screen cap button. When there's shit that I don't understand, I don't try to go off the data heuristics by myself alone. I can read the data, but I call Aiden. if I need help with it, because Beck knows the numbers. I trust her to know the numbers, and I also trust her to give me videos on the numbers. Most people would probably fall asleep to her videos, but I do not. And the information that she gives is the actual details of what these guys are quoting to you. Now, most of us don't know how to read these things. This is why HOMAF's charts are the best, because it's very easy to read them. Because this right here, this one, spin this back around the right way. 180 degrees, and then counterclockwise. There we go. Because this chart, this is a chart that you see in a textbook. Meanwhile, this chart, it's easier to understand, and it's probably something that should be used in a chart, but this is also something that was created by him. Simplified, to be exact. AQAL, which is the all-quadrant, all-level map of reality, was created by Ken Wilber, but it was been simplified for HOMAF's purposes to understand what it is he's talking about and where it is he's coming from. And me using it is to define and give example visually, so that you're not just hearing me say words, you visually understand what I'm trying to communicate to you. And then, zones is actually a meaningful way to achieve showing you what it is that men have going on inside their head and what women probably have going on inside their head, and how you should communicate these things if you're being honest versus if what you're just looking for is your outcome. And then, of course, finally, Who is a 10, the status game between men and women, and how we seek statuses differently in society, for you to understand how people perceive each other and how you should perceive yourself on that scale. Because there is a scale, and you're being rated on it. Should you care about the scale? Yes. If you don't care, no. But you should care. Because that scale is what's going to lead to your outcomes. You can't ignore the scale. Whatsoever. At all. You can't. But perspectives in reality. Not many people like having it. Not many people like doing it. Finishing the video, because we are at 6:24, which means we will be able to start Dustborn. We're almost done. It's like another 10 minutes, which means another 5 minutes.
Results and outcomes.
And so you can't just pull one mechanism and expect it to sort of directly produce a certain outcome in the world of biology.
It's actually even worse than that. Here's part 2.
The thing about mechanisms is you can just totally cherry pick them. I'll give you an example. Adenosine, mentioned earlier on, well, genuinely, it increases hair growth and hair thickness. And so if coffee does cause you to have higher levels of adenosine in the blood, then drinking coffee should give you a fuller, thicker head of hair. Clearly ridiculous. Or is it? The message of this whole video is be skeptical of simple mechanisms impacting complex kind of outcomes.
So with all that said, I really just don't like how demoralizing black pill creators are. I very much think they're taking a bunch of average people who have low self-esteem, but actually aren't that bad, and making their self-esteem far worse by telling them that most women hyper-focus on things that they don't actually hyper-focus on. Sure, appearance is important, but rehab will have you thinking that if you're not a Chad, then you should just give up because your life is over.
How do you see this facial expression, this cringing out of my mind face being given to you, and you can still keep doing this? Bro, just sit on your behind and play some video games. That is what you gotta do. That would be a lot more productive. And look at his bio. Oh, life is all about creativity. No, brother, you have been sold a lie. Life is all about looks, ain't about creativity. Which you had to find out the hard way. He's in the...
See? If you go with the perspective of there's no point to life, there's no reason for me to do anything, I should always be disappointed, there's never going to be a better outcome for me, this is what I have to work with, I'm cooked permanently, oh, whoa, then there's no reason for you to ever try, you should just give up. If it is instead a choice, and you understand the perspective, and you think about what you're working towards and where you're coming from and where you're going, then you don't have this problem. And you're able to successfully reach a better outcome for yourself and for others. If you don't do that, then you're still cooked. and no amount of help will make that achieve impossible.
Rat, he would be better off if he spent that time looking at a wall, looking at a brick wall. He would have saved himself a lot of rejections at least. So guys, this is what I am talking about. How much longer can you keep doing this? This is truly soul crushing, man. I don't know how you can keep doing this.
Geez, this guy Rehab is such a wuss. Z gets a little pushback, and Rehab Room is like, it's over, give up. Give up on your social hobby and switch it for a non-social hobby like gaming. It's moments like this that make it very hard for me to believe that Rehab ever actually tried in his life, considering that he's so fearful of the slightest thing going wrong. For example, how do you get a good job if you're this afraid of rejection? Also, keep in mind, I found this during my research as well, but Z is a beginner at this and he's only had 3 weeks of training in photography, so of course he sucks. How is he supposed to become good if he doesn't experience failure? Does Rehab not see how he's giving toxic advice? Now, I will say that during all of my time watching Black Pill content, one of the most confusing videos I've watched was this one called How to Unlose Yourself in Your 30s, where Rehab tells people to looks max, talks about how to get a good job that pays well, and talks about how to prevent balding, which is great. I will add that if you started losing your hair, get on medical treatment and medical therapy immediately. But this was the most confusing video of his that I've seen. I also saw this moment where Rehab talks about how he used to be an alcoholic and gave advice on how to quit drinking. So despite all the really depressing messaging, I began to think that maybe he's actually trying to help people. Then I began to think more about Black Pill creators in general, and the reasoning behind why Black Pill creators like DBDR were popular in that community, and why so many people watch the I'm a 35-year-old virgin videos. I think it's because hearing other people's stories about how they're going through the same things makes them feel better. Rehab Room...
More or less. Suffering together rather than suffering alone. Truly does matter.
Has some pretty awful and resentful takes, but I'm actually shocked that he hasn't fallen into complete malevolence, considering that he doesn't like his family and seems to not have friends or have been in a relationship. It's also shocking that despite the research blunders and low-effort fact-checking, he does seem to genuinely be trying to make his channel successful and puts a decent amount of work in, and his viewership is really high for a channel with only 20,000 subscribers. With that into consideration, I will say that if Rehab is trying to help people, then this is not the way to go about it. It's one thing to tell a relatable personal story or expose a grifter, but at the same time, if people like Rehab are making statements like, the black pill saves lives, but are constantly saying give up or you can't change things that matter, then they're going to push a lot of people into ending themselves, especially if his channel gets bigger. It's something to think about because instead of your message having the intended effect of helping people accept their lot in life, you could end up harming them. For example, stuff like this is terrible advice.
But I know what people say. Or be honest and own up to your mistakes like a real man. No, you have to blame something or someone else. Never acknowledge criticism. I am always setting things up so that I can deflect to others if there's a problem down the line. Hey man, it is not my fault. I don't QA team. What are they getting paid for if I am gonna do this as well, you know? Again, you cannot do this if you are caught red-handed. This is why how you do this matters. If you try to blame others and people can tell it is a blatant lie, then you are gonna lose credibility. And by the way, I am not telling you to lie to yourself. The difference is this, and this is important. Internally take notes and don't repeat it again. Internally acknowledge and try to see what you did wrong.
He's relaying something that he learned from the 48 Laws of Power, which was in a section that was obviously for people like politicians, that talks about how you can make it so you can manipulate mass groups of dumb people. But putting this kind of thing into practice in your personal life will make people hate you. Everybody knows that guy or that girl who blames their problems on everyone else, and they don't like that person. And it's especially bad in a relationship when someone won't ever take responsibility for mistakes they've made or bad things they've done. I understand that he gave a caveat, but since no one is actually seeing his humility, I can't help but think that this mentality very negatively affects Rehab Room in his personal life when it comes to his family, friends, and potential relationship prospects, and it's why he's not doing well in these areas. It's certainly affecting his content because his entire format is just blaming others for his problems.
True.
Literally nothing is his fault.
One thing that successful people do to gaslight people in tough situations, in unfortunate situations, is running the narrative that it is their bad choices that led them there. They say, oh dude, you just didn't work hard enough. You didn't try enough. because then they can still cling on to their just world fallacy.
Since we're talking about influencing others, I would highly recommend reading this chapter of Robert Cialdini's book that talks about how admitting to and apologizing for mistakes actually makes people trust you more. Obviously, this can be done sociopathically if you're an asshole, but the point is that you're not going to ruin your reputation by admitting to a fault. Now, I get it. Some people are born way less fortunate than others. Some people lose their hair at 19. Some guys grow out to be 5'1". Some people have bad facial features. But the good news is that many unfortunate things people were born with can be fixed by modern technology, and that technology is always getting better. Outside of that, you have to focus on things that you can change, because that will make you feel more in control of your life and make you happier. Contrary to what Rehab Room says, you can change things that matter. It's a lot better to be ugly in a luxury car than it is to be ugly in a shitter car that's 10 seconds away from breaking down. So fight to get a good job. It's a lot better to be ugly with friends than it is to be ugly without friends. Yes, it is possible to socialize, even if you're not a Chad. And last, you can work on your addictions because it's easier to be happy when you aren't a 300-pound guy who drinks every day. But most importantly, your life gets a lot easier if you don't constantly fill up your head with limiting beliefs. As for Rehab, unfortunately I didn't timestamp this, so I don't know where I saw it. But basically I watched him say that if he ever gets a girlfriend, then he's a sellout and not a true black pillar. What?
Kappa, that's Batman mentality. That is Batman Mask of the Phantasm mentality. I didn't account on this. I didn't account on not being an incel. Parents, please forgive me. Oh. Oh.
What kind of shit is that? His obscene dedication to being a true Scotsman for the sake of consistency basically ensures that he will never get something that he very obviously wants deeply. Because based on what he said in the past, the minute he gets a girlfriend, he's a grifter. And also in that same light, if he ever gets successful at YouTube through hard work and merit, then he's a sellout. He spends like half his videos setting up traps for himself that limit his ability to succeed, which is stupid because clearly based on his subscriber to view count, he has the potential to be a big channel. After watching like 30 of his videos, I very much see the outline of a creator who's entertaining enough to be successful, provided that a few things were fixed. Now I don't know the future, but I can't imagine that it's helpful for him to say multiple times that he's a hypocrite if he ever experiences success. Then you have shit like this.
Sometimes the damage is done in life, man. You can looks max, maybe get to a certain looks level, but you will still have that bitterness in you. You will always remember how you were treated before. You will have that jaded feeling inside you. Like, for example, if I had traded looks with that kid at the store all of a sudden, right? Oof, we traded looks. I would still have that corner of darkness calling for me.
This is where the black pill goes wrong, and this is why they need to have a little bit more fucking faith and open themselves. If you always tell yourself that you will never be able to achieve what is very easily capable of being achieved, because look at all these other guys, look at what they have, and look what I don't have. You think I'm ever going to get there? No, I might as well not try. I might as well just slide into the example of becoming a person that's willing to attack other people for little to nothing, for little to no gain whatsoever. You are never going to reach the outcomes that you want in life, and you're never going to be able to reach the goals that you want for yourself, let alone what you want in your life at all. It is really, 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 really bad. It is extremely bad. And yet, that's the red pill. The red pill is you're never going to be there, you're never going to get there, you cannot be able to succeed, you might as well give up, cut your balls off now, become a rapist. You're never going to be better than this. This is your level. You'll never get above this level. But what if I just raise my hand? No, you'll never get above this level. But what if I just straight... No! Tall poppies get cut. Underachieve. Cringe.
That is what happens when you are too late to something, to that place. Sure, I would feed my ego, go bang a different smoke show, different cutie every day, get my ass kissed everywhere I go. But like, I wouldn't be able to turn into him mentally. Wouldn't have that genuine enthusiasm and naivety about life.
As someone who was unsuccessful for a long time and then achieved pretty sizable amounts of success, I can say if you do achieve success, after about 6 months, you'll forget what a failure that you used to be. It's pretty easy to let that stuff go when things are going well for you.
More or less. That's the end of the video. Now we can start the Dustborn ship. But I'll leave my last comment off with this. This is where having an extremely horrible sense of imposter syndrome can absolutely self-sabotage you. If you're not used to having success, when you finally achieve success, you're going to feel like you don't deserve it. And the way that you trick your brain is that if your brain says, no, you don't deserve to be happy, you deserve nothing, you are a shitty loser who will never achieve your outcomes, you trick your brain by saying, okay, but let me be results-oriented. If I can change this number, and this number is higher, the next time I do a self-evaluation, you have to leave me alone. Does this guy really get viewers by wallowing in self-pity? Most red pillars do. Because most red pillars like to have trust and friendship and camaraderie. Because they like to be losers together. Misery loves company. Misery loves company. But what you do is you trick your brain. You want to be results-oriented. Let's use League of Legends or any ELO-based system. Let's say SR level 0 is the bottom of the rung, and SR level 1000 is the next tier above, and 10,000 is the highest tier. If you were to apply the mentality that these guys have to the world, your perspective would effectively be, there is no reason to have a good outcome. There is no such thing as a good outcome. I am a loser. I will never succeed at life. I will never be better than level 0. I will always be level 0. So I might as well rage quit the game and never put in the time to learn how to play better. What you tell yourself is, no, I know that I can be better than Pisslow, and I'm going to demonstrate so. I'm going to give myself 30 days, a week, 5 days, 5 hours to work on a goal. And if I can move the needle from 0 to whatever the final number is, you have to let me do what I want. And you make that devil deal with yourself, you shake on it mentally, and then the next time you self-evaluate, when your perception says, you're not PewDiePie, you might as well give up on YouTube. No. This number is bigger than this number. And I did it in this amount of time. And I gave myself this amount of time. I win. Is it red pill? It's depressing, I call it black pill. Well, now that's the problem with the black pill. The black pill and the red pill are one and the same. The red pillars black pill themselves by giving their money away to grifters like Fresh and Fit and FD Signifier, and are told all you need to do is harass and bully people to feel better about your difference. That's the problem. All of them are giving them bad perceptions. You see these women here in Miami, one of the richest worlds, one of the richest places in existence. These are the women that you want. They're horrible, they're vapid, they're vain, they're sluts, they'll cheat on you, they'll take your money, they'll fuck your friends, they'll fuck your friends' friends, they'll fuck your mama's friends, they'll fuck your mama, they'll fuck your mama and your daddy. But this is what you need to have. This is what you want. This is what real women are. That's what they're telling them on constantly. They're telling them this on constantly. And because they don't have the confidence to just walk out and talk to the woman named Olga that knows what their favorite restaurant meal is at the bar mitzvah factory, they are so terrified of new experiences and lowering their perceptions and their standards for both themselves and the outcomes that they can get, that they perpetually spin a never-ending drain, becoming the drag of society, instead of uplifting themselves by saying, no, I'm better than this. You need people that are willing to tell the hard truth. And the hard truth is, it can be easier. Life is good, but it can be better. And it can be better by having a friend that will put you in your place. That's why I've been on a realism kick. Being realistic helps your mental. Because people are results-oriented. I myself am results-oriented. But I'm results-oriented in realism. It's annoying when people bring up numbers and bring up statistics. I'll give you a perfect example. I'll give you a perfect example. This won't be accurate because I'm using Solinome. But let's use Solinome for Twitch statistics. Let's use Solinome for Twitch statistics, using my channel versus another channel. Of course, I'm using one of the platforms that I don't actively use that much to the point and level in which I should be comparable. But let's just use it on the level of comparison, right? On average, for just Twitch alone, these are the numbers that I have. Now let's just go to any game channel in any game system for terms of views, and let's just pull somebody from Fortnite. If I can get a streamer from Fortnite, please. Let's just use trending. And most watched and most streamed. Just chatting sections. Wonderful. Then let's go to channels. Let's pull Kai Cenat. Single player Carl versus Kai Cenat. You're a loser! You're a loser, Carl! You're a loser! You're not Kai Cenat! You're never gonna be Kai Cenat! You're never gonna improve! Okay, but who said I had to be Kai Cenat? I don't want to be Kai Cenat. I want to be Carl. No! This is what you need to be! This is what you need to do! This is what you need to have! Really? I need to be a guy who can nearly burn his house down? I gotta be a guy who ends up getting things inside of New York City nearly shut down to to a nightmare capacity because he doesn't know how to run a fucking giveaway in public? I gotta be the front standard of the WL community where people are gonna harp on me and my standards no matter what I do. Even if I say, bro, I know nothing about politics, they're gonna come to me and say, as one of the top streamers on the platform, 3rd peak view rank, 3rd average view rank, 1st view rank, and 1st view gain rank, I should compare myself against a 10 when I'm a 3.5 at best on this platform? Nah. I'm going to keep my perspective proper, and I'm not going to do that. And instead of worrying about Kai Cenat's numbers and comparing his numbers, because some random person wanted to make me feel bad and say, but you're an unpopular streamer, unsuccessful, failed, you'll never be someone. What I should be focused on is changing an average view number, because this is inaccurate because I don't always use Twitch after a stream. I usually use YouTube and Twitter, and then I use YouTube and Twitch. Technically, on this side of the Twitch VOD, this would be where I bring up Dustborn. But I've been focusing more on my YouTube than I have on my Twitch, because the platforming of things on Twitch are not good. There is no discoverability on the platform. You have to work on one platform that's already discoverable before the other platform can be relevant and discoverable. But I should be working on bringing up this number, and I should be worried about bringing up this number. I should be worried about the amount of people who come into my streams. How do I convert people who are watching my live streams? How do I bring them in? Having more live streams, for one. Streaming for more hours consistently. Not more hours by I just do 24-hour non-stop streams. 2, a number of 1 viewers, that's not good. I should worry about bringing up the view numbers, finding the games and finding the people that I want to be associated with, and working on the shit that I work on. Because when we look down here, and we're like, this guy is a failed person. No, he's not. He puts in more than enough time and more than enough effort. The kinds of games that I put hours on within the last 365 days is more than most people put in their lifetimes. Let alone on their accounts, let alone on their Twitch channels. And yet, if we were to look at my YouTube numbers, higher. So, the game isn't against me and Kai Cenat. Technically, it is, because we're in the same echo space. If they had to choose between myself and Kai Cenat, who are they going to watch? That's not the number, and that's not the question you need to ask yourself. It needs to be, how am I going to beat the Carl of yesterday as the Carl today? And how is the Carl today going to beat the Carl from 12 weeks from now? That's the comparison you give to yourself to beat your imposter syndrome. And if you apply that to your mentality, you then can apply that to your life. So now, you don't compare yourself against the fact that all your friends are getting married, having babies, and have families. You compare yourself to, Can I get up and spend 8 hours working on a project and be satisfied with the completion of that project? Versus getting up, not spending 8 hours on a project, and then doom-appealing about the fact that I'm a failure because I didn't get anything done today. That's how you win. Carl will be angry. Carl will be motivated. Carl will be motivated. Anyways, now begins the portion of the stream where we're playing Dustborn. Now let me remake this chat message. Answer my wife. Okay. Because come hell or high water, we are finishing this game today, which means come hell or high water, we are going to get this shit done. Here's the link to get into the server. No, it was mostly air. The next time I have to cough up actual phlegm, I'm going to spit it out. All right. Three chapters. Let's get it. It's like walking through thick fog where you stumble into motor holes and pits. True. Battle of Bands. It's the episode where they have a battle of the bands. It's gonna be dog shit. It's gonna be sad. Let me see my clippers on deck. Chicago, Illinois. Get your ass back to school. Back to China, Illinois. Where's my bottle? It's between my legs. That's where it is.
Let's see. We should be right next to...
Those outfits are fucking horrible.
I thought the bar where we were meeting our contact was right here, but...
According to my records, this is the correct stop on the L.
So, exactly how old are your records?
They were last updated 12 years ago. Oh, I see the problem now.
We need to find the Badlands Bar and Grill. I suggest we spread out to cover more ground, but please, pair up, for your safety. Sol and Ophelia should be fine babysitting girl for the evening, but the sooner we're back on the bus, the better.
Wait, are you suggesting we use the...
Buddy system. Yes.
Dude, we're not 6.
It's a proven system.
You say you're not 6, but look at your fucking pants!
If it works for children, it'll probably work.
Do not finish that sentence.
Anyway, let's pair up.
No one's pairing up with anyone.
No? How about we hit the streets and relive our days of Pacifican debauchery?
Do you even have to ask? Now this is a real city. More like Hong Kong than San Francisco.
I don't think we want to make a comparison between Hong Kong and San Francisco, no. I don't think that's what we want to do.
I'd probably tell us Chicago doesn't hold a candle to the Big Apple. I wish we had time to fleece some dirtbag finance bro, or tech industry cokehead while we're here. You know?
Damn, Gnome, that's some great advice. Tell your pregnant, potentially, maybe kind of sort of boyfriend/girlfriend that you should try to rob a guy. You're good people. This is what good people do.
Resurrect our old tag team Voxcons, just for the sheer fuckery of it. You set them up, I knock them down, like the good old days.
Do you wish we were still back there, hustling for a living?
Not a chance, babe. And Pacifica wouldn't be much fun without you. Our little cons require two.
Oh, that reminds me. Before I even do that, 1 second, actually. I forgot something. I need to shit on this game really hard for something that's very important, and it's the prologue section. Instead of putting the prologue of the game in the game, they put it in the form of a fucking comic book. It is actually important that we go through this prologue section, that I make sure we go through this prologue section together, because this is the narrative basis upon which this story is based on. I need to clean my screen. My screen is dirty. 1 second. As I kick my bottle over for the 15th time. Full of the same things that you can't eat. That was not a box. Yes. You're interrupting me. Fuck. Okay. I missed the bottom of the screen. Prologue comic. Boy, am I glad they visited Hong Kong way back in 2016 before he gave it to China. At least the cover looks okay. Should we squint your eyes? Kind of. Yeah, a little bit. Not by a lot, but a little bit. Right, San Francisco, Pacifica, 2030. Psy is showing more skin than they have in the story. With open arms, sorry, looking at the billboard of Pacifica with open arms, with celebrating refugees. That billboard is just a big screw you to everyone in this building. Heck of a thing to wake up to. I don't even notice it anymore. I really need to get out of here. Count me out. I'm staying in. I'm in the zone today. Wherever we even go. I don't mean go out. I mean get the hell out of Pacifica. Oh yeah, sure, when you have a plane and passports, count me in. I understand what you meant, babe, but where would we go? After seceding from the Union, California transformed itself into a technocratic corporatocracy. Yeah, they would do that. Cede from the Union? Fuck no. They claimed that they'd cede from the Union. They'd have to get kicked out of the Union first. But California transforms itself into a technocratic corporatocracy. What did VSChat Studios mean by this? Anywhere that's not here, there must be somewhere for folks like us, outsiders, outcasts, anomals, and I'll do anything to get there. Anything. Next day, your UU delivery's here, you're late. I'm not tipping for cold feud. Use of Vox, you never paid. Man, I thought I already paid in the app. That's what they all say. Anomals like Pax and her friends use Vox to mess with people's heads. This is not you messing with people's heads. This is you actively using your abilities to cheat people, honest, good people, or general assholes, out of their money because you don't like them. That's what that is. So, already off the top, the character of Pax defines herself as a person who's willing to fuck over anyone for anything and anyone, anywhere, at any time, for any outcome she wants, as long as it gets her what she wants. So on that scale, on that graph of realization, of self-actualization, she would be at a level 4. She is self-interested, and she only does things in the interest of getting what she wants. Realistically, she's actually lower than that. She's on a level of a 1 while behaving on the level of a 4. Yu, we're always hiring. A horrible perspective to have. Fuel the engines of distribution. Our bustling warehouses provide the arena. You bring the game. No diploma? No problem. Attention to detail is your superpower, and Yu is your launching pad to greatness. Become the superhero of deliveries. Formal education is never a prerequisite for joining our team. Just bring your wheels, passion, and dedication, and we'll provide the cape. It feels great to serve the greater good. You can deliver joy nationwide. No degree, no worries. At UU, everyone gets a shot. If you're willing to do the work, you'll find a haven of opportunity where dedication to duty is rewarded with loyalty and love. Let UU become your family. Apply today at uuco.co. In the perspective of the world, evil bureaucratic technocracy in California just sounds like the nightmare scenario of the gig economy that already exists. However, removed from the context of this world, UU sounds like an amazing company that you'd want to work for. Period. They give you opportunity, they give you outcomes, they're willing to work with you as long as you're willing to do the work that they ask for, and they are not going to judge you for not having a degree. Now, does that mean that you should be fucked up because of the ghetto economy? Probably not. Because, of course, any corporation could say this. And we all know what they were saying when they said this, so we ain't gotta ask. They are clearly making a riff on Amazon. Meanwhile, inside a warehouse, working for, apparently all of them work for UU. In a warehouse, working for UU, Sai uses her Vox to pull strenuous objects. So, rather than one of the people who have the ability to convince people to do shit, she uses her abilities to try and make her job better. But the consequences of using her Vox like this is that she overpowers the pulling apparatus on the lazy citizen organizer. She ends up hitting the ground with a thunk because it is seen by Supervisor Vought. She then destroys the Supervisor Vought, and she gets fired because she destroyed the object and breaking shit inside the UU's facility. Technically, in any other story, this would be a story of a person trying to find ways to make a living with their superpowered abilities. So already, your first prologue should have been a simulation of the lives these girls are living. I'm going to default to saying girls, because even though they try to make Gnome look like a they-them, it's literally a British woman with a queer accent. Of how these girls are living. They did not do this, they instead put it in comic book format. Then later that night, I got fired again. I can't do this anymore. I can't bounce from gig to gig for minimum wage. I'll do anything to get out of here. I hear you. I'm tired of scamming rich people for pennies. What I'm hearing is tonight we party. Then they go do karaoke. I can't believe you convinced us to do karaoke again. So played out. You should sing your stuff, Pax. Are you suggesting getting the band back together? For that, we need a lead guitarist, not just a drum machine, whatever the heck you play. Don't you dare badmouth the guitar, babe. Later, she's partying, like all black women are known to party. It's just this. Apparently, the way that women dance in clubs all the time, with glasses like that, is they dance like this, which is weird. They get bumped by a guy. Guy says, "Hey, watch it." Clearly, the correct reaction is to use your vox on this man. I have to assume it's a man. They make them look like a roided out freak. Roided out freaks are men who approach women from behind. Use your vox on the man. Fuck with his head and say people think he's weak. And then immediately walk up behind him. Use your vox to gaslight him. She never said that. You need to get your hearing check. A case of rope-a-dope. These are people who want to get out of the technocracy. So they use their abilities on people randomly in bars and clubs instead of just moving away from the scenario and removing themselves from danger. These are the heroes of your story. Well played, babe. One day this shit is gonna misfire, I'm telling you. Yes. Much later, talk about potential mistakes. Okay, let me have this, okay? It's cathartic. She paints over the poster, tagging it. They have in their stand-in for Kamala Harris in the form of Medina Castillo, 2031. We've had enough. The American Republic deserves more. It's time to wake up and end the tyranny. Join the awakening. Medina Castillo for president. I need something worthwhile with my fucking life, or I might as well crawl under a rock and die. Nothing will ever change. Justice, the American Republic's authoritarian law enforcement and military division, responsible for maintaining domestic order and control, will never cede power, no matter who's president. So you're saying there's no point in even trying. What did we just come from talking about? See, there's a reason I did this before this. Everywhere you look, you will find defeatist rhetoric inside the works of progressives, and inside the work of progressive left-leaning channels, and sometimes even right-leaning channels, and sometimes even apolitical channels. And here, we can see it clearly in the fucking player characters. Before they've even gone on the journey they're supposed to be going on to soul search and find themselves as they escape to freedom. I don't know, dude. I'd rather do something than nothing, and maybe one someday we'll get to go home again. I'm not sure I want to go home. I just want to get off this continent. September 15th, 2030. Pax is in bed with Gnome. And Gnome is confirmed to, I guess, have a sleeper body. Let's see here. See you tonight. Yes, this is Jacob. So this must have been the day that she got impregnated, because this is September 15th, and the majority of the actions before the operation happen in October. So she's 1 month pregnant. Because 15th, I believe the current game session is on October the 18th. So she's 1 month pregnant with Jacob's baby after Netflix and chilling at the hotel, at his crib. After already Netflix and chilling and getting back together with Gnome in their place. Insanity, dude. In fucking sanity. So she was already a hoe! She was already a hoe! Jacob is the baby daddy of the unborn child that she's pregnant with in the story. He is the neurologist and linguistics person who teaches Pax that she can be able to create new memes using her meme device. What you doing, babe? We gotta stop doing this. Last time was supposed to be the last time. Whatever. You say that. Whatever you say. There's a reason this keeps happening. No. We need to break out of this. Not just this, all of this. And I might know how. We're all miserable in Pacifica, but I may have something. It's crazy, it's risky, it could get us killed, but could also give us a one-way ticket out of this hellhole. What are we doing here? You're about to find out in 5 minutes. Theo. I asked you to keep it discreet. This is discreet. Theo, meet Theo. We have common acquaintances, and he has a proposition. A job, a gig, well, a heist. You know how it's interesting how they make him look a lot more attractive here in the comic than they actually do make him look attractive in the game? It's crazy. A heist? Who the fuck are you, Danny Ocean, and where the fuck are we supposed to do this so-called heist? Who the fuck is this guy, Pax? Just hear him out, okay? Let's go for a drive. Purity Pacifica. Heavily fortified corporate city, state of the Puritans. It's literally just fucking Los Angeles combined with New York with technocratic autocrat shit. Previously, Castle Rock State Park, a former tech giant turned religious cult. So, let's assume it's based out of Apple and Microsoft. Microsoft and Amazon, and then Apple, become a technocratic society that forces everybody to look like they belong inside of a film made by Zapruder, with the skyline and the attention of a glorified fucking corporate park. Corporate park meaning the places where you see a bunch of businesses gathered inside of a giant building with other buildings. Yeah. And then they hint to this here in the prologue. So when we got to that section in the last chapter talking about what happened in the raid, they teaser it in the prologue. And then they have the character breakdowns of the personalities. And these are where the screen caps for their character profiles come from. And then a breakdown of the Puritans. The Overseer, the Herald, and the Adjunct are only introduced starting here based on the fact that they are characters that you'll encounter in the raid. But you'll only see them for as much as they're shown in the art and then in the encounter in Chapter 4. And we haven't even met the Herald yet, technically. The Herald was inside of a vision that came from the stillness. Whereas Overseer as a character and the Adjunct as a character are the only ones we've technically directly met. The Puritans, a fundamentalist, technocratic, corporate conglomerate, headquartered in the independent city-state of Purity Pacifica. They seek to transcend human form and reach enlightenment through a marriage between the physical and the metaphysical, between flesh and data, led by the chief executive overseer, who rarely leaves the chancel, the most protected and elite part of Purity, where only executive-level Puritans are allowed to walk. More game art, and then the end of the cover. So literally the character of every single person here starts from the basic position of we are selfish and we want to hurt people. We are selfish and we want what we want. We are selfish and we want to get out of here. Pax's opinion and Pax's perspective is I will fuck over anybody I want. Gnome's perspective is what I would say. Gnome's perspective is I really want to rob somebody. Sai's perspective, most reasonable, is man, me and my super strength, I can't really make much of it, and I keep getting fucked over from jobs non-stop. Hey, person that can control people's actions and person who can get people to give them money for free, can we help improve our life? Can we improve our life standards? No, but you know what we can do? We can potentially risk ourselves on the chance of a booty call, and that's how the story starts. That's where the story begins from. That's why the story starts in medias res. Literally what Balser just said. They're millennial fucking fail daughters who are this close from becoming murder hobos. And the only reason the plot happens is because Pax is fucking the linguist. That's That's the only reason it happens. Jacob gives her money as a part of the gig to learn about the proto-language from an anomal. She, from her background, where she came from, learns about how she could potentially use the meme and do the job to make money for her new life. Before she leaves, she hooks up with Jacob, then discovers she is pregnant. She's already pissed positive. She knows she's with child. She has no confusion about the question and example, because she's already referencing the situations and stories and people as kid. She's already referencing the unborn baby before anything happens, before fucking chapter 1 is concluded. Technically, that's where they technically begin the reveal, by having her throw up in the fucking toilet. Everything follows through because of Pax's decisions and choices to be selfish. And as I leave the room to go do the thing that I need to do, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes-ish, I ask you, what the fuck did Red Thread mean by this? Truly, we all want to return to being pregnant migrants trying to get across the country in the way that only a few of us know how. I need a better color than orange. Okay, I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm not done! Okay. Okay. Have to redo the opening section again. Hopefully no distractions.
Now this is a real city. More like Hong Kong and San Francisco. Although, Sa'd probably tell us Chicago doesn't hold a candle to the Big Apple. I wish we had time to fleece some dirtbag finance bro, or tech industry cokehead while we're here. You know?
It was fun. And it put food on the table.
I can't lie. It was always part of the attraction. I made a good team. Like Robin Hood and his merry men. And twice as sexy.
Wake up, sheeple.
Alright, got our first wake up sheeple line.
That guy over there.
I know. He lights up like a chandelier in a ballroom.
Yeah, that guy's just poor.
Wake up, sheeple. The end is coming. Disciples, doomed. What am I saying? It's all just lies. The world's not ending. Canada isn't trying to corrupt us. Canadians are nice people. This city's not good for me.
Disinformation is so corrupt that it causes people to literally say delusional shit that the moment you take the delusion out of their head, they return to being normal people. What is the disinformation in this situation? We already know the answer to that. And what is a nice person, a reasonable person in society? We do not need to elaborate on this. They just told us what they think it is.
No! Why did I think they were out to get me? That's just paranoid. Not everything's about me. God, I've got to get some sleep.
Delusional people are crazy to the point that they believe everyone is out to get them. And they're self-centered. They just need to remember, it's not about you. The talking points of the arguments write themselves. Trying to find batteries.
I got something you might like. Best look out for the cops, lady. They're everywhere. And you folks look conspicuous. All the noise around the new Lady Justice is in a bad mood. The President's goon squad's fighting the rising tides of change. Anyway, just trying to make a living selling music here. My own stuff and other people's. I make killer mixtapes. This tape's got it all, man. Death metal, rap, spoken word, neo-psychedelica, K-pop, and orchestral interludes. Just 20 bucks. Bargain. The revolution begins with art, probably ends in flames.
Tell me why he looks like Empty Signifier if he became a crack addict. I'm not even fucking lying. Damn it. In order to do this, I usually have to hold down control, but if I hold down control, you can't see it. I need him to angle his face. That'll do. Ew. No. That'll technically do. Technically, because I have to do it fast. Why is this picture so fucking big? Not even capping. Not even capping. I'm not even capping. And now we have to ask ourselves, does Red Thread Studio know who Signifier is? Was this done as a homage? And should he sue? I'd sue. I'd be fucking pissed if I looked like this shit. He's not beating the allegations. He's not beating the allegations. Why is his profile picture so unflattering? Technically, this profile picture, this one, was drawn for him by somebody. Whereas the other one is what he actually looks like. The other pictures of him are not flattering. I can tell you that right now. In fact, I ain't gotta tell you. I can show you. Here are all the pictures that can be made of him talking with other people. He doesn't change his hair. He doesn't groom his face. He just stays looking like this. This is what he looks like. All the time. The few times where he goes out and he looks different, he looks like this in public. But this is what he looks like. He is permanently here. He is permanently stuck in the upright position of looking like that. How is he in the game? How the hell is Bofo in the game? True, Struggler. You did answer your own question. That's what I'm wondering if it's an actual nod. I don't know. I don't think I want to know.
Hey, we know what you are, and we...
Just keep walking. I don't want any trouble.
We're not trying to cause trouble. We know because I'm the same. I know some special words.
You shouldn't be talking about this out in the open. Justice got ears, you know. But, yeah. My slam poetry has some real slam to it. You feel me? That's why I don't do live gigs no more. Too dangerous. Last time it got explosive.
Me and my friends, we're leaving the city tonight. Friends, as in compatriots. Equally talented individuals seeking a new life elsewhere. Safe from this.
No, I'm good.
You're good?
Couldn't pay me to leave. Man, I grew up here. My people are here. I can't go nowhere else. And it's not like I'll be safer anywhere else. Folks like us, we're hunted wherever we go. Better stay put and fight for what we have than run forever. You know? But thanks for the invite. Us, deviants, gotta look out for our own. Peace and love there. And hey, take the mixtape. The gift. One freak to another.
I have received the Nasty Funkadelics mixtape.
Just look out for the cops, lady. They're everywhere. And you folks look conspicuous. With all the noise around, the new Lady Justice is in a bad mood. The President's Goon Squad...
What do you think of that?
What? Politics? I couldn't give a flying fuck who's in charge. I hear the changes.
What was that? What was I thinking? No one's stealing my thoughts. That's crazy. Look, I'm sorry. I'm just having a bad day, okay?
Stereotypical Asian white guy. You got some decent art here, at least. Vital Bites is your all-in-one meal solution, designed to deliver everything your body needs in a single convenient cup. Hello, Rondo. Some decent art here for Bingo Cola. Scan Crypto 1 Watch to Vend. Piggy Pickles Cookies. Warm, fresh, and delicious. Step right up and treat yourself to the best cookies in town. Choose your favorite flavors. Classic chocolate chip, oatmeal raisin, peanut butter, sugar cookie, and snickerdoodle. In just moments, your warm, fresh cookie will be ready. A single cookie? A single cookie? Out of a convenience drop? Lord knows what the fuck this is. Oh look, another Betty's. Poor people, poor people. Normal poor people. Let's look at some of these storefronts. Wholesome Foods Mini Mart. It's literally just fucking shelves, which are empty. Quarter Quest. An arcade. It actually looks like it has different games in here. No. You've got Dragon Quest. Raze. Baseball Blitz. Super Racing. Change machine. No, they're the same ones. I'm wrong. They're the same ones.
Bar's not high, Jennings. Like you've ever voted in your life.
Will you dumb fuck shut up and change the channel? Will you dumb fuck shut up and change the channel already? The game's about to start, and I've got money on it.
We're just magistrate justice not endorsing Preston Ward. One nation, one leader. Neon tattoo. The picture of a male mermaid. Forget me not. And the bite bunker. Your last bastion of connectivity. Is this supposed to be a shout out to old 90s developed fatbacks, or is this what equivalently is considered to be a PC cafe?
Best look out for the cops.
Another Betty's Diner Express. Open 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. Laundromat. Signages. The bar. A PC service center that is on top of the bite bunker. Holographic signage. Another tattoo express parlor.
Robots. That's new. It should be easy to retrain, no? Or at least reprogram.
Do you know that Henry back there?
That weird loser who keeps bothering me? No thanks, hun. He's like totally obsessed with me. I can't blame him, but like chill, do you know what I mean? Anyway, welcome to Betty's 2.0. We're talking a whole new concept with an urban vibe. Unfortunately, we're about to close, but please stop by again in the morning for a duck liver mousse brioche breakfast bun.
Always be cautious.
Crazy.
Eyes open.
Where's the Henry?
See something out of the ordinary?
Apparently there is no Henry.
See something out of
Got no station
Nope.
to call my own. Got no Betty waiting for me at home. Hope the kids don't miss me too much when I'm gone, 'cause I think I was meant to be alone. Just me and my sad, sad song.
Hello, Henry.
Oh, don't talk to me. I don't even deserve the name, seeing as I have no standard energy station to call my own anymore. They shut it down and told me to scram. Just leave me to my misery, please.
Doomer Robot. And his wife has been made into a skank.
Say something to your friendly neighborhood justices.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're watching.
Never forget the disorder.
Oh no, not a black woman having a mental health crisis.
Eyes in the walls, in the sky, in the sewers.
Justice for all.
Don't let them monitor you. Cameras, computers, cars, vacuum cleaners.
Vacuum cleaners. Vacuum cleaners. Cameras, computers, cars. Relatively fair. Vacuum cleaners. In this universe, maybe they do have technology in them that allows you to spy on them. Hell, the amount of smart technology that exists, there probably is a security feed that can be hacked into anything that has a fob. Let's see what she says when I take the fucking echo out of her head.
They're reporting on us. The machines are just waiting at your door.
To keep you safe. Treat them to a smile today.
Wait, that's not true. The machines are okay. We control the machines. They don't control us.
Help me help you keep us safe by staying vigilant.
Having a healthy amount of skepticism for technology is delusional. We are always in control of machines, despite the fact that the people who control the machines believe that machines should have machine learning capabilities, where they can have AI. Dead on the inside. It's gonna get worse before it gets better, chat.
If this is how you sickos react to a simple slogan, I can't imagine how you'll act once the polls open next year.
Keep calling us sickos and see what happens.
Shit, dude. Come on, man. She didn't mean it like that. We're just artists, okay? I mean, it's Medina Castillo.
Because at least she's not a narcissist or a Nepo kid.
Not helping. Look, we're painting a slogan, but like it's universal. Who hasn't had enough? Doesn't that sound relatable?
Sounds like bullshit.
Sounds like vandalism. And that's
let me guess. A crime?
You idiots want to keep talking yourselves into a deeper hole? Or are you ready to cooperate?
If you confirm the other two were helping you, it'll be less jail time for everyone. You might get off with just a fine.
They, helping us with what? Spreading a wholesome, a patriotic, shit. I don't know those guys?
Jesus Christ.
If you don't start cooperating, I'll call in reinforcements to make you cooperate. Is that what you want?
Oh, is that the understanding? Okay. True rebels for the movement don't truly believe in the movement. They'll sell out each other the moment that they get an opportunity to try and lesser the crumbs on themselves. Because everyone's politically selfish and they're only in it for themselves. The only true way to do this is to burn the system down to the ground. Because everybody's had enough. But the technocratic fascists won't let us be. Anyone else? Another one.
Got any cash? I'm saving for a winter coat. Spare change? Just $5 could at least buy me a scarf or something. Come on, give me a hand here.
Why does her voice sound like a literal fucking Millennial Woes Soy Jack comic? What,
You
got any cash?
I used the last of my pocket change back in the promised land.
I don't have any cash on me. Sorry.
You and everyone else who walks past. It's okay. At least you didn't just pretend I don't exist. That's something.
People are so heartless, they will never give people who just want to eat money for food. People are selfish bastards that don't lend to their fellow man. They're helpless in their evil and their hatred, and I hate them. What did Red Threat Studios mean by this?
No one's found the bar yet.
So we're reusing face models because that's the same face model from the fucking from the officer in that other chapter. All right.
Pax?
She'll take my kids, your kids, all of our kids. You can't elect her. She's building a cult, a satanic techno cult led by the Puritans. That's who the elites are working for, the Puritans. They're taking over our country, and she's part of it.
Now, the intention here is that they're trying to make them look like they have echo-filled delusions. However, knowing that the characters are living in a world where the Puritans literally are trying to become SMT villains, is she wrong? Let her cook. Let her cook. Is she wrong? Let her cook. Let's see what she says when I take the delusion out of her head.
Her and her child who don't respect the American way or freedom of speech. What am I saying?
Child-eating demons. We got a mock spirit cooking too, I see.
I don't even have kids.
God, I need a soundboard. Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Where the fuck did the model go? Exists to spell propaganda. Without propaganda, stops existing. Is this what womanhood is? Is this what it means to be a woman seen in society? Redford Studios, what did your development mean by this? True! A woman without kids shouldn't exist. In fact, there wasn't even a woman. In fact, what is a woman? These are supposed to be your most polished sections of the game. It's just a fucking roller coaster. It's not even a roller coaster. It's a fucking laissez-faire walkabout. I'm not even on the rail. I have to pull myself across the rail. Oh my god. Her body model is completely gone. Fully gone.
One minute. I'm not ready to move on yet.
If this is how you sickos react to a simple slogan, I can't imagine how you'll act once the polls open next year.
Keep calling us sick.
Are there any other reactions I'm allowed to have?
Unemployed robot. Gnome. Hacks. So anyway, unemployed robots. That's new.
It should be easy to retrain, no? Or at least reprogram.
So that's it? Those are the stock replies and answers you're allowed to have? And certainly there's nothing up the stairs, is there? Nope. Great opening section. Great opening section.
Hey, lady. All the noise around the new Lady Justice is in a bad mood. The president's goon squad's fighting.
What is this? Gas machine? Regular premium performance. But there's not enough space for there to even be cars and vehicles around here unless you were riding a motorcycle.
Keep calling us sickos and see what happens.
Shit, dude. Come on, man. She didn't mean it like that. We're just artists, okay? I mean, it's...
Hey,
sure, it's Medina
Gnome?
Castillo.
Yes, Pat?
Because at least she's not a narcissist or a Nepo kid.
Not helping.
Let's keep going.
And now for the on-rail section.
Pardon me.
$5 per load? I just had a horrible idea for quick efficiency brothel. The all-you-can-fuck cafe. Eat and drink come free. And then have as much sex as you want. But it's $5 per load. I am horrible. But I grow great with teriyaki sauce. Are we about to menace the homeless? Is that what's about to happen?
Get up. You're blocking the street. Get up now.
But she's not, though. The street is mostly clear. She's maybe taking up like maybe 5% of this walkway.
If you don't move, I'll have you removed and detained.
This is giving me flashbacks to Pacifica.
Cops are cops, wherever you go. It's inescapable.
I'm assuming that's a bar called Winos, but what I see is a street musician and a street performer. Badlands, another quarter quest. What's this? Oh, see, that's the person just robbing something.
Those so-called scientists, they put the disease in...
Robbing something of nothing?
And now none of us are safe. Don't trust the doctors. Don't trust the experts. Don't trust the politicians or the elites. Follow the money. Do the research. Trust no one.
So-called scientists put the disease in me and all of us, and now none of us are safe.
They're working for the enemy, and they're planning to impose a new world order on all of us. We can't end up like those other countries.
So, in the context of this universe, what are the other countries currently experiencing outside of the technocracy of purity in Pacifica and across the American Republic as it currently stands under justice? What is the actual condition of the outside world, outside of the countries of Canada and the U.S. continent? What is it like in Mexico? Clearly, what it's like in Mexico is anything south of the Mexican border is Russians. So is Mexico just gone? Is there no Mexican government? Is it just ruled by a capitalist state? Russians? Or did they go south? What is the actual condition of the world? I don't think we ever got a detail of what it is. I don't think it's possible for us to know. They're so many years late to making a COVID joke. And yet, this is disinformation. This is what you think the disinformation is. 2020 talking points?
There's no freedom outside the Republic. There's only the woke mind virus.
Yeah, you said the magic word!
Injected into our bodies by scientists with their needles.
Is that so-called scientists? Oh, there we go. Now he's opening. They put the woke mind virus in us, guys. The woke mind virus. The woke mind virus. That's why our games didn't sell. Every person who we've taken this information out of immediately flops their position. So, I wonder what he'll say.
In all of us, and now none of us are What the hell? Why did I say those stupid things? I have a medical degree. There's no woke mind virus.
You have a medical degree, but you dress like a side character on House MD. Honestly, accurate. It's so tiring. It's so boring. Any batteries? Simon Poole? Is that any appropriation to Tim Pool? And Gatelish Hajdanez? They have the same face. There's at least a face we haven't seen before.
Go ahead now, Queen of Hearts. See where she went?
I guess you don't need vocals to calm people.
It helps. And the 3-card
Hey,
Monty is a
friend, it's
blunt
okay if you
weapon
lost
compared to our
track of
best
her.
work.
You've still got a 1 in 3 chance of guessing it right. And I'll tell you what.
Battle Bong, Battle Magic. Because certainly you're just going to have people out on the streets playing these consoles unprotected. Quarter Quest. Double Token Thursday. Get twice the tokens for your money all day long. High Score Challenge. Beat the high score on any game and win a free drink. So what exactly is Quarter Quest? Is it an actual arcade? Or is it a competitive FGC arcade? Because you got too many games that don't look like fighting games. So why would you just be running a random fucking arcade out on the street? With non-competitive games. And then here you got a random music store, for reasons. That looks like makeup. Yeah, that's makeup. Nothing up there. Finding actual battery power now.
This is where we're meeting your contact, Theo? Classy joint.
Looks like my kind of place.
Why pick a place with bouncers? Seems a little short-sighted, Theo.
This was supposed to be a discreet bar no one ever goes to. Not sure what's going on. Pax, can you check it out?
Hey, you folks on the guest list?
We're just having a quick drink. You won't even notice us.
If you're not on the list, get lost.
They're okay, Marshall. I don't blame them for trying to get in. The place is cooking tonight.
How can you not be sick and tired of all the freeloaders and losers trying to get past us?
Don't know, man. I like me.
We need to have a manufactured difficulty for the people to get into the bar. I know. We'll use liberal bouncers. One will be good guy, the other one will be jerk and asshole. The job of a bouncer is security to vet the people going into the club and or venue, not to try and gatekeep people literally from spending their money. Unless you're dealing with a specific kind of venue for a specific kind of party. Your bouncers would not be debating with each other about how they should have interest in getting into the club. The stereotypes just don't stop. The stereotypes just don't stop.
Name's Lisa.
Lisa who? There's no Lisa on my list.
Sorry, there are 2 ticketed events tonight. Private party and a concert. We're already at capacity.
That is meaningful, because here's an opportunity for you to hoax, or for you to just find a way to tell the truth. However, all of this is only because you need to have a reason to have a confrontation here. All you'd have to do is explain that you're part of the band that's doing the concert. But for reasons that aren't explained and don't make sense to this narrative, Also, they have actual faceplates. So this is how you know they're important bouncer characters. You instead need to do this shit. Do you even need to lie in this situation? I really feel like you don't.
Eli, we're on the list, aren't we?
I think so. Let's have a look. Hey, we're on that list. You already checked and saw our names, right?
Did we?
We're definitely on that list.
Yeah. You're right. You're on the list.
I swear they weren't.
That's
when
a relief, huh? We all thought you wouldn't get in tonight.
Okay, yeah. I guess that's true.
Go on in, folks, and enjoy the party.
Here's a question. If I hadn't kept Eli in the core group of my save file, what would have been the other outcomes of the other choices I could have chosen there? Because we're going to speed forward, we're not going to try to reset to find out. Opportunity for gameplay. Different characters, a part of your core group, means different outcomes on the storyline. So far, we've had nothing but the illusion of choice. Why are they British? Because of course they would be. Why didn't I hook them right away? Because I figured that there'd be another option. Because realistically, Pax hoaxing them would not be the same thing as Eli hoaxing them.
This is not
Yeah, well, I wish your contact had given us a heads up about, you know.
This was obviously not the plan.
Is this a birthday party? Is that cake? Do you think we could have some?
Please stay here while I check.
Eli asking the real questions!
Contact has arrived early. And try not to look conspicuous.
No problem.
Well, it might be a little problem. Just a little.
We're at capacity. Barrel chair, booth, booth. Not filled bar tab. Occupied booth with a birthday candle. Goodbye tension. Hello pension. So a retirement party. One booth, empty booth, one booth.
So how does this whole
Yep, this is definitely max capacity, guys.
So how does this whole thing work? It's a contest, right? How are they going to pick a winner?
I'm sure they have judges and criteria or whatever.
I didn't see any judges.
Doesn't mean they're not there. Or maybe whoever the crowd cheers for the loudest is the winner. Wisdom of the masses.
Well, there are only a couple bands left. I guess we'll find out soon.
What are they talking about? Bega Man? What the fuck is a Bega Man?
I never would have thought you dummies could pull off a surprise party, but goddamn, I didn't see it coming.
She has a name. She doesn't have a face.
And the cake is actually good. Tastes way better than it looks.
David made that cake. He's been taking cooking classes in Logan Square, you know.
Classic David. That motherfucker is the talk of the town lately. I need to thank him.
So, randomly, we decided to humanize the internal lives of cops, huh? I don't think your friends are gonna like your propaganda, Red Thread.
So how does this whole thing work? It's a
Excuse me. Sir.
Excuse me, we'd like to...
Hey, you friends of Sharon?
We heard her friends are running late. Are you them?
Hey, did you send out those invites to the 7th Precinct, like I asked you to?
Of course I did, but good luck getting anyone from the 7th to show, though. Am I right?
No kidding. Those Inglewood guys never give us the time of day. They've got some neat gear, though.
In this universe, people who come from Inglewood are certainly like mouth. Cooperate. I'm eating sour gummy bears. That doesn't mean you stop functioning on your consonants. You can vowel! In this universe, people from Inglewood stopped being street thugs and started becoming prim and proper preppies.
Anyway, any friend of Sharon's is a friend of ours. Welcome to her retirement party.
Not us. We don't know Sharon. We're just here
You
for...
in a band?
Yeah. How did you know?
Oh, so you're here for the Battle of the Bands. Better hurry, show's almost over.
Come on, I'll show you to the green room.
Where's your contact? Are we going to make our meeting?
It's early. They won't be here for another hour or so. Let's just play our set and then...
We're missing our drummer. Playing without Sai.
I've observed you all playing many times. I can pitch in.
Bitch teamed in with a fucking triangle and said, I can be a percussionist.
Maybe not as a drummer, but I will contribute.
We have a bigger problem.
Are you guys seriously drunk right now? When did you even have time to get drunk?
Wow, you know, people are so stupid. They just leave drinks lying around unsupervised.
Inside the universe of Dustborn, people do not have stranger danger training, and they are willing to drink after people who have various forms of unknown diseases that might be percolating in their drinks. And or, there are no creepers or stalkers in this universe who date rape people. This is how this game, and how you know that this game was made by leftists. Should have known then trying to buff them without using boxes wouldn't work. I mean, I suppose. Missed the stream with a toaster transition. I've been wondering this whole time. How can a robot be trans? Trans allegory. They had original programming, then they went to a dark place and they discovered themselves, and now they called themselves a name. But then they went back to using a former name. But they identify as a person. Who would want to Cosby into these characters? I don't know. That Sharon officer looked like a looker.
True. See?
Can I have one?
We can't go on stage like this.
Badlands matchbook. If there's one thing this road trip has taught me, it's that you never know when you need to start a fire. Rehearse.
Who decided to make bread in the
Reflect.
carbonated water anyway?
I don't know. Who decided to conflate red wine with the blood of Christ? You know?
That'd be the Catholic Church, mate.
Damn. I could go for some blood of Christ right now. Switch it up.
We're not even going to address that. That was just horrible.
And it feels wrong being here without Sai. This mission.
However, I will say that her makeup here is not horrible.
Without her, we wouldn't have gotten.
Now, if Sai was a better looker in most situations in her chapter, you could be able to say that she'd be an alternative goth girl. But god damn it, y'all ruined it. You guys ruined it collectively. People trying to grift onto the fucking alt black perspective. But you also make Dominique Tipper look bad because you used her as the model for the character.
This far if she hadn't come along. Why couldn't she see that this wasn't just about her or our feelings about each other? It's about something bigger. When did this happen, kid? It was supposed to be just the three of us, getting the hell out of America. And now I'm shepherding a group of fugitives, including a kid and a robot, and playing a concert in Chicago? Sure, we'll be fine. We don't have to win this, we just have to get through it. But this wasn't the way things were supposed to go. This was never the plan. We'll just have to get through it and stay focused on the mission. This might not be ideal, but Theo's contacts have gotten us through worse.
Is she just gonna keep hitting that symbol? Excuse me, triangle? She is! Oh my god!
Okay, you need to get it together.
Come on, Pax. They're just having some fun. Everything's been so dire since I left. You could let off some steam too.
I don't need to. Is this really a good time for a toast, Eli?
Yes. To Sai and to friends lost to the road. May Bituman watch over them all.
So thoughtful, Eli. It's very thoughtful. Eli, Sai would...
Here's a good opportunity.
really...
Ah, fuck, she doesn't show it. What if I do it like this? The caption on the third choice read, "What is the point of leadership if I have to use Vox to enforce it?" That's a good question, game! That's a good question!
I think Pax is giving us the silent treatment.
Guys, we need to prepare for the concert.
This is how a rock band prepares for a concert, Pax.
I'm all...
How would you know how a rock band prepares for a concert? You're a technological anarcho-primitivist!
Always at my most prepared when I'm drunk.
That's arguable for you. You used to be a road warrior.
Does that also apply to riding your bike?
Does that apply to riding Patsy?
Of course not. I never drink and drive. I'm talking about performing.
Hey, yo!
That sounds scary.
Okay, so my leadership could use some vocal augmentation after all. Isn't that you admitting that you're a shitty leader? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I know she's the strong and silent type.
Yeah. And do you know what? She doesn't mean silent treatment. I would know.
This is really freaking me out. Does she want us to stop drinking?
She does. She does.
And if we stop drinking, she'll stop whatever that is?
I hope so.
Fine. You win, Pax. I'm done.
Black women are terrifying and scary. When they cross their arms and pout and give you meaningful, scornful looks, you'll be shamed into stopping what you'll do. So you don't even have to use your superpowers to mind control people.
I know you like a good party, but I expected you to take this a little more seriously.
I haven't had a decent drink in ages, love. Forgive me for jumping at an alternative to the petroleum gasoline Soul passes off as moonshine.
Be that as it may, you're
Be
not...
that as it may? Who talks like that?
You. You do. And you need to get it together before we go on stage.
I'm perfectly together. I'm the togetherest I've ever been.
Come on, Gnome. I need your help getting us through the show.
You're lucky I've had a couple, or else I might find this a bit cloying. But sure, I'll help.
You okay? You look a bit jittery.
This is uncharted territory for me, and I'm pushing myself beyond my programming. I see this as a learning and growing experience, and that means overclocking myself. However, I'll admit that I may look quite ridiculous being the triangle player for a punk rock band.
True.
2, head for the stage entrance as soon as possible.
Okay.
Do you think we're ready?
The crew's heavy. So's every other band out there. I'm honestly more worried about not having Sai on stage with us. We've never played without her. We should probably rehearse while we can.
You're right. We should rehearse.
Doesn't hurt to be prepared.
Time for a test run, guys. Let's at least try to do a good job tonight.
Remember our first gig? At the border? We made it through, despite the disastrous performance. Just saying.
They cheered you on. We're not playing the Dustborn. It'll probably be the gig grind.
1, 2, 3, 4. We took a leap of faith, leaving no trace, escaping the gig grind, looking for a better place. No more shortcomes, no more scams. Breaking away from our past jams, breaking away from our past jams. We hit the open road, high on blind hope, running on illegal fuel. We hit the open road, high on blind hope, chased by them fascist foes. Making our way across a divided nation, making a break from our former station, making our way across a divided nation, making a break from our former station. Unbound from the gig grind, we leave it all behind.
The timing of the fucking triangle was hilarious.
Ready as we'll ever be.
Is there any more reflection? No. Okay, Horace, let's go do something funny.
Don't worry, CT. You're gonna do great. Or good. Or fine, at least.
Is this your idea of a pep talk? Your rousing rhetoric could use some work, all due respect.
Anything in the toilet? No. Nope. Nothing here either?
You guys ready to go on stage?
Sure.
We're ready.
Oh, that's a bright light. So here's a question. One, how do you have a poster for yourself of your logo? Because you guys didn't put any of this shit together. At all. Ever. When did you do it? We never saw it. It was never discussed. Two, why at a retirement party for a person who is a justice member, why do cops want to go to a battle of the bands? Did Sai get honor killed? No. She noped out of the narrative in the last chapter towards the end. I can tell you she will be returning. But I'm not going to tell you how because I don't know. I just know that she does. There is a reason. The Dominique isn't a bad singer, but the game gives her horrible material to work with? Correct. And the Gig Grind is probably the best song out of the entire 4 songs that are available to me. Not counting the instrumental narrative that they played to the meme squid.
Next up on stage is a new band, so why don't y'all give them a warm Badlands welcome. Keep it up for the Dustborn!
At least there's people in this crowd that look like this. Again, Gig Grind. Best song of the fucking...
1, 2, 3, 4. We took a leap of faith, leaving no trace, escaping the gig grind, looking for a better place. No more shortcomes, no more scams. Breaking away from my past ends, breaking away from my past ends. We hit the open road, high on blind hope, running on illegal fuel. We hit the open road, high on blind hope, chased by them fascist foes. Making our way across a divided nation, making a break from our former station, making our way across a divided nation, making a break from our former station. Unbound from the gig grind, we leave it all behind.
That is a dead audience! Oh my... That's bullshit. They weren't immediately cheering as the music was over? Fuck me. Fucking Christ. Makes you physically cringe every time? The music, I tuned it out. I've played worse rhythm games with worse music. At the very least, they chose to have a person sing it instead of trying to go for fucking AMV Vocaloid. I know this might sound like a nitpick, but isn't it supposed to be a heavy alt-rock track, but it's mixed like it's a pop song? That is correct, Jack. You have noticed that the leftists are very, very inconsistent about their musical tastes and choices. End concert, one more. Let's play one more.
All right, here we go.
So it's the same song? No. So, Chasing Echoes, I guess. Now it's like you're an actual fucking band with different music!
We chase the ghosts in the mean machine. We are the ghosts of this machine. Bouncing back along a severed line, chasing echoes of an older rhyme. This town's in a ghost town state. There are ghosts out walking late. Words for the demon inside of you, pursuing shadows of a darker view. We're all ghosts between time and reason, tracking echoes from another season. This town's in a ghost town state. There are ghosts out walking late.
I lost my mental fortitude for a second.
In a ghost town state. There are
Okay, I'm only playing one more.
Alright.
Because there's only one extra song that's actually viable.
1, 2, 3, 4. Information.
This is probably the most punk of their songs. And it's also the shortest fucking one. We are not playing the Dustborn!
Thanks, folks. We've been the Dustborn.
That's right. That's my band, y'all. Dustborn, the reigning champions of the battle. Please form a single line for autographs.
I don't think we should.
Listen up, y'all. We'll be signing napkins, flyers, and clothing only. No body parts, please. Please, no.
Well, some body parts.
We're here.
Hey, yo, Eli! Sit your ass in the back! Jesus Christ! Hello, Ace Detective. No, we did not get a lot of storm damage. Fortunately, the parts that I was worried about happening to the storm didn't happen, which means I did my job correctly. Government-funded punk. You gotta love it. Remove the lyrics and the songs would be okay? That's what I'm saying. That's why I want the instrumental from the fucking, meme squid section to be here, but it's not. It's not a music song that you get to play, which is bullshit, because it's probably the best one in the game, because it's the one that doesn't have lyrics!
Need someone. We need to play low end.
Barkeep, shots. And open up a tab for us.
Eli! I thought you'd gotten all the drinking out of your system. We need to be sober and alert when our contact arrives.
Hey, yo, I got them for us on the house. Only the best for my superstars.
Now this is just getting out of hand. Is that Blue Creek whiskey you got there?
You bet.
You're being poor and irresponsible. I thought you blacks were supposed to be. Is that blue whiskey? Oh.
One drink couldn't hurt.
It's all about.
And then everyone's drunk.
I believe in you.
What the fuck was that transition? That wasn't even a transition. That's like a show transition. Where he's smashed and drinking the entire bottle with a firm grip.
$50 says he doesn't make it. I'm sorry, Eli, but it's a tough shot.
Oh, come on. I can make this shot in my sleep. But $50, he makes it with his eyes closed.
Have you played billiards before, Ziggy?
Excuse me? No, I haven't played pool before.
Do you have any money?
You got it, Eli.
Ah, that's what I'm talking about.
Technically, you said he'd make it with his eyes closed. Therefore, I do not owe you $50.
Again, neither of you have money.
To Sai, may our roads converge again in the future, and may we all find our way to personal and political freedom in the days to come.
Intense cheers, mate.
To Sai.
To Sai.
Oh, wow.
Technically, this is probably the most appropriate thing that CT could do in this situation. Robot, having cheers with friends. Throw cup into face. Let liquid splash into servos. Or, look at cup. Think about it. Do the motion, but throw it over your head.
There you are, the woman of the hour. The Pax of the hour.
And he's drunk.
Power. Man, I dreamt about this as a boy. On tour with all my best friends, playing for adoring crowds. But then I think about Sai out there on her own. I should have been a better friend to her. To everyone. To you, Pax.
Cheers
to
to
you,
that, bud.
Shh, this is the good part.
Come on now. Hey, sing along if you know what I mean. There are good ways to cry. Ooh, hey, sing along if you know what I mean.
What the fuck is happening right now?
There are good ways to die.
I love this song.
To Sharon!
Death to justice.
He didn't mean that.
Who gives a shit? I'm retiring, bitches.
Also, very nice of you all to remember that Pax is pregnant in only this context and nowhere else, so that when she rolls her eyes at everybody getting slovenly drunk, she doesn't feel that much of a bitch. It's the only responsible thing you've had her do in this entire situation. Also, nobody except for Gnome knows that you're pregnant still.
Hey, my husband and I saw you from across the bar, and we
Married officer. Why was it important for you to reference that the officer is married? We know that doesn't matter. We all know what the female white girl sex kitten looks like.
love to buy you a drink.
You and your husband,
Make it worse. Rescue him. You guys are here to do business! Why would you give me an option to put him in a worse situation?
Did your gnome put her up to this?
Lady, he's spoken for.
Oh, that's so? You're lucky. Don't let this one get away. You two have a great night.
Let's never speak of this again.
I don't know. I've never done this before.
And of course, the scene where the robot is taken to a dance floor and is expected to party.
Everything, CT, you got this.
Woo! Fuck yeah!
Yes, sick moves.
Everybody dances like they Ari Spurg. Everybody on the dance floor dances like they Ari Spurg. And now everybody is just drunk, hanging out on the porch.
By perceived gender, neither should I be constrained, or any of my kind. Why should Henry and Betty be man and wife? I wouldn't choose either role for myself. I reject all such roles.
What the fuck?
Oh, Ziggy, I was trying to have a moment here.
You know what? You've, like, inspired me. Maybe I should do some soul searching too. You know what? Actually, we all should do some.
I can't even move the fucking. I can't even move the camera.
He loves soul searching.
They locked the camera in place.
Oh, I think he loves soul searching. Anyway, cheers. Cheers to you. 'Cause you.
Thank you, Ziggy. That's very kind.
The thumbs up is funny as hell.
No, Pax, there you are. I love you guys. Look at us. Look at where we are now. We're out in the real world. We're having so much fun, and we're helping each other. Really helping. You know, just one big happy family. Or I guess we would be if Sai was still here. You know what? Don't worry, Pax. It's okay. It's okay.
Now, one thing that does need to be said, the voice actress for Ziggy, look up her name again real quick. Iona Kimbuk. Putting on screen for anybody who forgot. This actress right here, she is acting her little fucking ass off right now because she's adding so much depth to this character. Because clearly the words that are being said, the words that are being said clearly don't match the fucking closed captions. And the only reason why Zay's performance here is tolerable, and why it even works, is because out of all the people who should be behaving drunk, she is serving! But all of the humor is just fucked up. That's the fucked up part. It would be funny, but the pacing is horrible. I agree with Jack.
She'll come back. I hope she does. She needs us. 'Cause, you know, like, we need each other. Don't we? We need each other. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Hazy, what you said earlier, did you want to unpack that further, or?
No, I don't... I don't need to pack it on further packs. I need to get this out of my system.
To say that the game has no good performances would be a lie. To say that it's being wasted on this fucking piece of shit is truth.
I've got you, sis.
Why do good things happen to bad people? No, wait, fuck.
Am I...
And she's back on the fucking floor. What the fuck? Yeah, let me just go ahead and yak this shit up. And yeah.
Ziggy, you're looking better.
Hey, what can I say? The show must go on.
Can we be done with this section, please? We got shit to uphold. Where's the funny?
Just got the message. The meeting is not happening.
What? Why?
Look around. Would you risk meeting here tonight?
We just did.
Cody. It translates to Road Town, New York. At an address on Concord Avenue.
So, Detroit. Great. Let's go.
No, Pax, no. Stop. No, we're good. We are fine. Okay, let's stay. Let's just stay, please.
Leaving sounds like a smart idea, Pax.
Again, can we please give this woman her flowers? Can we please give this woman her flowers? She is acting her ass off and she's not gonna get any fucking credit for this goddamn game. That's what the Smash cuts. They think it's funnier. Their transitioning is retarded and dumb, and they think it's funnier to cut through the scenes instead of having actual fucking proper transitions. Some Smash cuts are extremely hilarious, but not all of them in totality are good. Yep. One click.
But they haven't even turned on the ugly lights yet.
Where's Gnome?
I think... Where's no? Oh, yeah, I think they went to pee. Or poo. The poo. What's it called? Toilet. Oh, maybe they, maybe... Where...
I'll get them to the train. Pax, can you follow with Gnome? I have a feeling you'll catch up.
Yeah, but don't get another fight, okay? Like, not without me.
Pax
Come
is
on.
good. She can go another, what, 20 minutes without an argument? Easy.
Let's go. And please, remember the buddy system.
There's a lot of livelihood and fun and enjoyableness for the evil, totalitarian, fascist government that never has breaks and downtime for anybody. They even have a bar scene. Too bad this menu is so fucking small that there's no way you could read this shit. They have food and they have drinks, and they probably have pizza, and that's it. Battle of the Vans. October 22nd, 7 p.m. at the Chicago Badlands. Prize $2,000. So, do we not get the prize of $2,000? Nope. We broke. Everyone's drinking, everyone's having fun, nobody's getting brutalized. Literally, every single person who is not sharing at this table didn't try to arrest them for the death to justice comment. What did Red Thread Studios mean by this? Cops are normal people until they put on the jumpsuit of fascism. But the moment that the jumpsuit of fascism is affixed to their skin, they are only human when they are not working in the capacity of destroying somebody's life. Bullshit.
So, how long have you worked here?
A couple of years. Why?
Just wondering if the musical Justice crossover episode is a regular thing, or if we just got lucky.
Nothing regular about tonight. We're rarely double booked, especially by cops.
Guess I am lucky.
The Dustborn, right? I remember you. That was a great show. And a well-deserved win. It's your first time playing here, right?
Sure. We've been on tour for a couple of weeks.
You must have all sorts of stories.
Oh, the things I could tell you.
Oh, it's not going to summarize on itself? I have to interrupt it? Alright, okay. Dialogue that would not be improper for a video game that was story-based, or an episode in a TV show.
No? We need to go.
I'm kind of in the middle of something, Pax.
You know, before I was a bartender, I was in a band. No tours, but we weren't half bad. We weren't at your level, of course. You guys have a real future.
A band, huh? You'll have to tell me all about it.
I think the crowd's thinning out. We've got time to talk.
Love to hear it. What was your band called?
What weren't we called? You know how it is with amateur bands. What was our first name? Gaffer Tape. That's right, Gaffer Tape. After that, we were Rocco's Bitches.
Who names themselves Rocco's Bitches?
But our new drummer got pissy about it. Hated abstract expressionism. So then we were the Chicago Fax Machine.
Inspired.
After that, it was Bad Bartenders. Our career paths had all converged at that point. Then we were Impounded Congress. That name stuck for a few months, actually, before we reverted to Gaffer Tape. Next up was Sick Monk Beans. Then we were the Bebop Fangirls. Underwater Pencils came after that. Not our best work. And then we were the Communist Savages. Just, I know it's a bit too edgy, but it was a different time.
Okay, I get it. I need a drink. Would you mind?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Pax, stop fucking hovering. What do you want? You're jealous. That it? Or is this just about doing your job, like usual?
You two are growing closer to each other, and you are quite literally on the coda as being tied to her. In fact, let's look. Nope, can't even look. It's not allowed on this screen. You are tied to her on the coda of maybe someday thinking you two can have things together. You are literally supposed to be here on business, but you are trying to rizz up a fucking bartender. And you're mad that they're keeping you on task. What did Red Dead Studios mean by this?
Well, I'm supposed to be jealous of Magnum PI over there.
You're really that insecure? Who the hell is
Insecure?
Magnum?
I just know you don't normally go for men like him.
I'm trying to get over you, all right? It hasn't been easy, and you refuse to make it any easier.
So you have them coked out of their brain, and they are trying to do their best to not have a relationship with you, but you have been putting yourself on them, by my choices, to fuck them up emotionally, and now you got them mad as fuck? Just fuck her, Ricky!
You're drunk, no.
But I'm not wrong. You string me along for years, keep me around to clean up your messes. You can't deny you just use me when it's convenient.
Oh, you're gonna make me choose in this section? Okay, that's crazy. That's wild. You two are some codependent fucking nightmares.
Let's not pretend this was a one-way street, no. You've benefited equally from our dysfunctional relationship.
What does that mean? No, really, what does that mean?
Well, considering what we saw in the prologue comic, which is the reason I made sure to show this in this section, here's where the two of you can either keep lying to each other or can hurt each other extremely emotionally.
Don't say something like that and then just give me the silent treatment.
How many times did we mess with people because we thought it was amusing? I'd set them up, you knock them down, antagonize, pacify, rile up, gaslight.
Gatekeep, girl boss.
Practically compulsive.
And we loved it, Pax. You're as guilty as me. Sick as it was, it brought us together.
Because you're both horrible people.
So now what?
Honesty.
Admit that you enjoy manipulating people and playing the hero who fixes everything. You can't avoid every consequence and emotion forever. You have to face them, not wave a wand and wish them away.
That's a crazy thing! Yes! Yes, Gnome! Yes! I don't think you should be talking right now, Pax!
Sure, you should be the one talking.
Don't give me another lecture on Psy. You can deflect all you want. You're just proving my point. I'm not saying you're a coward. I care about you still, and what you're doing isn't good for anyone. It's why we didn't work out.
I'm supposed to believe that you're saying this for my own good? That you're trying to help me?
Yes, no. I've been vindictive before, but that's not where this is coming from. This isn't superiority. I've made mistakes and no one lets me forget it. But I thought that if any two people can be honest with each other, it's us. Let's get out of here. Theo's waiting.
And are you gonna... Alright, there you go. Looks like you're not getting that drink.
We're probably too late.
Let's just check this place out. Maybe... Oh, excuse me.
Hold up. We know you.
Sorry, officers. No autographs.
I wasn't talking to you.
Yes, we do know you. Boulder, Colorado. A couple of days ago. You were traveling on a bus.
There's no point in lying. They did indeed see you. I don't think you were going to be allowed to have a chance to not get away with them without doing that, because they caught you outside the hotel when it exploded. But at the same time, this would definitely be a place where you should use your hoax abilities, yes? Then again, have we ever seen them under the effect of the meme? Do we know if they're normal or not? That'd be crazy if they were, since they actually have faces. Granted, she's wearing a helmet, but she doesn't have a helmet here. Why was that a choice? Anyways, you are not going to stop me, Black Raditz.
And we've never met.
Right. Huh. I guess we've never met. Even though your face is so familiar.
I guess we didn't meet. Fine. But then, what about this? You were there, at the service station in Boulder.
You're right. The video. That's where...
Ironically, how has this been the only time that this has come up? How has this been the only time in which this has come up, where people actually having physical footage on hand have been able to defeat the anomals in the society? Perhaps this is a moment for some world building. The reason why both Justice and those that are led by Purity became the technocrats that rely on technology as it is because they know that's the only counter to anomal abilities. Someone could actively be doing crimes and committing every single bit of what is possible, and they are capable of being able to find out that they're anomal by them trying to lie to them to stay under the radar, and then having the evidence in hand to say, hey, wait a minute, you lied to me! It's better than nothing. A toxic lesbian relationship? True, Frosted. True. Paxing into yard was not on the bingo card. Honestly, not. I don't think so.
I know you. The station and the motel.
Well, crap. It's gonna be hard making them disbelieve physical evidence. No, it wouldn't be, because you could just be able to go get your friend that gaslit. But he's not here in the narrative. He's not here. He went off with the rest of them.
Yeah. First off, that motel was front to a terrorist op. Also, did you and your crew make a stop at a Rocky Mountains tourist attraction earlier in the day? The surviving justice officers reported being assaulted by a black woman with a bat.
That could be anybody, officer. That's bigotry and racism! Not all black women are the same!
Matching your description.
And now you're here, where we've been reliably informed there was a clandestine meeting between a known terrorist organization and a team of escaped criminals from Pacifica.
Some of whom are reported to be deviants.
Pax, run!
Excuse me, why is run the default option? Why is run the default option? What the fuck? Why is that the default option? You already started using your normal abilities. Why would you not? Oh my god. Also, you guys went out through this door, but this door is obviously blocked and doesn't go anywhere. So what's crazy about this is that if that is where the set stage is, there's a back door over there, and they all left through this direction. So if they didn't go out through this door, they went out through this door. But I can't go out through this door because this door isn't an actual interactable object, which means this is a forced decision where I have to be confronted by them.
Or probably too late.
Let's just check this place out. Maybe... Oh, excuse me.
Hold up. We know you.
Sorry, officers. No autographs.
I was talking to you.
Yes, we do know you. Boulder, Colorado. A couple of days ago. You were traveling on a bus.
The motel, right. How
Mind
are you?
telling us what you were doing there? And why you didn't stick around after the explosion?
Kim, there's no need for an interrogation. I'm Praetor Walker. This is Prefect Kim. I apologize. I'm not good with names. What was yours again? I don't want to have to guess and embarrass myself.
But I believe you gave her a fake name.
Annie.
Annie. Right.
That's not the name you gave us back in Colorado.
The Prefect has a very good memory.
Was it Rosa? I honestly don't remember myself. So, an opportunity where they've actually demonstrated that if you didn't use the intelligence to not use an aggressive choice, you end up creating a worse opportunity for yourself.
Hold up.
Although this might just be a forced opportunity for them to have a bad encounter with you.
I wasn't talking to you.
So it wasn't Annie, and then it was probably Rosa.
I do know you. Boulder, Colorado. A couple of days ago. You were traveling on a bus.
The motel, right. How
Mind
are you?
telling us what you were doing there? And why you didn't stick around after the explosion?
Kim, there's no need for an interrogation. I'm Praetor Walker. This is Prefect Kim. I apologize. I'm not good with names. What was yours again? I don't want to have to guess and embarrass myself.
Oh, it's Rosa.
Rosa. Right.
That's not the name you gave.
So it must have been Emily. Because I don't think I told them Pax's name.
We're probably too late.
Let's just check this place out. Maybe... Oh, excuse me.
Hold up. We know you.
Sorry, officers. No autographs.
I wasn't talking to you.
Yes, we do know you. Boulder, Colorado. A couple of days ago.
The motel, right. How
Mind
are
telling
you?
us what you were doing there? And why you didn't stick around after the explosion?
Kim, there's no need for an interrogation. I'm Prater Walker. This is Prefect Kim. I apologize. I'm not good with names. What was yours again? I don't want to have to guess and embarrass myself.
I'm Emily.
Emily. Right.
Where was this one at the time?
This one?
Were you there?
I don't like being referred to as either this one, that
You told them they were running errands.
or it. I'm a person too.
They were taking care of some errands.
Glad to hear it, given the motel went up in flames.
Me too, officer. Me too.
Only problem is, you told us a very different story at the motel.
I'm sure the dramatic events may have clouded your memory, but maybe you can shed some more...
So, no.
There's no problem here, officers. Wrong mans. We're all cool. We're just normal men. We're just innocent men.
Are you telling me that they did everything to the degree that they even quoted fucking side-scrollers? That can't be real. No. That's not possible. That's not possible. They're just using the phrase of W-mans, L-mans. That's what they're doing. They have to be using African-American black vernacular that they stole from the WO community. No. There's no way that you did that. There's no way that you did that. No way. No way. No, I refuse to believe it.
Sure, we're cool, but we still need some answers.
Okay.
Why were you at the motel minutes before it went up in flames?
With a potted plant, for some reason.
I was, unloading the bus.
That where the plant came from?
We take good care of our plants, ma'am.
That was not what you told us at the top.
So they do fact check what you say, but I also believe that Kim is actually just gaslighting you by answering different questions. So we know the answer for the name question is Emily, and I'm pretty sure you told them that they were out doing errands, or rather, you were doing errands and they were out somewhere else.
Probably too late.
Let's just check this place out. Maybe... Oh, excuse me.
Hold up. We know you.
Granted, we are on a time... I
autographs.
shouldn't say we're on a
wasn't
time schedule.
talking to you.
I work from home.
Yes.
We're going to complete the game in its totality tonight, but I also don't want to fail the question section of this particular segment.
You were traveling on a bus.
The motel, right. How
Mind
are you?
telling us what you were doing there? And why you didn't stick around after the explosion?
Kim, there's no need for an interrogation. I'm Prater Walker. This is Prefect Kim. I apologize. I'm not good with names. What was yours again? I don't want to have to guess and embarrass myself.
I'm Emily.
Emily. Right.
Where was this one at the time?
This one?
Were you there?
I don't like being referred to as either this one, that one, or it. I'm a person too,
Maybe less
you know.
attitude when you're talking to officers of the law.
They were, out and about, taking care of some things.
There's no need to be evasive, ma'am. We're just talking.
Me too, officer. Me too.
Only problem is, you told us a very different story at the motel.
I'm sure the dramatic events may have clouded your memory, but maybe you can shed some more light on the matter. Why were you at the motel minutes before it went up in flames?
With a
Gardening?
potted plant, for for some reason.
I was gardening, and I was about to replant the plant.
How thoughtful.
In October?
Well, I think that's all. Do you have any more questions, Prefect?
Yeah. See, first off, that motel was front to a terrorist op. Also, did you and your crew make a stop at a Rocky Mountains tourist attraction earlier in the day? The surviving justice officers reported being assaulted.
Stop! Run!
So, what is the point then? No point. Illusion of choice. That was certainly some animation.
Hey, where's the fire?
Someone's after us.
You let us take care of that, mate.
Where are you going?
Sorry, gotta catch a train, mate.
Go, don't end up like us.
I'm the city itself, the buzzing neon, the faceless voice, the sudden noise, the music bringing people together.
Unironically, nigga said I am the stone that the builder refused. And the worst part is, that's what Signifier actually thinks he is. Ah! This game is doing everything in its power to kill me. I need everybody to understand that. This game is trying to murder me, okay? It is specifically targeting the centers of my body that are capable of recognizing and identifying cringe. And physically making me ill. I only believe they watch SS if they trick Siggy into looking up sex acts. True. So, in this universe, crack addict, depressed, and sleep-deprived FC Signifier is an Omega level deviant. Oh my god! I need a clipper! I need a clipper!
Fuck.
What did that man do?
Sacrificed himself for us.
Oh, apparently he did kill himself. Apparently he did kill himself. Which means he also killed them. Slam Poetry FD Signifier literally shits himself to save Anomals and commits extreme terrorism and probably everybody else there that was nearby. If those two characters lived that, I'm gonna have so many fucking questions.
Why? I spoke to him. Told him we were...
I guess he hated justice even more than we do.
We need to disembark at the next station.
And we need to drive through the night to get as far away from Chicago as possible and make our meeting in Detroit tomorrow. Justice knows who we are. They know about the bus. They're attacking the Weave. No more mistakes. No more screw-ups, no more drinking. Everything's changed. This mission's on the line, and I won't let it all go to hell.
Fucking Christ. And that's the chapter. Wow. Tuesday evening, Chicago. Arrive in Chicago. 45% plan. Pax chooses her buddy. We talk to the vendor. Depressed FT signifier. We ignore the protesters being arrested, but then again, how am I supposed to, help them? Eli uses his power to conjure the Dustborn onto the list. The crew finds themselves in the green room preparing to perform. They perform the Battle of the Bands, and they win the Battle of the Bands. So performance does matter. 55% of players actually chose to play the game at this point. 83% of players chose to help help Ziggy. The bouncers waved goodbye to Gnome as they leave the bar in a hurry, so you're always going to be forced into doing this. The protesters aren't able to help because you didn't help them earlier. And then, depressed FT signifier goes Nova and literally shits himself to death. Crazy. If that's what it looks like to go Nova. Then why would they not be terrified? 2 chapters left. Rotown! Who the fuck is this fucking... That must be another member of the Weave. It must be another member of the Weave. And no! He's not dead! Cause here his bitch ass is! Double-crossed in Detroit. Okay. Rotown, Detroit, Michigan, home of the American Robotics Corporation.
When's this meeting happening, Theo? I don't like being exposed after last night's shit show.
Soon. We're early.
Some guy died saving our asses. Doesn't that bother you?
We don't know that he died.
Well, he went Nova. Either that killed him or Justice did. Dead's dead, Theo.
Pax said...
2 more battery points until it's full.
She tried to recruit him. He made a choice to sacrifice himself.
Look, we got out of Chicago. Justice doesn't know we're here, and Theo's got a plan, right? So aside from the hangovers, we're all good, right, Theo?
I'm not saying I didn't have fun before it all went to hell. And a hangover's a small price to pay. But it ended in disaster. We're here now, and the bus is not going anywhere. It can't go where we're going. I'll fill you all in on the details once we've met with our Nova Scotia contacts in a little while. We're early, so let's just stay put and lay low. By tonight, we'll be out of the country.
This is where I was created.
Huh?
Detroit. Rotown. In the robot factories. I guess it's... home.
What's eating her, or them? I forget what conclusion CT came to last
Just
night.
let it be, Eli. Whoa, can you just dial it back, like, 40%, please?
Nope. Sorry. Although, I did lose my gloves at the bar. I can be sad about that for a few minutes, if you want.
Yes, please, I'll take it.
Hilarious. And now we're maxed. It's honestly probably not going to feel different.
I warned you about the drinking.
I know. Shut up, please. Shut up. This will pass. Okay, we survived. We learned, well, I don't know, I learned something.
There's more than one way to fight back. That guy died to save us, and we owe him and everyone like him. So we can't just run away from this.
For once, the freedom fighting talks is actually working out for them.
Brought something back from the bar for you.
What the fuck is... Sorry. What the hell is this?
Not that much of an improvement.
I suppose I do like starting things on fire. Almost got you blown up that one time. Reminds me, I once ignited the gas tank of an armored car from 100 yards away with just a AA battery, 3 matches, and a handful of... Okay, you know what? You win. This is a pretty good gift, champ.
How's she doing?
Hard to tell, but she can read the room. She knows something's up. And then again, don't listen to me. I'm just a babysitter because the robot's navel-gazing and the feral girl's taking a break. Oh, don't give me that look. Feral's a compliment. I admire anyone who's able to survive out there on their own. And Boy Wonder is trying to cure your sister's hangover. He can really hold his alcohol. I'm pretty impressed.
Well, he should be able to do that, considering he's literally a fucking road warrior who was banging out women 3 times his body weight and size.
So I'll handle the kiddo while the grown-ups are dealing with whatever shit, whatever crap you think you need to deal with.
Is crap really that much better than saying shit to a kid?
Oopsie.
Why did they leave when you came over?
We argued last night at the bar. I teased them about the bartender. They were flirting. I thought it was harmless. Mockery's practically shorthand for us, but then it turned into an argument about us, our relationship. We started rehashing a whole bunch of stuff we fought over back when we were dating, and you know, it got weird.
But you were dating? Like boyfriend, girlfriend?
Oh, you didn't know? And
nah, Pax, nobody could have fucking guessed, huh?
It's... Never mind.
Ironically, we have nobody in the audience tonight.
It's complicated. This is for you, Ophelia.
Hamlet. By Shakespeare? I know Shakespeare. And I believe I know this book, too. It's a stage play, right? I think Eli performed this for me. And that it has something to do with the name he gifted me. This is a nice gift, Pax. I'll use this to occupy myself while you're all busy with your mission.
So, home.
I suppose. It's where I was manufactured and assembled, alongside countless other labor bots, combots, drones, mindless machines. This is a wildflower. I think they call this butterfly weed. I was surprised to find anything growing here in the middle of October. It's a hostile environment for a tiny flower to bloom.
So we're just gonna pretend that October, September, November are not harvest months? Are we just gonna pretend that that doesn't happen? Or are we saying that the environment as well as the world is so fucked up that y'all niggas have destroyed whatever is the semblance of the ability to grow the foods that grow in the fall harvest because you've destroyed the fucking ground and ground soil and topsoil and the nitrogen value of the fucking world? Is it a Detroit Become Human reference? No. I don't think so. Bro, that's wild. As you see, in a police state, you never have to do this thing called growing your own crops. I want more from the sugar on the gummy bear. There's so many things. So many things that are happening. So many things. I forgot to change the logo. So many things. They're Sweaty's rolling mouth breathers. They don't know how agriculture works. I suppose that's as good as an answer as any.
It's lucky to have survived this long. And if it stays here, it will probably die. But if I bring it with me and find a place to replant it, I can help it grow.
You know, this dialogue actually has the most potential for where they should have gotten the name of the band, and thus the point of the game. This is a wildflower. They call this butterfly weed. I was surprised to find anything growing here in the middle of October. It's a hostile environment for a tiny flower to bloom in. It's lucky to have survived this long, and if it stays here, it'll die. But if I bring it with me and find a place to replant it, I can help it grow. Period, / comma, inserting my own dialogue. The seeds of this flower are dustborn, like us, floating in the wind. If we don't find a place to call home, we'd all die. But home is where we are, not where we were born, and not where we're going. This could have been the entire narrative for the world that you designed and made. This entire viewpoint here from CT, the most human character in the story. But that's not what we wanted. No. We didn't want a game about relationships and connections. We wanted a narrative to call people fascists.
That might sound like a waste of time, but I don't mind the work if something good comes out of it. Besides, they programmed me to care. It's my nature. I want to see what it becomes when it's in full bloom.
It becomes a weed, CT. It becomes a weed. Okay, she has a contact, he has a contact.
Are you still mad at me?
Don't you have a meeting to get to?
What's going on?
I am mad. But it's temporary. I can never stay mad at you for long. Maybe that is the problem, but... Let's talk later. Once you're back from this meeting of yours.
Morale's flagging.
I'm as lost as they are. That's the problem with becoming part of this crew. I lost perspective. They need someone to take care of them, and I feel like I'm failing them. I thought I'd prepared for all eventualities, but now I'm at a complete loss about what to do. We have to assume they're coming after us now. Let me know when you're ready to go meet our contact. There's still time, if you want to check in with the others. Just...
Well...
We got lucky last night.
You and Gnome got lucky. The rest of us were never in danger.
Exactly!
Inebriated.
Yes, exactly! If your dumbasses had left on time, you wouldn't have these problems.
I got caught up in camaraderie. That's so unlike me, and I'm sorry.
You're apologizing for becoming friends? That's weird.
Man, I'm thirsty.
Remind me, who are we meeting and why?
One of Nova Scotia's people in Toronto. He does business on both sides of the border, so he's able to cross the bridge. He'll get us north, out of the Republic, before we return through Maine. We'll still need to stay off the radar in Canada. The last thing they want on their hands is a bunch of wanted fugitives from the Republic. That'd be a diplomatic nightmare. I don't know exactly how they plan to get us across the bridge, but we'll have to ditch the bus. Justice will be looking for it. Should have bought some water at the last time I visited.
I'll walk around for a bit.
Let me know when you're ready to head in. Excuse me.
No one else to talk to unless I have a conversation with Eli. Nope. Like hopscotch, girl? Maybe someday girl could teach you. Very bold of you to assume you're gonna deliver this child.
Time to go?
Time to go.
Eli, Ziggy, we could use some backup.
Why meet here? This desolate industrial...
Yeah, you have everything upgraded, and I don't think there's any re-upgrades. So there's no point of even exploring anymore, except for gifts.
You just answered your own question.
This must be paradise for you, Z. This place is littered with Dobots.
Dope.
It's also littered with interactions.
So, obviously, no town's a graveyard filled with Dobots. It's time for a scavenger hunt.
Hopefully these things won't wake up like they did back in the school. Do you think CT knew these guys? Do you think they were, like, friends or family?
CT didn't...
This is it. Z, Eli, can you stay out here and keep watch? I don't want to spook our contact. And I also want a heads up.
If anything happens, we'll knock 2 times.
And if everything's fine, we'll knock 3 times.
No, that's just confusing, Eli.
We need to plan not just for a worst-case scenario, Ziggy, but also for the best.
Fine. Just keep watch. Let us know. And if anything happens, we'll regroup at the bus.
That was a horrible animation.
So, this is where they made them.
Made what?
The ARC models, like CT, the Henrys and Bettys. They built them in Rowtown, before the noise.
These factories have been abandoned for decades.
Yep, this is where all the fucking battery drops are, so this is where they want you to have your bat maxed out before the end of the game, which is pointless, because what's the point of having extra fucking battery power?
Robotics.
Know thy enemy, Theo. So, where's this contact of yours?
They'll be here. Nova Scotia has never not kept their word.
They bailed on us in Chicago.
The bar was flush with justice. If we had met there, we might all be behind bars. And we can't just keep driving east, hoping to make it to Maine on our own. They're looking for us now. We have to ditch the bus and cross into Canada. So, we wait until they show up, even if it takes all day.
This is the right place.
Nothing stupid.
Yes.
And then loud burning crash. Loud burning crash?
They're late.
They'll come.
And how is machinery
I'm
groaning?
not like
Don't put your germs on me.
Double leg amputee, side shave, dyed bangs. She might even be triple amputee because she's got a robot arm. Quintuple? I don't know if you consider age to be a disability. Triple amputee. Looking like old Yukio from Deadpool. And whiter than Wonder Bread guy who might as well be a Keebler elf.
I told you, it's allergies.
It's not allergy, it's the flu.
Why are there...
Yeah, watch out. He has the flu.
Please! Why are there 2 of you? There was only supposed to be 1 of you.
We're looking for batteries. Those are some nice shoes, mister.
What the hell are you talking about? Batteries?
You're late.
Max, we're looking for batteries. Those are some nice shoes, mister.
Nice shoes. I don't get it. Oh, right! The code phrase. I forgot.
The heroes that are supposed to be helping smuggle the heroines and the protagonists and the durotagonists to freedom are so retarded that they can't keep their mind on business because they're too busy being quirkily neurotic. I want to slam my face into the desk.
Thanks. I just had them shined?
That's not the right.
Oh, screw this.
You're Theo, I'm Desmond. Nova Scotia sent me, and this person is Mrs.
Ah! No names. Just Nai is fine.
You're breaking protocol.
We're running late since this one refused to cooperate. I don't have time for protocol and all that spy crap. Who's the girl?
Stop spraying germs on me.
Theo, you didn't say anything about a lady in a wheelchair.
I'm no lady, and this is no wheelchair. This is a robo. It's amazing, and I could kick your ass any day, young woman.
With what legs?
Okay, let's just get on with this. Who is she, Desmond? We were told it was going to be just you.
Seems we were both caught unawares. She's a noble. You're taking her to Nova Scotia.
I'm going with them.
There's no time to...
She, her, dubious age, double gauge earrings, old as fuck, Arab, acerbic, assertive, abrasive, gilf. Where's the sound effect? God damn it, where's the fucking Dr. Umar sound effect? Fucking Christ.
I want to ask Terrell Owens, Chad Ochocinco Johnson, and Shannon Sharp a few clarifying questions. So let me get... If the black girl...
I'm pretty sure it's just the fucking sound effect of The Undertaker. I'm actually pretty sure. Who the fuck said this one was a gilf? Acerbic, assertive, abrasive, gilf, refuses to disclose her age or legal name. Here for a good time and a long time. Vocals do something. Okay.
Look, clock's ticking. Everyone is just gonna have to deal. You're going with them, and you're taking her. And now, we need to get going.
Hold on. We don't even know what the plan is. I'm not rushing out of here until I understand what's going on.
Christ, Fine. We have, a few minutes. What do you need to know?
Nigga, how do you mean? What do he need? Tell him what he needs to know.
How do we get across the bridge?
Why did you leave us hanging at the bar?
There were, reports. Justice activity. I mean, I couldn't risk... and this one was handed to me, and getting her into the city... Look, changes happen, schedules shift. You got the message, and you're here now. Can we just get on with things? We have a truck. You and your crew will have to get in the back together with...
Why are you so nervous?
Nervous? I'm not nervous, but we're on a schedule here, and we need to get going.
Whose schedule? Yours?
Justice is looking for you guys, yeah? I think it's in your best interest to leave as soon as possible. We have a truck. You and your crew will have to get...
How do you know Justice is looking for us? Did you tell him that, Theo?
It doesn't matter, and you're wanted people, and we need to get you out of Detroit and the Republic too fucking sweet. We have a truck. You and your crew will have to get in the back together with Nine here.
Where's this truck?
Close. Is that all? Because we really should get going.
And how do we get across the bridge? Won't they search the back?
I have contacts. They owe me favors, okay? You let me worry about all of that, Theo. You just worry about getting your people together.
And once we're in Canada, how do we make it across?
Did they tell you nothing? We'll get out of Canada and into Acadia as quickly as possible. The French are a little less rigid with their diplomatic formalities.
Bold of you to assume that the French would be in control of the entire Canadian diplomacy of an entire country, unless you're telling me that the French have finally decided to rise again and put these motherfuckers in their place! Which is more than likely not likely. Also, why are you so jittery? And why are you sweating so much? And why are you capping? Are you guys trying to make them sound? Are you trying to make him sound like he's the mole when it could be literally anybody else?
Contacts? Injustice?
Sounds like you got sick because you fucking sick of the bullshit you telling. Sounds like you allergic to that bullshit that's coming out your mouth, Desmond. How long you allergic to the shit coming out your mouth? That's wild. For future use, I'm putting this in melee.
Fucking allergies! How else do you think we get anything done? We bring stuff across the bridge on a regular basis. Sometimes that means stuff strategically drops off the back of the trucks. My guys in Justice get to bring home some contraband for their families. Everyone's happy, except you, apparently. From there on, it's straight east until the Republic border, Maine, and Nova Scotia.
How do we get across the border into the Republic?
Like I already told you. Contacts. Favors. Network. You're going to have to trust me.
But I don't trust you.
Can we go?
Anything you want to ask about?
Lots.
Pax?
Look, if Pax has no further questions, I'd really like to get going.
I think our people are getting impatient.
What's going on here, Desmond?
Nothing! Nothing is going on.
Yeah, that was 4.
What do you mean going on? What does she mean going on?
What do you mean, Pax?
There's something weird about this, Theo. We should leave.
Yes! Finally! Thank you. Please, go round up your little gang and let's all regroup outside. I'll take you to the truck. It's just on the other side of the tracks. And please, hurry. We have a schedule to keep.
As I said, some contact you got there.
They can't all be winners.
Stop mumbling. It's impolite.
Yes, ma'am.
I love a man who knows his manners. Lead the way, sweet cheeks.
I zoomed in, hoping, oh, she's a normal because she's like, no, she just got thin lips and they couldn't bother to edit all that extra movement they're using. Because I'm pretty sure the words, I love a man who knows his manners, doesn't look like... We did quirky voices, therefore that counts as voice acting. Come on, guys. And ambush. Bitch, I can see the fucking cop car and you step outside?
Keep your mouth shut or those snipers will fire. You'll be dead before you say.
Please. We don't want to kill you, but like Prefect Kim just told you,
We have snipers on all the rooftops.
No one's here to go Nova and save you this time, deviants.
We're taking you into custody for multiple offenses, including the murder of justice officers, incitement to violence, terrorism. What the hell?
You guys should have used the La Cucaracha sound. It would have been funnier. And now, all the snipers that we just had on the roof have magically disappeared for the obvious combat section that was going to happen after the cutscene. You know, sometimes bait shouldn't be bait. Because bait used to be believable. But that was really bad. And why did you not give me a choice to go out of the other fucking door? Would they allow a nation to be a villain? I don't know. Would their moral compass allow them to? I don't know. Also, why are you asking questions? Why are you putting them under arrest? Police state! Police! Police! Police state! You don't ask questions! You murder people! You shoot them dead! You have decent enough information to understand and know that they are either helping, aiding, and abetting anomals, or are anomals themselves. Kill them!
Bus? Anyone on it? Caretaker? What about...
I don't know. It went too fast.
They would never put it. Bitch attack. Like I said, they would never.
And is CT still on the bus? How much heat can a robot take before?
We need to worry about these guys first.
You mean before we worry about our friends? Because
We can't help them if we're... Hello, loser. So, we can't help them if we're dead, right?
Fair, you're not wrong. So, let's destroy these murdering fascists.
Fire all over.
Murdering fascists, but you guys helped kill people too. Also, he's glitched out behind this.
Fascists.
Steady on, Z. They're
Just doing their jobs? I've heard that one before.
Sure, they're fine. I mean, not these guys. They're not.
Oh, they're about to have a bad.
Shit! I don't see anyone inside.
CT?
Hello.
Oh, you're okay.
Was there anyone else on board?
Everyone's safe. Let's get you out of here.
So, where is Theo, and why is he not with us? Now you deploy the robots.
Guys, trouble ahead.
CT, go.
They won't bother going after a robot.
I think we are their top priority.
Well, I'm getting sick of being their top priority.
See, this is the police response y'all motherfuckers should have had in Liberty. This is what you should have been doing. This is how you should have came down on niggas' heads. Instead, all you did was you sent a fucking jet to torch the fucking poppy fields. So you're still not sending your heavy hitters, but... Yes, static field.
They're out to get you. Bitch attack.
And that nigga is dead! His chest is gone. He is definitely dead to electrocution. Pregnant bitch attack. Absolutely. I guess the US does negotiate with terrorists in this timeline. I suppose they must. They must, Galaxy. They must. They give them a chance to surrender. The only reason they're saved is because the robot crashes a vehicle. My back's broken. Well, the back's broken. Nope, now it's fixed.
We need to take down that force field.
Words won't do much.
Well, we need a ranged weapon.
No shit.
Hacks. We got a way through.
And more vehicles. Rockets. Ah, another one of these.
Stand down. This is your final warning.
They've assaulted you. They've broken a man's spine in 2 places and killed him with an electrocution in your force field. Stand down. This is your final warning. Please, I'm begging you. Pray to Obama. I'm asking you to stand down. Please. I understand that you are under arrest for these crimes, but I just want you to surrender peacefully. I want you to surrender peacefully with your protests, because you are normals. Given a rough hand in life. It's so sad. It's so sad. You just need to give us what we want and just surrender. Fucking Christ almighty. The logic. The logic. The logic. In a good game, give you the decision to believe Desmond or not, and then determines if you get ambushed or a chance to sneak or trick your way past the cops. True.
We've got to stop meeting like this.
So Pax. In your face. So Pax, this is the guy who's really.
Sure is.
Weirdly fixated?
Pax, why aren't you bantering with him?
Dire circumstances. The energy isn't right.
Oh, come on. This guy's got such a stick up his ass. He probably wouldn't say anything but generic justice slogans anyway.
All I'm hearing is Pax likes politics.
There's not much competition right now, but yes.
Hell yeah.
Well, you know everyone likes stuff.
You a fan of my stories?
Okay, I'll amend my statement. Everyone who's not a cob likes talking. Happy?
That's my goal.
Trust no one.
How many times you run into
Too many.
2 times?
Only 3.
Told you.
In my defense, they keep running into me. It's not like I seek them out.
But you.
You're a failure.
But you do go to a fight every other day, and they're clearly willing to give you one.
I'm not sure now's the time for constructive criticism.
Nice of you to call it constructive.
What, not constructive enough for you, boy?
I'm not sure, see.
So we're just gonna move straight past the fact that a woman, pregnant woman, is beating up a robot with a wooden bat with metal implants. We ain't got time to focus on it.
I'm not sure he knows how to mess around. It's not our best work. We're running on fumes here.
The dialogue is so shit. Yes! Yeet that bitch!
Sort of Justice Final Boss?
Hello, loser.
And that man has a broken neck. And drag home.
Everyone should have it.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that take.
Take for better than
Eyes on me.
Still got that break big strength out of nowhere. He just chokeslammed her?
It's a hot take, but better the enemy you know than the one you don't, right?
I guess, yeah?
So Pax knows this one. And now
You're burning.
better than the alternative. Final boss. Don't know.
Stop saying final boss. I feel you're just.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, they're just folding motherfuckers. Oh my god.
Shape up.
Oh, I guess I don't have a taunt button. Crush her! Why did you even give her a chance to wind up? You have missiles. Shoot her with a missile. Then stomp on her head. But now that you have her in hand, crush, crush. It's like a Danimals Crush Cup from 2007. Just...
Enough! You've left a trail of destruction behind you. Dead soldiers, some of them
You
just
could have
kids.
just left us alone.
You and your kind are a danger to our society. You need to be content. I gave you a chance to surrender peacefully.
Just
But now we'll be
shut
beyond
up.
Now you allowed that to happen.
No one move or I kill him.
Stop! Stop!
If you hurt the praetor...
He doesn't need to get hurt if everyone just backs off.
They won't do that. Just put down your.
Police state, by the way, negotiating with terrorists. You're full-blown terrorists at this point. Negotiating with terrorists. Shoot first, act question never. Police state, don't care about you. You useful machine and engine in the cog. Police state, don't care about people. Don't care about the people they have to load over, or the soldiers in their regime. People at the top, they don't give a shit. Fucking Christ. Even in a huge ambush, they're just making lame quips. True. Oh no, we have games to play. We've received multiple games, and we also have more games that we still have to play through. We still have the entirety of the quadrilogy to get through, and we all technically still have Ni no Kuni 1 to get through. Don't know if we're ever going to get Ni no Kuni 2. But we have multiple games to play. We just need to get through this game. We just need to get through it. We need to see the ending so that we know all there is to know about Dustborn.
Weapon, and we can talk. Lady, please, shut up. Any smart ideas?
I'm all out. You're not going to kill this dude, are you?
I don't want to, but we're in a bit of a pickle, Eli.
Are you? You just fought a robot, you fought soldiers, you fought dreadnoughts, you fought combats. What are you scared of? Drop these niggas! Literally, Eli, there's an easy answer to the situation. Snap! Like, you can't chase us, you don't have weapons. Also, you're crippled. Why? Why? Why are you like this?
So what do? Can we use our Vox? What, all of you guys?
We can use this to broadcast to our Vox, but whose vocals and what?
I can scare them, but I'm not sure that'll help us escape.
Wait a second. If we use my new Vox combined with yours...
What do you mean by new Vox?
Bring out bitumen, Eli.
The asphalt god won't do much.
Trust me. Give it a shot, and I'll help.
Okay, sure. And so he appeared, the tar dude, rising from the cracked concrete and molten asphalt.
He was the size of a skyscraper.
The size of a skyscraper.
Now, if we're being dead ass serious, if when she said new Vox, she means the word of God, the word of God, take the abilities of a... We're just going to transliterate what it does because they haven't made it clear. It's very nebulous. The word of God, take the effect of any Vox and make it affect reality. Yeah, there is a cryptid. It's made of tar. And he's the size of a skyscraper. Oh shit, he's real. That legitimizes you as a terroristic threat no matter what you argue from ever again. Even if that ability never manifested with your unborn child, or if you were ever able to save that meme to be used by somebody else who can speak the proto-language. Let alone be weaponized into an object that could help Nova Scotia in their fight against justice and the Puritans. Actual SMT garbage right now! Unironic! You're a hero, by the way! And they're dead! They are dead! They are dead! You've unironically killed people at this point. Granted, you probably killed plenty of people before. But you have unironically caused the death of who knows how many people were in those two transports! You are criminals! Criminals, 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 criminals!
Now. Did that hit? Is the Praetor still alive after?
Train's coming, you bitch!
She stabbed her in the stomach with a knife. She stabbed her in the stomach with a knife. That's the most legit thing that I've ever seen, and that's really respectful. Oh my god. She stabbed you in your unborn kid. You ain't gonna have no fucking shit. She gave you an unborn abortion. And your life is in contortion. Goddamn, perfect Kim's a ride or die. The most appropriate reaction from anybody ever. Yes! 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 The most respectable reaction! The most respectable reaction! And the weirdest reaction!
Walker is a good man. He asked actually thought it was possible to save you people, that you could be reasoned with. Look where that got us. If he dies, I'll hunt every single fucking one of you until the world is rid of deviants. And I'm starting with you.
And she did! And she's dead! You had so much time to move out of the way! You literally tossed the bitch! Step back, then toss the bitch! Ah! Oh my god! Please, I'm begging you! Stop with the bullshit melodrama!
Oh no! CT! Come on, Z. You can't do anything for them. Shit! Hacks!
Everybody get in. Where's CT?
They're not coming, but Pax is... Fuck!
Pax, what happened to her?
I don't know. I couldn't see.
Sol, please help. She's not doing well.
Someone just do something?
Stay with me, babe. We'll be fine.
How is she doing?
Blood. Too much blood. Sol, are you gonna do your thing?
If you give me some room, I'll do what I can. I sing the body electric.
Oh my god, he's going, I sing the body electric. I actually wondered what was going to be the one he pulled out for this.
The armies of those I love engird me, and I engird them. They will not let me off till I go with them, respond to them, and discorrupt them, and charge them full with the charge of the soul.
Is it working?
I hope so. I never know what fucking poem to use. The whole thing's a mystery.
It's not just her. She's pregnant.
And now everybody knows. Pray tell, what is going to happen this time as we decide randomly to make the person whose entire ability is being magical poem Jesus not work? I know! Now we'll tell everybody that she's pregnant. Only after Gnome finds out. Let's see what happens.
What do you mean?
Oh, wow.
What?
Okay. I'll try another poem.
Oh, do you specifically have a poem that's meant for pregnant women?
Let's be sleep, when life is but a dream, and scenes of bliss pass as a phantom by.
Why the hell are you talking about death when she's...
Shh.
See?
The transient pleasures as a vision seem, and yet we think the greatest pains to die. How strange it is that man on earth should roam, and lead a life of woe, what not forsake his rugged path, nor dare to view alone his future doom, which is but to awake.
So is anybody gonna launch in with tirades to how you were not told about her pregnancy, or no? Alright. So she just gets forced into the group. The GILF is forced into the narrative. In comes old GILF. Out goes CT. Saya already also not in the narrative. Betrayed by this nigga who's clearly set you up. Arrive in Rowtown. Meet up with the contact Desmond. With him is Nine, another notive. Betrayed by Desmond. Justice tries to make an arrest. The crew fight Justice and in a desperate move hold Praetor Walker hostage. 98% of players made his choice. What other choice would players be able to have here? By combining their powers, they summon the Asphalt God. Prefect Kim stabs Pax in the stomach and holds her at knife point on the train Pax. In a brave act, CT sacrifices himself to save Pax. So, this was always going to happen. These parts... Actually, excuse me. So, ironically, weirdly enough, summoning the Asphalt God using Hoax and the Word of God was always confirmed. But you actually had a choice with how you chose to go about holding up Praetor Walker. What kind of choice is that? One chapter left! If we ever get to fucking load the shit. So he can heal a point-blank shotgun, but could not heal a stab wound. I don't know. Does he have to have a specific sound for healing the stab wound of a pregnant victim? I imagine that must be where we're going. One choice left! There is only one path, but the path, including a path. Actually ran out of alcohol so far. I'd have to reload. Well, that's just evocative. That's just evocative. Let's actually look at this cover, shall we? That doesn't look like a face. Annie. Soul. Obviously, Psy. Actually, no. Wait, no. That's the visor of a comlink. Okay. So, Praetor Walker. Prefect Kim. I don't know what that is. Annie. Psy. Soul. Ophelia. Gnome. The Herald? CT. Gnome. Obviously Pax, using her abilities. The energy of the proto-language coming out of the unborn baby. So, hands in your air if you had it that the baby was indeed giving her the pregnant super bitch powers. If that's not just them trying to make a fucking nod at the cosmic effect of Marvel. Lottie. The fat bitch. Patsy. Patty. Nine Eyes here. Girl. Lottie's raccoon. The map bot. Don't know who that one is. The overseer. The adjunct. I can only assume Eli. Okay. Join the main event as the crew fights their final battle. Here we go.
In President Samuel Ward's best-selling, groundbreaking, and stirring non-fiction history of the American red squirrel.
Please turn that down. I don't want to hear anything more about squirrels.
There's supposed to be a briefing on the Rotown incident.
We were there, Kim. I'm not sure we need the official agitprop.
From the mind of our nation's great leader comes a book about the humblest and most noble of God's.
So who are we seeing through the perspective of?
Squirrels, our greatest national treasure, by President Samuel Ward. Available now wherever fine books are sold nationwide.
Why was President Ward right about squirrels?
This is it.
Why is the magistrate doing the briefing? That's unusual. Turn it up.
I speak to you today as your duly elected leader of justice and faithful servant of our beloved republic.
Why does it say breaking announcement? This is weird.
Yesterday, our beautiful city of Detroit, cradle
I was
of
expecting them
modern
to keep
robotics,
Rotown under
was
wraps
struck
until all the
by
deviants have been
the
caught.
carnage and destruction caused by these foreign agitators will not go unpunished.
She's awake.
Sorry about the restraints. Standard procedure for deviants, I'm afraid. The fetus is okay. We didn't know. It's frankly a miracle you made it all the way here
You knew what you
without...
were doing, putting your unborn child at risk. Still, if I'd known, I wouldn't have...
I hope you're not in too much pain. We just want to talk without complications. How does that sound, Pax?
Clearly they must have a gag on her.
Nothing official. Just 3 adults talking. Okay, Pax?
Hey, he asked you a question.
So...
I understand your reluctance, but we do need you to say something. To know you're lucid, for legal reasons.
You're not about to try anything, are you? Go ahead. I dare you.
So... this clearly must be a trap, yes? Like, there's no way that she's not wearing some type of power nullifying gag.
Don't make my...
What's that? Did you try to say something?
The only other alternative was a gag. We prefer less barbaric methods to prevent you from using illegal language.
Pretty good, right? It's an experimental drug mixture. You can still talk, but your magic spells are useless.
This
Okay.
conversation is long overdue. We've been on your trail since Boulder.
So... here's my question. Last thing we see is we're in the back of a truck. So, did you capture the party? Where is everybody else? Why is it that you don't have this nerve agent in a portable substance delivery system, like a tranq dart, or a wasp knife? Why do you only have this drug in experimental doses to be administered to somebody under duress? That answer is easy and honest. The other questions are not. Sigh. Also, fascist, evil cops care about humanity and civility.
And even before that, your mother's commune? That incident set off a lot of alarms.
But it took a while to connect the dots and tie you to the Rockies Tourist Center. And then there was that incident at the Betty's in Utah. Not sure what you did to those officers, but you made a lasting impression.
That's when we realized we were dealing with... you call them divergents in Pacifica.
With a trail of destruction you've left behind in Rotown, Chicago, Boulder, the Rockies, Salt Lake. You're lucky it took us this long to catch up with you.
Your partner. She tried to kill me.
Prefect Kim is diligent. She thought I was dead.
And, like I said, I didn't know about the baby.
I promise that no harm will come to you or your child in this room.
In this room. Very specific word. That's crazy.
Enough people have died needlessly. You must see that. Another deviant went nova in front of us all in Chicago. We simply want to stop you and your compatriots from hurting anyone else. Justice has facilities where your words will be under control. We know you're not monsters, Pax. The disorder infected you when you were children. You need help, structure, order. The best thing, the safest thing for everyone is for you to tell us where your friends are and let us bring them in without unnecessary violence. Once they're all safe...
Obama, why are you sweating?
We can figure out how to prevent more innocents from getting hurt.
He's being very generous.
You people are making new anomals. You're not looking to help us. You just want us out of the way.
What do you mean?
She's lying.
We found a child in the Rockies. Your people tried to murder her. She's a normal. Not even 10 years old. You're telling me she was a victim of a disorder that happened 30 years ago? We know what justice is doing. We saw your facility in Nevada. You're making anomals.
That's not possible. Where was this? How did you...
That's a bomb.
What the hell was that?
Also, obviously, the secret society inside of Justice is making anomals, but the regular grunt cops don't know about it. Pray tell, will Obama become an important character alongside Prefect Kim? His ride or die? Who fucking knows? Who will write a fanfic about the sex that they have? The nut-busting, pregnancy-making sex! Because that wasn't no regular fucking stab wound. That was a you killed my man stab wound.
What? Is Pacifica staging an invasion?
Maybe not Pacifica, but just... Walker here. Roger that. They're on the second floor.
Already? How could they have gotten
The
past...
officers in the stairwell need assistance. Can you...
Yes, sir.
They're here for you, aren't they? What do you have that they want?
They're here for me. But we're not working with them, if that's what you think. They want me dead.
At least we have some common ground. Why do they want you dead? I have no interest in seeing the Puritans get their hands on you. Terminal, release restraints in room 5. Authorization code Walker...
What?
I'm letting you go, Pax. Terminal, authorization code Walker 9745. I don't know why they're after you or want you dead, but this is our country. We make the rules here. But you listen to me, Pax. I will find you and your crew again. For your safety and your child's well-being, turn yourself in as soon as possible.
We are an evil, fascist, totalitarian, dictatorial police state made after the alt-level history of President JFK creating a militant task force to bring truth and justice for all to all. But we are the dictatorial police state that hate people. But this man has not only tried to be decent, tried to be diplomatic, and tried to be amenable, but has also, under threat of his own life, actively allowed a person to survive and live and thrive. And somehow, however she ended up in this hospital, rather than keeping her under lock and key, or keeping her in his guard so that he has her where he can see her, he instead allows her to leave, lets her go, and gives her a stern talking to. You better turn yourself in. You're with child. I don't want you to get hurt. You might be an evil deviant, but you know what? A normal lives matter. Where's the sound effect? I need a sound effect. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up, dude. You cannot make this shit the fuck up. Nobody ever has to follow up scream for that. You can't make this real, dude. There's no way this is real. This is like if the Nazis found out Anne Frank and then let her off with a warning. True.
They're coming up the north stairwell. Take the service elevator to the south, down to the garage. My people have bigger problems to worry about right now. They'll leave you be.
How do you know that? How do you know that, Obama? Obama, how do you know?
Yeah, that doesn't look good. Oh, God.
And there's the adjunct laying that ass out.
Hey, can someone give me a hand? Seriously, help.
Do they not see that I'm their patient? Probably not. I'm under the suspicion that this is a dream sequence. A metaphysical dream sequence. Also, you guys did not do Dominic Tipper's scan any fucking credit here. This is probably the first and only time we will ever see Pax's hair model without any styling or fucking hat. And Jesus fucking Christ, it's not good. Also, how is she hooked up to monitors without anything to actually show the state of the baby? And then you just fall over. This is really pathetic. Hey, look who it is!
Are you an angel?
Fuck no. It's just me, Pax.
Sai?
You got her? Sai, careful.
I know, Z.
Let's go. Before either Justice or Florence decide we're the enemy.
What are you doing here?
Saving your ass, bro.
We had to get you to a real hospital. You were in a bad state.
Lucky thing we had 9-9. Things that old lady
Stop. Eli. Do you remember?
We swore never to speak of her Vox again. So, are we implying that Nai did something extremely graphic?
Or what happened in Rowtown?
Getting stabbed and CT? They're
gone. Sorry. The van's waiting for us in the garage.
The van?
That traitor you met with in Rowtown knew about the truck.
Sai, I think I can stand on my own feet again.
I'm not letting you go quite yet, Pax.
Let's go. Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?
She didn't tell me either.
Okay, so you can't really complain about keeping secrets, okay?
Secrets? What secrets?
Ask her.
It's complicated.
Sai's a justice informant.
That's not... I didn't...
For comedic reasons, I need you not to react to the shit I'm about to do. I will take care of it when I'm done with my life. For comedic reasons, I need you to not react to shouting about it. How does that make fucking sense?
Have a choice.
Oh, we always have a choice. You chose to betray us.
Do you even know what justice can do to you? They were going to hurt my family. What kind of choice was that?
She called Justice and Liberty and told them about the poppies. That's why they came.
So, when were you contacted? When were you turned? Before, during, or after the heist? Why, if you were going to be an informant, and you were doing so to keep your family safe, did you allow in every single scenario and situation that you could have made this happen? Why, in the infinite wisdom of your writing, Red Thread Studios, did you make her the informant? Of all the characters! Of all the characters! It doesn't make ontological inertia. The most likely person to be hostile and also want to betray the group shouldn't be Sai. It would either be Gnome or Theo. Because assuming that Soul and Girl and Eli and Ophelia are not going to betray the core group. The only other people that would betray would be another person who's a part of the Weave, which would be Nova Scotia, which would make more sense because Nova Scotia is actually justice and is also actually purity because they are actually adjunct loyalists. Or someone a part of the core group if you didn't give them enough attention in the meta-narrative of your core group members. But clearly, as we saw, I never bailed on people in order for that to happen. And then, of all the decisions you chose to make, You will tell her to be ejected in the narrative at the end of chapter 7. And instead of using any of the intelligence and the wisdom that you could have had to solve this problem by simply having her in the core group and having it become harder and harder for her to keep the secret, the more and more effort is put in to the character existing, while also not telling the truth and coming clean. Your greatest choice was to reject her in the narrative from 7 and bring her back at the end of 10, after removing the character from the context of whatever the fuck happens from their perspective when they get stabbed and are recovering after Soul tries to heal them. In the consequence of showing and not telling, you've just made us all confused for dramatic payoffs that don't go anywhere. Because really, me personally, the logic that would be best would have been Jacob. Jacob is working both sides. He wants to get the power of the Word of God, but he's also a purity loyalist who wants to sell them out, but he also wants to save Pax. Because, hey, mother of my child. And he has a sneaking suspicion that if he were to impregnate an anomal who has the ability to make memes, she could probably not only be able to make a meme that gives them the ability to conquer the world, but also could breed that ability. Since it's possible to make anomals, maybe it's possible to birth anomals. But no. It's because Sai is a traitor. Despite the fact that she is pining about a familial connection she by no means has a reason to give a shit about, since they literally abandoned her ass. 10 years, Sai! That's what you said! 10 years in juvie! You spent 10 years in juvie, and they never called you! So why the fuck do you care about them? I say again, but this time not with my voice. Yep. That's not the video. How does it make sense? How does it make sense? Ace is 100% right. Do you know what Justice can do to you? They let you off with a warning when you kill people and you hold an officer of the law hostage. They tell you, turn yourself in. I don't want you to get that baby hurt. While he goes off to do his diligent duty. When I recap this shit to Jay, she's gonna be like, see, I told you should have dropped that game. We do it for the content.
What? That's not true. Justice was already on their way. I was only trying to...
Come on, Van's waiting.
Well, it's no tour bus, but we'll fit.
I'm just glad we ditched the truck after what Nine did.
Eli, no, we swore.
You're late. Let's go.
That's a man's voice.
Who are you?
I'm your goddamn messiah, Pax. Get in.
Pax, I'll explain later. But we've gotta go.
Wow, champ. You look like shit.
Yeah, that's the drugs.
Save it. We need to go. Now.
The data key. I don't have it. Theo.
Lost. In Rotown. It must have dropped out of your pocket when that bitch attacked you.
No.
We're alive. That's what matters. Stay low, Pax. We'll get out of here with Nine-Eye's help.
Oh, God.
It'll be fine.
Nothing will ever be fine again.
Come on. You've seen much worse.
No one has. I'm literally scarred for life.
Just close your eyes, Pax. And ears.
Here we go. Grab onto something.
I don't like how she laughed. So reality warping? Go, eject us from the narrative! October 29th, 2030. You are a full month and a half pregnant.
We'll just be a couple of...
How are you a full month and a half pregnant through your first trimester and you have enough of a blastocyst and development to be showing like that? There's not even enough for there to be a pudge in your womb pocket. That just occurred to me. Then again, Carl, they're liberals. They definitely don't know what pregnancy feels like and looks like.
Fine, but hurry.
Sorry for dragging you out of the van. Feeling okay after?
Soul's poetry helped. What's up with the old woman's box? Is she...
Do not
Never
go
again.
there.
We can't stay here. Every justice officer in the city's on high alert.
I just needed a minute with you guys, alone. Away from...
I think we can trust them.
Not the point, Theo. This is personal.
What? Where did you... We lost that in Roadtown. You couldn't possibly
It's a copy. I actually bought 3. S-Mart had a deal. I copied the purity data onto a second key while you guys were checking on packs. I was supposed to give the duplicate to Justice in exchange for my family and a pardon. That's the duplicate. I gave Justice a 3rd key with just bullshit on it. I guess the mission's back on track. You all know I was in juvie. What I did not tell you was that I was facing more than a decade behind bars. For fucking graffiti.
They'll give you a stern warning if you try to murder people, but don't you dare fucking graffiti people, you goddamn heathens! This one's gonna be my actual voice. And if somebody's smart enough to clip that, you can put that in a meme format. I just wanted to make sense! What is this garbage? Third key had Vosh's Wally folder. So, what we've learned is, as long as you are willing to not vandalize things with graffiti, justice won't murder your ass! You can do whatever you want! Just don't be a normal, don't be a criminal, and don't do street art. Banksy! Your days are numbered, Banksy! This is not okay! This is not okay!
So when Justice told me there was a way out, I knew if I stayed inside, they'd eventually discover what I was. I'd never see daylight again. After I got out, I met with a handler every couple of weeks. I told them just enough to keep them happy. but I never sold anyone out. Then one day they inform me I'm being sent to Pacifica. If I resist, they'll put me back behind bars. They smuggle me across the border as a refugee. At first, they wanted me to attend some protests, get cozy with Republic expats, small stuff. After a few years, they went silent. I figured they'd forgotten about me. Then, about a year ago, someone shows up. Tells me to volunteer for the Medina Castillo campaign. So that's what I do. I keep them informed. It's not like I know much. But my handler isn't happy. Says they need more. Or I'm toast, and they will arrest my whole family. Put them on trial for harboring a terrorist.
So, for any other situation, they just act like racist bigots. But only with the Middle Eastern character do you decide to act like she is a terrorist. That's not clever! That's not clever! There better not be a New Game Plus. That's not clever!
When Theo offered us this assignment, it's like I hit the jackpot. Justice would kill to get their hands on Puritan data. I tell them as little as possible. Nothing about you guys, and they offer me a deal. Hand over the data key. Slate's wiped clean, and my family's safe.
That's why you left us. To meet up with...
The longer I stayed, the bigger the risk. For everyone. And I was getting sick from all the lies, so I figured Iowa was as good a time as any to get out. Hand over the duplicate of justice. Especially after what happened at dinner that night, but... I didn't. I couldn't. I mean, who knows what's on that thing? So, I gave them the third key, with a bunch of bullshit encrypted data on it. It'll take Justice ages to crack it. If they find out it's mostly K-pop, boy, are they gonna be mad. After I give them the key, they release me, tell me I can go home, that my family's safe, but... when I finally get there, my dad calls the cops on me. Tells me they disowned me. Long ago, that I was a black stain on their flawless reputation.
Man, that would have been a really cool scene that we would have gotten to see if you actually put it into your game!
I was never gonna be what they wanted. Believing otherwise was a fairy tale.
Sai, I'm sorry.
You are? I mean, thanks for not yelling at me, but I don't expect you to just forgive me. After my parents kicked me out again, I didn't know what to do or where to go. But I remembered the map and the location of the Bronx Library. So that's where I went. And that's where I met Ruth, the librarian, and... that's where I realized what I had to do. I can't just walk away. I can't leave the Republic again. I got it all wrong. I couldn't see that the whole time I was working for justice, I actually had power over them. I was feeding my handlers information to help them, but I could have just as easily fed them information to hurt them. When we left Pacifica, there was no way I could have played that game and won. But I've learned a lot. From you, Gnome, Theo. I might be able to do some real damage. From the inside. I owe it to the people I've hurt to at least try.
As long as it doesn't kill you.
Maybe it will. I don't have your moxie and Vox. You'd be great at it.
Sai, I have a kid to think about.
I know. I just don't get why you're putting your trust in some shadow entity instead of helping people here, where it matters.
I don't owe the people in this country anything, no matter who they are.
You don't. But we both know if anyone has the power to make a difference, it's you.
Sorry to crash the party, but Ruth says, and I quote, "If those goddamn fools don't get back in the van right now, we're leaving without them." End quote. Apparently they've started shutting down bridges and tunnels.
Sigh.
I'm staying, Pax.
She's not going to change her mind. Listen, mate. No matter what you did or didn't do, you came back to help Pax. That matters. And I love you for it.
I'll miss you, Nahum. And you, Theo. You may be the biggest dork I've ever known, but you're a mensch. And I adore you. I know you're angry, and that's fine, but that's not gonna stop me.
Sigh.
Sai, why do you have those eyes?
Fuck that. We'll see each other again. And I love you like a big sister. Always will.
These are not the eyes you give a character who's giving an emotional, impassioned speech, okay? I know what those eyes look like. I give them the star all the time.
Stay safe. This is the last mile. You'll make it.
When we were in Chicago, I got this K-pop mix from a guy who... Well, you should have it.
I met FD in Chicago. He gave me a mixtape, and then he blew himself up so that I could get away. Type shit.
I got it for you.
You. No way, dude. I never thought you'd... But you don't even like K-pop.
No, but you do.
Oh, beautiful. Just beautiful. No hugs from me, though. I don't want any tears.
You're staying.
I'm a militant motherfucker. Whatever the hell Justice are aiming to do, I'm aiming to stop them. That's hard work to do remotely. And honestly, the stuff this one said inspired me. Maybe I'll even introduce her to some people.
This is your last warning, people. I'm pulling out of here in 10 seconds.
They're ready, Ruth. She'll take care of you folks. She's the best goddamn librarian we got. Now, let's clear the streets before the drones arrive. I know this little joint only 10, 15 minutes away. We can grab a beer and call some folks.
Sure.
Sure, but it's just soda for me, dude. Bronx, New York. 545 miles away from Skoochinackhead?
Is anyone gonna tell me how you all made it to New York?
That would mean getting into details about how 9 used her Vox to...
No. No.
This is not comically funny. If you're gonna keep bringing it up, it's not funny.
We swore.
Never again.
I mean, she just did it again earlier today.
Never
so...
again. Again.
Oh, come on, guys. It wasn't that bad, was it?
Speak for yourself, Theo. They just dulled all your senses.
Hey, I'm not that much older than you.
Why isn't she saying anything?
Oh God, not again.
$457 miles from Skoochinackhead, Madison, Connecticut.
Did you have anything to do with that disease-spreading bescarved weasel who manhandled me?
Pardon? She means Desmond, our contact in Detroit.
Ah, was a contractor. Never worked with him personally. We don't often have turncoats among us. Nova Scotia's due diligence track record is exemplary.
I'll be the judge of that young lady person.
Lady person. Couldn't even call them a lady boy. Lady person.
If we're going to do trans representation, we're gonna do it on Autowatch. But we're gonna take all the spice and jokes out of it and make it lame and gay.
Whoa. It's very unexpected.
anything for a swim right now.
The Atlantic? In October?
It's beautiful.
This is nothing compared to the Pacific
No.
Ocean.
Let them have this.
What are those?
What are those buildings?
One of many failed experiments. To save us all from the rising tides. The towers harness tidal waves to generate power. They might still be functional, but there aren't many of them left.
Interesting. There is something coming on my fucking screen. Where's my alcohol? Where is my rubbing alcohol? This one's leaving some fuzz. I should take care of whatever is on the screen.
I've never seen the Atlantic Ocean before either.
Sai's always talking about how different the beaches were out here.
Doesn't look like they have any.
There's a motel coming up in 2 miles.
It's getting brighter. Maybe a good time to stop for the day.
Fullerton, Massachusetts, 346 miles from Scotiabank Head.
You could have just gone at the motel.
I figured there'd be rest stops.
While you escape from the cops?
I don't like to talk when I...
Talk when you what, Theo?
He's pea-shy.
He's... Oh my god. Theo's pea-shy.
I hate you guys. So much.
You're saying they didn't know about experiments on children going back 2 decades? No. They're just covering up. They must know.
That's what it sounded like.
You don't really buy that, do you?
You don't think justice keeps secrets from their own people?
Yeah, but wasn't this guy a high-ranking officer?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter. We got out. That's all that matters.
Canterbury, New Hampshire. I would be surprised if nothing happens on fucking,
Why are we looking at a rodent?
It's dead.
Halloween.
Yes, a dead rodent. Why are we looking at a dead rodent?
Because it's federally protected. It's Ward's favorite animal. We hit it with our car. That's a crime punishable with up to 10 years in federal prison.
We need to get rid of it unless we want more attention from justice.
I think we got their attention already.
Guys, it's a squirrel. I've got this.
America. Alternate fascist police state America. As long as you are not a street artist, a active criminal, a walking mutation, and you don't kill the extreme fixation of the president for his autistic love of animals, you're fine! You can do whatever the fuck you want! Kill me. Motherfucker, please kill me. Oh my god, please kill me. Please kill me. Oh my god, please kill me dead, bro. New game plus you play as Pax's unborn baby. I don't know if you're shitposting.
Okay, push harder. Almost. Almost. Got it. Nice job. You'll be able to take over for Ruth in no time.
The libraries are on the verge of extinction. We managed to keep them operational for decades, but now...
But you can rebuild, right? You can't just let them win.
We can try. It took the better part of my life to build the Weave, and it's not easy to recruit people we can trust. But it's possible. Especially with the aid of people like you. Right now, we do the most good by getting you and your cargo to Nova Scotia.
Should you really be describing a pregnant woman as cargo? Also, she's wearing a shirt that says The End on it.
Hey, oh, check this out.
Check this out, what?
Darling, did you know Lady Justice named her dog after an organized crime syndicate? Get it? I'm Gnome.
Oh, I thought you were... No, never mind.
Come on, tell me.
The accent, it reminded me of CT.
Oh, sorry. Let's talk about something else.
The fuck is Nine-Eye doing in the corner?
Pax, who's the baby's father? Gnome said it's not theirs.
Whoa, okay.
A guy I met back in Pacifica. Nobody you'd know.
That's true. I don't know a lot of people.
Pax, some guy from Pacifica, their kid, and us. One big happy family.
Right, on the main, 50 miles from Scotia Deckhead.
Z, please stop tapping on our seat. I'm trying very hard to astral project myself into a dimension.
There are still functioning lighthouses?
Justice converted them to scan the skies and monitor signs of a potential European invasion.
In this universe, Europe actually wants to go for world domination and could potentially threaten so with political standings. Okay. As if Europe would want to come anywhere close to this country. Good question. That answers our question last time about the geopolitical standing of the fucking world building.
Does the Pacific still beat this, Gnome?
I prefer sunsets to sunrises, that's all I'm saying.
And beaches too. Whatever.
Flooding! That's what it is.
Kind of morbid that these houses are still standing.
The government's not about to spend money tearing these coastal towns down.
You could go diving and find some valuable shit in there.
Have you done a lot of diving?
If you want to see me in a swimsuit, Theo, just ask. That's how I met my third husband.
Never
and
mind.
he...
That's not funny. It's not funny. Please don't say push harder to the minor, Eli. True. Gnome is a guy. They, them, with a female voice, but I'm guessing male parts? Doesn't make sense. I don't know. Makes sense, but whatever. Sun rises to sunsets when comparing the Atlantic to the Pacific because the sun does not set in the east. True. True. Excuse me, the sun does set in the east. I can't read. She's a hybrid. The sun was setting over the Atlantic. How do you mess this up? Because they don't do geography. Because they don't care about geography.
Ugh, Nine. Do you need to stop again? That could have been anyone. Don't look at me. Look at that child.
Oh, you're blaming the kid who doesn't speak? That's...
There's a Betty's coming up in a few miles. You can all relieve yourselves.
And eat. I'm starving.
Ellsworth, Maine. 29 miles from where the fuck we're going.
Isn't everyone sick and tired of Betty's?
Oh boy, you've stepped in it now.
Sick of Betty's? Dude, I've only tried like half of their menu, and I'm already looking forward to starting.
I'm kinda hungry.
This won't take long, and I don't know when or if we'll have another chance to speak. Is it Jacobs? I ask because I assume you haven't been in touch with Jacob since Pacifica?
It was after the sessions ended. We kept it completely professional while...
I'm sure you did. Does he know about the pregnancy?
He does. Why do you care?
Do you know where Jacob is, Pax?
What does it matter?
Your business is your business.
Then why ask about him?
I need to know if you're going to Nova Scotia to join us, or if you just see this job as a way out. You have a child to protect. Turning your back on the cause for what you consider a simple life must be quite tempting. What Saul and your friend Sai are doing is admirable, but ineffectual. Sure, they might do some good before they burn out or get killed. But if you combine your powers and your device with Nova Scotia's resources, we might have a chance to save the Republic. Maybe even the world.
Why me?
I want you to consider it, Pax. You could be instrumental in the coming fight.
I don't know what you expect me to do.
I may not know as much as Jacob does, but I know enough. What that device does, what your words can do to reality. I spent most of my life on the Wii, building libraries from nothing. But you don't have to count up little victories over the decades like I did. If we can amplify your voice, you could change everything in an instant. And do what I could never do. Use the hand you were dealt to create a better future for everyone.
Or a fucking outfit that actually doesn't fucking clash against each other.
I just need to know what you're thinking. If you're open to continuing the good work.
I mean, there's no reason for her not to, as long as the good work gets her good dick. Also, Jacob knows about the pregnancy, so you were intending to lie to everybody in your fucking friend group and never tell them that you're with child? By any means necessary, chat! She was getting over that line by any means necessary. Even if that means fucking honey-dicking and honey-trapping a fucking black guy into becoming a baby daddy for nothing.
And suppressing language and using it to control the people.
But aren't you controlling her with the potential of a future?
We want to use it to free them. To give them autonomy again. I'm not asking for a decision. I know this journey isn't over yet, and things could happen.
I've tried using my Vox to do good. It never works out.
That doesn't mean it can't. With the right guidance and tools. We can provide both.
Do you really believe we can just brute force a better future?
There's more nuance to it than that. But I see you have enough on your mind for now. All I'm asking is, give it some thought. They'll be waiting for us. I can't say I'm hungry, but we should eat while we can.
Forced cutscene. Do I still have the fucking letter in my inventory? I do.
Welcome to Betty's, sweet pea.
I think I'm ready to order.
What can I get you to eat? Looks like you're eating for two today. I'll ask the chef bot to be extra generous.
How does the robot know that you're with child? No robot at all, at any point in time, with the exception of CT, ever predicted that you were with child. So how does this Betty know you're with child?
I'll have the mac and cheese. It was really good the last time I visited Betty's.
Doing okay, hun? You look a little down.
Just missing a good friend. She's a big fan of your, work.
Well, isn't that sweet? You should bring her along next time.
Sure. Next time.
I'll get started on your orders. And sweetheart, you're getting a slice of apple pie on the house.
She's still not showing.
There I was, pretending to be...
So she's talking to the robots.
You know you can tell me your name. Nobody will know. Except Pax, maybe. And she can keep a secret. Trust me. I know. Is it
Having a deep conversation over here?
If I can guess her name, at least we have something. It feels wrong to smuggle her out of the country with no idea where she came from or who her parents are. I don't know how I feel about just leaving her in Nova Scotia with a bunch of strangers. I saw you with Ruth. Sorry for prying, but I have to say I'm curious. I don't know how high her position is in the Weave, but I bet it's up there.
She wants me to do more. Everyone wants me to do more. She made some good points, and I probably owe it to her to think it over. The Weave has saved our butts on multiple occasions.
I think I get it. At the start of this mission, I thought I knew what was going on, what I wanted. To get through this job, go home to my family. But you all showed me that I didn't have to wait to start living again. You're one of the first friends I've had in a long time. A long time. I'm grateful for that, Pax. Whatever happens next, I know you'll do the right thing. As I was saying, is it Xiomara? Or Maya? I know the... Where was I? Oh. Is it Xiomara? Or...
Pretty sure you're not supposed to smoke in here.
It's just the one, love. It was a gift from Ruth. Can't let it go to waste. And anyway, I could take a scolding from Betty if I absolutely had to. And besides, we're on the outskirts of society. Normal rules don't apply.
Everything about this leg of the road trip does feel liminal.
Hard to believe we're nearing the finish line. Which means... now's as good or bad a time as any, I guess.
What's happening?
Just listen. Things between us haven't always been easy. And I know you called it off last time for good reason. We were stuck in our old patterns. Bickering and keeping secrets and using each other to make our lives bearable. But it feels different now.
Almost losing you to a psychopath with a badge put things into perspective.
So I want us try again. It doesn't have to happen now. We don't have to jump into each other's arms right away. But after we get out of here, or whenever you're ready, if you want to.
I have the opportunity to make a really evil fucking play here. Also, how can... Let's look at this from the character's perspective. The last thing that happened to the character, within the time it took them to get in and get out to go rescue them, was to drop them off at a hospital. After who knows what, to travel however they got to wherever they got, using what I have to assume is reality warping Gojo, like Go-Go Gadget eject us from the narrative powers, from the gilf, dropped them off at the hospital, and had to really consider the fact that they were going through this without telling them, knew about the pregnancy before they were told, and were willing to keep the secret as long as she was willing to come forward with it herself at some point in time, and was allowed to have the space to have it without talking about it, to the point that she keeps the secret until she tells everybody for her own good. Because you're not the father, if you're even capable of fathering a child, if you're even capable, you want to step up and be a step-parent in this situation, knowing that she's keeping the baby, and more than likely, the father is waiting in Nova Scotia. Now, Pax says that Jacob knows, and she has talked multiple times in the narrative about your desire to be involved with him in his life. So, with all the moving parts in the right place, you're gonna put yourself on a lifeline like that? That's crazy.
I want the same thing, no? You are my favorite human.
Really?
Really.
Fuck. I didn't realize how nerve-wracking this would be. I feel like I could run a marathon. Bet you never thought you'd hear me say that.
How mad would you be if I told you that's adorable?
Furious, love.
Wait, hang on. There's something you need to know.
And we're telling this some hope to us they deserve to know about Jacob. Someone else,
I suppose if there's anything else
the father,
to talk about.
we're always thinking with Jacob.
So, the father, he's in the picture. We planned to get in touch once I got out. I get it if this changes things for you.
Huh. Wow. Huh. Why am I surprised?
No, it's not like I...
No, I mean, literally. I shouldn't be surprised. You're pregnant. Of course the father should be in the picture, if he's one of the good ones.
One of the good ones in a universe where you are underneath dictatorial fascist regimes would be to have the sexual discipline to bust on her face, not in her body. If we're living with your typical worldviews, Jacob should not be dicking her down. Because apparently birth control don't exist, huh? Condoms don't exist. Swallowing don't exist. But it doesn't feel as good. Okay. Not even anal queen. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. Betty's have built-in sonograms. Is that actually true? Do they actually have built-in sonograms, Frosted Glass? So, if Jacob isn't a part of the fucking evil regime, I'm gonna laugh harder. This is some real simp shit right now, Gnome. We've gone past the retarded and stupid parts of the narrative, and now we're clipping directly into the, oh no, why are you doing that, narrative, okay? How much more of this video game is there? I ain't this shit over. I want it to be over. Checking the back room. Okay.
He is one of the good ones, right?
Yes. God. Almost too good.
Right. Well, you didn't have to go that far. But we'll sort it out, okay? I went into this whole confession knowing full well that rejection was a possibility.
You were going into a love confession, a reinvested love confession. Is it truly a love confession if you've already had the person and you're trying to bring up the idea of whether or not you want to try and make things work again? I don't fucking know. The love confession, you're simping, Gnome. You're simping. You're simping. You're being a beta! How does that one channel, The Wall, do it? You're simping, Gnome. You're allowing Chad. You're raising Chad's seed with no hope and possibility that you'll have a world of your own. It's just not a good outcome. It's less the wall and more like the corner. Carl's gullible. No, I'm not gullible. I'm legitimately asking you.
So I can work with this too.
Gnome is a certified simp. Gnome is a certified simp. Gnome is a certified simp.
So anyway, is it Sayonara? Or...
There I was, pretending to be the club owner's wife, and working as a pole dancer at the same time. I know what you're thinking. How could I pull that off? Costume changes, young ones. Costume changes. I also had to change my makeup every 5 seconds. So after a couple hours, my cheeks were redder than a baboon's ass. But by the end of the night, I'd scammed some investors out of 6 big ones, and I had a bra full of
Whoa, okay.
A bra full of tips. Kappa.
Whoa. If anyone is Betty's favorite, it's me. Okay?
Bold claim to make to someone who literally camped out in a Betty's for weeks, months? You were there for a long time, Oh.
I wasn't keeping track.
I'm still pulling for my boyish charm to win her over, though.
I think Betty appreciates men who are a little more mature in every way.
Burn.
Sai would have challenged you all to a duel for the honor of being Betty's favorite.
I would have yielded. She's the original superfan.
The Betty I knew was creepy. I didn't like her at all. This one's better.
Does this one's
Not long
functioning?
Sipping Mai Tais on the beaches of Nova Scotia.
Isn't Nova Scotia cold?
Okay, metaphorical Mai Tais and beaches, but we'll be safe. And they will help us. And maybe we can relax for once.
I mean, you can still have Mai Tais while still being in the cold.
That sounds good.
What will you do when this is over, Z?
Not totally sure yet. But Ruth got me thinking about the libraries. Maybe I can talk to those Nova Scotians about rebuilding their network. Because, I mean, this country is fucked without them, so. But I also might have some responsibilities as an aunt in my future. And I mean, that's pretty important too. I don't know, maybe Pax can help me figure out what I'll be doing next, but anyway, that's a conversation for later.
What an awkward fucking conversation.
And the club owner proposed to me the next morning. Second best honeymoon of my 20s.
Okay, folks, that's everything. Now you get in here and chow down while it's still hot.
I am so ready for this.
Oh my god, Theo, are you eating fried chicken?
I don't just eat vegetables.
Yes, you do.
You seen me eat a hot dog.
Have we, though?
I don't remember that.
I'm too tired. I don't know if you're joking or not.
Speaking of tired, do they have coffee?
Only the fake stuff, but
I ordered 2 pots.
Only 2? You obviously haven't been paying attention to Ziggy's caffeine intake.
Oh, is that how you get your zig?
My lord, it's that song.
What song?
From the car in Pacifica. And the bar?
Betty, could you turn that up for us?
Oh my fucking god, they're having a sing-along.
Come on now, hey, sing along if you know what I mean. There are good ways to cry. Ooh, hey, sing along if you know what I mean. There are good ways to die.
Oh, we have to add this to our set list.
Only the best from the official Badlands Bar and Grill Battle of the Bands champions!
No, great spooning.
You've done a forking great job yourself.
Sai would have loved this.
She could play the hell out of some silverware, I bet.
Alrighty, folks, here's your coffee.
Ah, finally.
And, we'll take a third pot when you have a chance. Please. Thank you.
Are we ever going to get to the end of this fucking game? 1.1 miles.
Slow down. Pax is hurt.
I'm fine. Just keep going. Come on. Don't be a crybaby. We can do this. We can do this.
Did we lose them? I don't see anyone following us.
Hopefully they didn't turn back to follow the rest of them.
I don't think so. Most of them stuck with the car. The rest came after us. I think Theo made a clean escape with the others.
All thanks to Nai and her Vox.
Don't. Please. Not now. Not ever.
And what about Ruth?
She knew what she was doing, Eli. We can't worry about her now.
Who are they?
Well, I'm guessing Puritans. Justice isn't this competent. And that shit looked familiar.
Justice would have just killed us. The Puritans want us alive, at least until they get the cargo.
Why the fuck you lying? Why your bitch ass lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying!
Ruth said the pier's on the south end of the peninsula, about a mile away.
Didn't she say to also look out for a lighthouse?
There's a light in the sky, in that direction.
We keep to a straight line until we hit the ocean.
Hopefully the others will be safe following the main road.
Owl's Head Trail.
Is the baby going to be okay? With all the running and jumping and...
Oh, hey, the lighthouse. Come on, it's not far.
How do we cross this in a straight line?
I'm not setting foot in a bog. We sink like stones.
We follow the path. Let's go. At least we know where we're going.
Obey the wardens. Patrolled by justice wardens. Salute the wardens. Respect the wardens. Obey the wardens. The wilderness is dangerous. One apple spoils the lot. No trash, no pets, no food, no children, no women. Leave nothing behind when you leave. Based!
Yeah, well, city people are stupid. If you don't have fences,
Oh my fuck god.
They can't follow trails. Maybe they shouldn't be walking around in the forest.
I agree. They should just stay in the cities.
And forced combat is forced combat.
Wait. Did you guys hear that?
Look, there.
Is it a plane?
Yeah, that's a Puritan ship, all right. They know we're here.
What do we do?
Stay close to me, O.
There will be no negotiations this time. Put down the data key now, or we will kill you all and take it.
We don't have it.
You know you don't have the stolen EMP generator this time, right? It won't go well for you.
Try us.
All right.
So much for losing them.
Well, they're about to catch up with us sooner or later.
In your face!
Still got freaking bitch pouches, but you ain't got an EMP generator.
Us and the others, why the others? I don't feel it. I hope they're all okay. I hope they're okay.
It's not alone.
I'm glad you justice.
That's why I'd be glad to see those guys.
Where was them rockets when you needed to use them rockets for, Where y'all is at when it was time to beat that ass?
Their shields down. They'll be vulnerable.
See, now that's a response force right there.
We should make a run for it.
Pax, let's go.
They're out to get you.
Maybe someone reported the battle. Maybe they follow the edge, but it doesn't matter. Let's leave.
Looks like there's a bridge.
And there's no bridge.
Well, I'm glad one of us is taking this in stride.
Fighting multiple combatants while pregnant.
For now, I'm just trying to not get caught in the crossfire. Feels like we've been living in the crossfire. Everyone hates you. So feels like we've been living in the crossfire.
No, I don't think either team is playing anyone.
Take that.
And he's drowning. He is drowning. Bowled over. And her legs were broken. Her legs were broken. They were turned all the way the fuck around. Her legs were broken. Her legs were broken. They were broken. Her legs were fucking broken. Oh my god. We're still here. We're still here. Suffering. In pain. Ragdoll again.
Hello, loser.
Another situation where you somehow beat your ass. You somehow beat ass away from danger. Okay, so he fucking Thanos lasers the ship, and it goes down. Does it make a path? Yes, it makes a path. We are unironically on fucking PlayStation 2's Sly Cooper in the Thievius or Raccoonus levels of game design. And that's an insult towards the Sly Cooper in the Thievius Raccoonus.
Please just surrender the data. It's the only thing she wants from you.
And what do you want?
What do I want what she wants. She's trying to make a better world. We have common enemies. I don't know why you can't see that.
She wants to murder anomals.
She wants to cure the world. Unmoderated language is destroying the fabric of society. You must realize it. We all have to make sacrifices for the greater good. And she understands better than most what's required.
I'm sure you believe that, but we're not ready to be sacrificed. And we don't have the data. So let's just get on with this, okay?
I'm really disappointed.
Ah.
So you're disappointed in us.
Of course.
Coming at you.
Of course, you've been disappointed.
Everything you say sounds like it's borrowed from your boss.
It's an honor to serve.
See what I mean?
Pregnancy allows you to tank your way through psionic knives. That's crazy.
Walk away anytime. I won't stop you.
Fighting and exhausting.
Okay, so I'm not allowed to attack him.
Trust me, you're not exactly the ideal conversationalist either.
You know where the data is. You can tell me and be done with this.
Don't make me dignify that with a response.
You can't win against us.
We'll find out.
You are vastly outnumbered and outmatched. There are no religious fanatics to save you this time.
Oh, the irony.
To an irrational society, our rationality may seem like fanaticism.
I just know that you got... As I was saying, I just know that you got that from an inspirational poster.
Is this how you want to die? Juvenile insults for your last word.
Better than dying in one of your research facilities.
Then at least...
Haha, I can make him dead.
As if you'd know anything about that.
Enough. I'm done pretending to be reasonable.
Was that to pretend that she could be reasoned with? Why aren't you just fucking Thanosing her and just teleporting on top of her and killing her? Outright. Why is this even a thing to be argued? What is even with you trying to set up this thing where you have this fucking field where they're attacking me like this? Why aren't you just do the shit, dude? Just fucking do the shit. Why are you making everything take forever? Why was that so long? All this extra Savini is bullshit for nothing. And that attack doesn't even do real damage.
Coming at you.
SMT villain with technology. Defeated by a pregnant bitch with a baseball bat. Flattened by a pregnant migrant with a baseball bat. after boring, meaningless combat.
She'll be here soon. There's nowhere to go. You and your kind have already lost.
Obama!
Shit.
I hope I didn't interrupt anything.
We were done talking. Look, do we need to fight you too? Because we
No,
will.
stop. I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to make sure you get away.
Okay.
We don't have much time. Justice is sending everything they got to deal with these Puritans. Wherever you're going, I suggest you make a beeline.
But why?
Because you were telling the truth, Pax. I don't know what's going on, but we've been lied to. All of us. There are facilities.
You're damn right there are.
Living proof, right here.
And the disorder. I always thought the conspiracy theories were bullshit. That I didn't have to dig very far to find 1,000 questions. I don't know what any of it means, but I can't in good conscience let them take you, Pax. Not until I understand what's going on here.
So, you're just going to let us leave?
That's what he said.
But you need to hurry. When I said they're sending everything we've got...
You don't need to tell us twice. Let's go. I hope you find the answers you're looking for.
Well, that was broken dialogue.
I think I can hear the ocean.
I can definitely smell it.
We're getting close.
Is that the dock? Where's the boat? And the others?
Boat's not due until midnight. I'm sure they'll be here soon. We led the Puritans away from them. Look for a parking lot. That's our meeting spot.
There's a driveway over here.
Should be it. Everyone good?
Perfectly peachy, boss.
Yes.
Still breathing.
Oh, good.
Everyone okay?
Absolutely fucking peachy, Pax.
Hey. Oh, shit. What's happening?
Stay calm. We got this.
Can we please be done?
Theo?
Just talk to them.
Who is that?
The queen bitch who's been chasing us since Utah. This has all been so unnecessary. Give me the data key.
Don't give her anything.
You know, we could just kill you all and take it. But we're not monsters.
You're fascist, but we're not evil. They're fascist, but we're not evil. So what's your limit? Am I allowed to jaywalk on Tuesdays past 9 a.m.? Y'all extremely explicit about porn and some shit? What's your hang up? Because apparently Puritans are okay as long as you don't draw on their shit.
You're holding a child hostage.
Because you forced me to. Look, we are not the villains here. Justice and your masters, they're the same. They both want to use language to change and control the world. All we want is to restrict it. For the good of everyone.
How's that any better? Silencing everyone.
You were with us for a decade, Theo. I'm disappointed you learned nothing. We gave you every opportunity to grow, and I worked so hard to share my vision with all of our disciples. We have the tools to make a better world, but so many people fail to understand what we can do for them. Look, I feel you haven't given me a chance to really pitch our vision. If you just give me 5 minutes, we have a deck that explains what we're all about.
A deck? What is a deck?
It'll be so much easier if I...
You're trying to understand and control the proto-language? It's taken me 30 years, and I still don't know how to use my Vox to do what I want, but I think I finally understand. Our vocals aren't about the words. They are about empathy. I use my words as weapons. Every conversation a confrontation.
Stop rhyming.
Before this trip, I didn't know how to listen. So how could I know what to say? Z, I never saw you as a person. I only saw you as my little sister. Despite all your quips and sarcasm, you're an idealist. And you're going to do great things. There was so much history getting in our way, but I see you now. You were always there for me, even when we weren't together. Eli, you will always do what's right to help those in need. And Theo, you have so much strength. And you're our buddy, but that's not all you are. You are our leader, our crew dad. And I love you.
Oh, now you got the blicky?
I love all of you.
Now you got the blicky?
Beautiful.
Now you got the blicky.
Now hand over the.
Now of all these times, you know, in any other situation you had a gun. Except in the raid. Now you're ready to throw the blicky! And this fucking garbage. Get this off my screen. If not a blicky, an EMP.
I told you, I could kill you all. I'm not a murderer. I don't want to kill anyone, but I don't feel morally obliged not to.
This is the villain, by the way.
This is about something much bigger than individual lives. The history books will agree with me, and
why did you throw away the gun? Shoot her in the head!
Are you okay?
I'll be fine. Once we get to Nova Scotia. They have a dock. I wasn't sure the pulse generator would work again, but Ziggy took a look at it on the road to New York.
I mean, I replaced a few components, but it only finished charging last night. We got lucky.
We should head to the dock. The boat will be here soon.
Do we just leave them here?
I've disabled the cyborgs.
And she isn't much of a threat without them. Or her ship. Justice will be here soon, I expect.
Okay, let's go.
Gay!
I appreciate that, Pax. I'm not a natural leader, but I've grown into it.
How's the arm?
Nothing a doc can't fix. Listen, what you said back there, what you did, you gave us strength. Without those words, I would have been powerless.
It was all true. You're one of us now, Theo.
That means a lot, Pax. I feel like I've grown closer to everyone. You've made an effort to include me and open up to me. I appreciate that. What you've said and done matters. To me. To the others. There's one more thing. If anything was to happen, I want you to do something. For me.
If anything was to happen?
Beatrice. Let her know about a potential cure. About Nova Scotia. I can't ask you to help her. I don't even know how you do that, but I want her to know there's hope. If I can't tell her myself.
Okay.
Of course I will.
Thank you, Pax.
There's a weird thing for you to say towards the end.
We're ahead of schedule, but it should. That's the child who was with the overseer.
They look familiar. Where did I see
Hey,
that creepy kid before?
We're not going to hurt you.
He's gonna get plunged into the ocean.
Sure, I'm sure someone will help you get back home.
Are you seriously
You okay, kid?
about to get fucking killed? Because your dumbass ran out to the pier?
What's your name? You should go back to shore. You can't stay here, kid.
Careful, Theo. Keep your distance. Theo, be careful. No.
Theo?
Christ.
Bro. So let's just start throwing through some questions. If you had such a dangerous and powerful weapon at your side, why didn't you weaponize them sooner? Why in every situation did you send the adjunct? Why did you just send the fucking herald? No need for words, no need for talking. Do what I say. No! Do what I say. No! I'm telling you, right fucking now, in any other fucking video game that is a JRPG franchise, especially SMT, this motherfucker just cast Megidolian! That's what we did! That's all that happened! Non-powered demon trainer slash demon owner slash demon tamer, dead! You, in story-based combat, rapid fire, magic boosted Megidolian! Actually, I'm mispronouncing it, actually. It's Megidolon. It's actually Megidolon. There is no Oleon until the additional suffix. God forbid it be fucking Megidodine. Anyways, if you have the ability to Thanos people out of existence, why the fuck do you even deal with having a police state? You apparently have technology nobody else in the fucking world has. Fly out to the place. Hey, President Ward, do what I say. No. I hate melodrama. Let this shit be over, please. Please let this shit be over.
Paradox, axiom, opposing forces. We represent axiom, the absolute binary truth. Nothing is subjective, nothing is uncertain. There's only true or false, and nothing in between. By unleashing axiom to change the cosmos, you are now an enemy of paradox. We welcome you.
Oh, so we bullshitting for real now? Enough! Enough with this Star Wars third trilogy knockoff shit! Are you about to drop an echo sound on him? Yes, she's about to drop an echo sound on him. This is a horrible use of this. Well, who thought that we would have seen some bullshit out of the Acolyte inside this video game? I certainly didn't. And I didn't even watch that trash show.
Pax? What? What? Pax.
I don't know.
Nobody fucking knows!
It wasn't me. I think it was... I don't know how I did that. Or what I said. Theo.
He's gone.
Yes, Eli. These fake ass tears. The teardrop isn't even moving off your cheek. Of course she has the fucking mermaid tattooed on her shoulder. Remember guys, it's very bad to objectify women, but you can objectify the men all day long. This is so fucking horrible. This is so bad. This is such a bad fucking ending.
Guys, wait. I'm not getting on that boat.
No, I didn't think you would. What's your plan?
I spent some time speaking with Ruth on the way up here, and she opened my eyes to what this country really needs. Seeing the weave crumble before our eyes in Utah, Colorado, and New York, and with Ruth, the weave needs to be rebuilt, and I think I can help. I can help. I can make a difference. So, you know what? I'm staying. I'm staying for the libraries and hopefully to help other anomals. So, I guess this is goodbye, Pax. What will you do once you get to Nova Scotia?
Apparently, fuck the brains out of every single person.
Staying there. At least for the time being.
Well, wasn't that the plan to begin with?
The plan was to just do the mission. Figure out next steps along the way. But I wasn't really planning on staying. I had other arrangements. But now, what Ruth said resonated. There's no escaping this world. And Nova Scotia, the Weave, the librarians, they have the tools, the vision. I can do the most good working with them. And the baby, my baby, will be safe there.
When did you make up your mind about all this?
It was never a single choice. It was every choice. Adding up. Every step of the way.
How am I allowed to have a choice if every choice is taken away from me? You actually had the audacity to say, your decisions over the course of this journey have all influenced Pax's coda. Her decisions from this point forward are based entirely on your actions and choices. Are they really? Because I wasn't aware that Pax had a coda. She's not listed here. So how can she have a coda? I don't know what her fucking alignments are. The point of an alignment chart, when it comes to a character having decisions, is when I make the choice, the character then makes choices based on the path I put them on. It's possible that on the way of the heart and the way in the fist, that Sai still goes off to go help the weave. Or, if it's the way of the fist, they probably stay dutifully with Pax. But for all these characters that have outcomes, which his opinions don't matter, because he's dead. And so are they. Actually, no. Caretakers' choices don't fucking matter either, because they're always scripted to die. Choices are when I can actually affect the narrative. Am I affecting the narrative when you force me through decisions the entire way through? Not really. And the way that you decide to write your narrative, these are not choices. Not unless I'm making small little decisions. But Carl, isn't that a choice? No. You know what a choice is? Showing me a system like Renegade and Paragon, where I know the decision I'm about to make is going to be an evil one. The decision I'm about to make is going to be a good one. Why? Because there's a clear moral system. You know what's good about a moral system? You can be able to say what is good and what is bad. You know what's bad about the decision to just fuck up and say, oh, yay, you were making choices the entire story, and now she's going to decide to do what she does. Here's a choice. Because I chose to woo Gnome, Gnome comes with, and then we find out what the fuck happens between her and Jacob. That's a choice. Because you can't lead Gnome on without there being a consequence. Because what if I didn't actually have a say in Gnome's involvement in a relationship with Pax, and Pax instead said, we were just having fun on the road one last time before, I ear twink. That would be hilarious, but it's also a demonstration of having no choice. Because you decided what the narrative bump is. Surprising me with new information, and then snatching away the reality of the promise of what was when there was never a promise behind the door, is some real big Master of Time shit. For anybody who doesn't know, Legend of Zelda Master of Time, as well as Time Lost, are two games that are made to be ROM hacks that basically are troll games that exist to troll people who are big into Zelda speedrunners. No true decision, no true choice.
The truth is, we don't really know how any of this works. Free will, fate, chaos, we're blind to it. Look, it's about perspective, isn't it? I'm not saying choice is meaningless, or that there's no purpose, or that we have no control over this universe, but we just have to exist and react in every moment, regardless of how that moment came to be.
Can I choose to react by ejecting myself from this narrative?
Consequence, it just
No,
feels right.
you're still going? Okay.
Even if it's not a choice.
It sounds like the right decision. For both of you. And I guess this is, goodbye.
For now.
Sure.
Why do you people hug each other without closing your eyes?
Okay. Since it looks like we're all doing this, we're still getting on that boat. Me, oh, girl. What Ruth said makes sense. Nova Scotia has the tools we need to help other Anomals. And they might be able to help O with her Vox. I don't know if cure is the word I'd use, but if they could make her better, I can't turn my back on that opportunity.
What about you? What are you thinking?
I figured we'd stick together until the bitter end. But Sai's long gone, and Theo's... I'm sticking with you. Where you go, I go.
Sam!
At least for now. Who knows? Maybe Nova Scotia turns out to be a paradise on Earth. Just hope they sell e-cigs there.
I think our captain's getting impatient, and we don't know when Justice will change their minds about letting us go.
Justice didn't let you go. The Praetor let you go. Praetor Bomner let you go free. Specifically because he said, I want you to get away. Get your ass on the boat!
So long, Z. We'll see each other again. And I promise it won't be another 15 years.
16, Pax, it was 16. And, yeah. Well, yeah, take care of yourself.
Well, can we get a move on? I don't want to miss my one chance to leave this hellhole and all of my ex-husbands behind. The rest of you, I wish you good luck. I'm sure you'll regret staying. Don't tell me I didn't warn you.
Boring, 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 boring. Stop staring at me. How are you looking at me? Nope, not even allowed to move my surround. So remember that talking point I said earlier about the idea of Dustborn having the band name be born from the idea of a wildflower, a weed growing in the thicket of the world? Remember when we were left with that thought? God damn, is it trash. Holy fuck, is this game bad. Not even that idea could have saved this shit. What was the fucking focal narrative of the story? Certainly wasn't this bitch. Join the main event as our crew fights their final battle. Pax wakes up in a hospital. The Puritans arrive. Pax passes out and wakes up in Sai's arms. Oh, we just... No. Oh, alright. So, the art's just missing. It's just a white screen. It's just a white screen. White! I get the 49% story, with Sai revealing the truth before saying goodbye. Sai heads off into an uncertain future with Soul. Rue embarks on the final leg of the journey. Blah blah blah. Pax and Ruth have a conversation about the future. Gnome decides to stay with the crew. The Last Supper ends with a sing-along. After an ambush, get the enemy's attention. Puritans catch up, and the Justice arrives in nick of time. Praetor Walker begins to question his convictions. Empowered by the combined vox of the group, Theo saves them all from the Puritan overseer. Minutes later, is disintegrated by the strange Puritan child. Pax taps into the power of the ultimate word to banish Axiom. For now. The crew mourn Theo, and difficult decisions are made as some stay behind and others go forward. 91% of players made this panel. I wish I saw what these panels were! I wish I saw what they were! Granted, we can't blame that on the game, because, again, remember how I got this game. Is there an epilogue section? Do I get to see pregnant Pax? Is that what's about to happen here? I just black screen. There must be some kind of copy here. That sounds like theme music. Yes. What What a horribly uninspired fucking roll credits. Holy fuck. Okay. Let's assume that that will give me the ability to see after. Nope. Okay. I have to go look up those endings. 1 second. Or at least those panels. Dustborn. Chapter 10. Comic book art. Is it anywhere? Anywhere? No. Nope. 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 Okay. Look for it on YouTube. What a fucking anticlimactic ending for one. Okay, so there is artwork. I didn't get to see it for whatever reason. My ending was literally I couldn't see what the fuck was happening. Alright. So. Way of the mind. Let's do it this way. After parting with the crew, because these are the endings that are given to me from with this video that I'm looking at for it, because my fucking cutscenes were not there. Way of the mind. After parting with the crew, Sai helps rebuild the Weave in New York. Her connections with Injustice prove invaluable as she risks it all to become a double agent, feeding Injustice false information and sabotaging the enemy from within. Homegoing. This is for if Gnome decides to go back home. Pragmatist. Ziggy's Divine Soul. Join the resistance on the East Coast. Mechanical Sources Skill take the fight to justice. Realist. Eli decides that the truth must be exposed, and together with Girl and O gets in touch with a reporter willing to tell the stories and expose Justice's crimes to the citizens of the Republic. Ronin. After turning her back on Nova Scotia, Pax heads back to the Republic to continue the fight against Justice, who will join her. Only time will tell. You choose to go back into the country knowing that you are with child. So how the fuck would anybody ever know what Pax's coda is, since Pax doesn't have an actual fucking coda? Is there even a fucking recap of the Chapter 10 endings? Dustborn, Chapter 10, endings. Dustborn, endings. Is there a guide to unlock different endings? Don't buy the game, Kappa. Did you notice that you're the only person playing the game? Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. People trolling someone. There are apparently 2 endings. I completed this game and unlocked librarian ending. Can't find much information on it. Different routes, but stick to the original route. Ended up in the ashes with O-Girl. Never had an option to pass a letter to Betsy. Broke up with Gnome and they went to Hong Kong in the end. Ziggy, Soul, and Saul decided to stay behind, and Theo just got killed by a sea child. So the answer is no. Alright. What did we learn? What did we learn about Dustborn? We learned nothing. We learned nothing. Okay. So, the ending of the game. That's an unfinished fucking mess. No cutscenes. All comic book form. Mine are broken, for whatever reason. No, that's not even worth $30. It's not even worth $30. It's not even worth $30. The narrative is incomplete. the narrative is incomplete. I'm not even talking about the fucking endings for the characters and their codas. What is the personal story of Pax? What was the lesson? There's no lesson. Okay. So what did we learn? If we didn't learn anything about our main character, we learned that both Justice and the Puritans don't like killing, but they are fascistic terrorists that will dominate and control conversation, languages, and relationships, as long as they don't have to get their hands dirty. We learned that if you are a criminal that works inside of a facility for any amount of time, that justice will threaten your family, but they're too stupid to figure out and realize that you're playing the same side or two sides. Also, we learned nothing of value about Obama and his Asian young wife who is willing to roll for a nigga, who apologizes after stabbing you. We learn nothing of value about Pax as a person. She got pregnant by Jacob, strung along Gnome, brought Gnome with her into the new world to help take care of the child. Don't even get to know about how the fucking shit turns out because they didn't have a cutscene for that. And they're still updating the game because this is the 1.2 version. There are other people playing different versions. New endings, new expansion, new epilogue. This game is not worth value. The world building is scuffed. The characters, to a degree, are scuffed. The only salvageable things in this are maximum 2 songs and 4 performances from actors in question. Everything else is garbage. I'm disappointed. However, we did it, chat. We got through it. We did it. We did it. We did it at the cost of my sanity and yours, but we did it. Onesimo did it. But see, I had alcohol. I had a cheat sheet. Y'all didn't. Alright. We can begin continuing doing business as normal for VSChat. I'm glad that we got that done before the month was over. Holy fucking shit, was that garbage. And I'm surprised for the sheer length of how many chapters it was for a lot of them. Plus or minus conversations. The amount of time it took for us to get through that, I think we could have been able to do an entire, like, within a normal stream. Honestly. Anyways. As the gameplay ends, so too does the stream. We will see y'all again next time. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. Goodbye, everybody. Wash your hair. Wash the taste of this game off your skin. Mark yourself safe from Dustborn, chat. It's over.